evening. Welcome to the Golden City Council regular business meeting for June 7th, 2022. As always, we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Fisher?
Present.
Councilor Cameron?
Present.
Councilor Brown?
Here.
Mayor Weinberg?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Present.
Councilor Reed?
Here.
Councilor Hazen?
Here.
All 7 present, and we have a quorum.
Thank you.
Here's have it.
Next up, is there a motion regarding the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes. I'd like to.
Are we talking consent
okay, waiting
matters?
for the consent. Okay, very good.
All right. All right. All those in favor of approving the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up, we have our public comment period, and this is for matters that we do not have a public hearing. The public hearings we have this evening are regarding the Coors Tech applications. But if anybody would like to speak to council on any matter other than the Coors Tech applications, I don't know if anyone signed up, but feel free to come on up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name, your address or neighborhood, and let us know your thoughts. Come on up. And you know how it's done, so.
Yeah. Dave Shuey. I live in the South Ridge area in Golden. I'm here to request that you pull, I think it's item 6B from the consent agenda, and I've had discussions with Councilor Brown yesterday for like an hour and a half, and our board chair and I did, and I thought it was a very productive conversation, and thank you, Casey, for meeting with us.
Good.
Expressing some of our concerns on things that are in that resolution. I've had conversations with Ms. Lorenz off and on today, and I think that we've kind of come to a conclusion that let's pull this off the consent agenda and let's talk about it, not for a long time because you've got a more important issue tonight to discuss, but give us some time to work out some of the logistics and everything that are contained in that resolution and see if we can't come up with something that's workable. We are very concerned at the Visitor Center about it, even though it's not included in our in your drawings or anything, but there are a lot of things that still need to be resolved, and as you know, Jerry Devitt, he's been he's an attorney. He's been in Golden for over 50 years. Has probably over 40 years experience in municipal law and serving as city attorneys and other municipalities. So he's made some recommendations for us that we need to clarify and get worked out. One of them is the lease agreement that we have with the city needs some clarity, and the other thing too is we are very concerned. Our volunteers are very concerned. We have 40 volunteers that work at the Visitor Center, and this is important to us. It's important to them, and if we have to go out and we lose volunteers. This is probably would cost us $125,000 a year or more to staff that with paid help. We don't have that kind of money. So volunteers are very, very important to us. One of the big things with the volunteers is this is a great opportunity for their mental health, being able to socialize with people, to talk with people. Many of them are single. They look forward to coming down there and volunteering just for the mental health aspect of it. So, and then also probably the other item that we've talked about is the parking permit system. Quite a number of the city-owned lots are not ADA compliant, and as far as handicap parking and making a van accessible. So there's a lot of issues that need to be worked on and discussed, I don't know whether Nola's here, but I know she wanted to talk about the issues with the farmers market. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We did have somebody else signed up to talk about fire danger. So not a non-public hearing item. Please come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Philip Riccardi, and I'd like to take just a moment or two of your time. I, along with my wife Kay, live at 819 6th Street, and we have for the last 43 years. I actually went to the Coffee with Councilors meeting, and our home, I should reference, borders Highway 58, the ramp going westward. I went to the Coffee with Councilors meeting at DeLong Park, and I was very proud of the direction that the park has taken with no pesticides, with Ron Tarullo kind of spearheading this and using this to maintain this new addition to the Golden City Parks. I sincerely applaud this approach. I mention this because I sincerely believe that magnesium chloride sprayed on our roadways has had a devastating effect on all the growth of trees and grasses adjacent to our roadways. We are very concerned about the fire danger that the dead trees represent to our home in Golden. I do realize that many of the dead trees are in the state right-of-way, and I feel appropriate to couple forces with the state authorities to initiate their immediate removal and set an example of what city government can do for its citizens. There are also many dead trees on city property that pose a risk for all of the adjacent neighborhoods. We have the ability to foresee and correct this condition. We might be able to reach out to our governor, Jared Polis, and set an example for other towns in our state that we as a city will encumber what it takes to correct this problem. I don't want to be like our neighbors to the north in Superior and Boulder, the areas that suffered the effects of the Marshall Fire devastation. We cannot stand by, point fingers, or just wait in the presence of this extreme danger. Being a longtime resident of the city of Golden, I've gotten to know Jamie Siegel very well, and he comes by every now and then and asks me to trim my bush back a little bit, and I totally respect that. I think we have a responsibility and an obligation to take care of Highway 58. Coming into Golden on Highway 58 on the on-ramp, it's maintained. Leaving, it's a devastation. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you.
I have copies for you.
You can hand them at the end and he'll pass them down.
Just hand it to me and I'll pass it on.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during this general public comment? Coming up.
Good evening, Nola Krosky with the Golden Chamber of Commerce, and I just want to kind of elaborate on what Dave Shuey spoke about, which is just a request for a little bit more time in representing both the chamber and kind of taking a look at the businesses that are located along 10th Street. I do feel that some time is needed to evaluate the parking situation, just to make sure that there is a resolution here for not only our residents, because it's clear that we need that, but to make sure that the businesses have that opportunity as well to put a well thought out plan in place for their employees and their customers. And then as the organization that oversees the farmers market, we also have about 65 to 75 vendors each week there that we also have to figure out a plan for. So we are asking for more time in order to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I will close the public comment period. Thank you all. Council, do we have anybody like to respond to public comment? Councilor Hayes?
So after coffee with Counselor, I met with Mr. McCarty to look at the area he was talking about. And I previously gotten a few smiles from the council when I talked about dead trees. But one particular area, which is the off-ramp coming onto 58 from Washington, is just a mass of dead thicket. It is a fire hazard. And it's certainly part of the state, but we can't sit there and wait for the state to take action. It doesn't look like it's a huge thing to at least take care of that piece and maybe encourage the state to do something more about the rest of 58. So I wasn't really aware of how close Mr. Riccardi lived to that on-ramp. His house backs up to it. His property does. And so it's a serious problem, and I just wanted to thank him for coming. It's one thing to be the coffee of the counselor, but it's different coming in front of all of us. And so thank you for coming, and I hope we can do something to help you.
Councilor Cameron.
Yeah, I am curious if we've reached out to CDOT specifically from the staff level, and if not, what do we as council have as the ability to sort of encourage that take place? I know that I've identified problems in the CDOT right away, and it's going on 5 months since a sign is down on the 6th Avenue Trail that identifies how to get into Golden. And when I reached out to CDOT, they said that's not ours. And of course, they're wrong. So how can we move on this?
I'm going to turn to our city team I know this has come up in our relationship with CDOT and working with them on these issues. So if you have anything to say tonight, otherwise we can take this for another evening, get some additional information and talk about it.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Ann Byerly, for those of you that don't know me. Councilor Cameron, we have reached out to CDOT regarding these trees. And we do have a process to communicate with CDOT when we find maintenance issues that are their responsibility. And we also, they have an online tool that we coach people to use as well. I am more than happy to re-up this one and see if we can get a more responsive action by CDOT. But beyond that, I don't have, they are aware of this. We have shared this with them.
Thank you.
You bet.
Anyone else? And certainly I think we can bring this back with some more conversation at a scheduled item or a study session or talk further. Yes.
Yeah, and thank you for coming, Philip, and thanks for being at Coffee with Counselors, and definitely let's figure out how to keep moving it forward. I just wanted to say to Dave and to Nola, thanks for, I'm sure we're going to pull down consent matters. I feel like Paul was ready for that, and also for talking about the volunteers at Visit Golden. I'm sorry,
Visitor Center.
The Visitor Center, yes. I'm looking for Dave. There you are. The Visitor Center and the volunteers, and all that you do for the city. We really appreciate it, and just thanks for reminding us about those efforts and all those folks. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no other hands, let's keep moving so we can continue the conversation. Next up is item 6, consent matters, and Councilor Haseman, I think, has a motion for us.
I'd like to move to approve the consent calendar with the removal of the matter regarding parking.
So 6B.
That's the one.
Second.
Oh, that was in stereo. We'll give it to Councilor Reed. All right, so the motion is to approve consent matters, moving 6B off of consent for discussion, and we will discuss that after the proclamations on our agenda. Yes? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Next up, we have 2 proclamations for this evening. Councilor Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will say that this proclamation comes to me 42 years in the making. How could that be? 42 years ago, my mother came out to our family as a lesbian. And 42 years ago, that was not allowed. It was devastating for many reasons. So it's with great honor that I see that we have made a lot of progress. We can have this conversation. It did not cross my mind for a good 20 years to ever reveal that my mother was a lesbian. You just didn't do it. Maybe 20 years ago I might have revealed it to my wife. So I read this with some honor. Whereas the city of Golden is a welcoming and inclusive community, and whereas Golden has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus community that includes people of many ethnicities, religions, and professions, and whereas diversity is an asset that enhances and enriches the lives of all community members and contributes to the vibrant character of our city, and whereas LGBTQ plus rights are human rights, and whereas the fight for dignity and equality for LGBTQ plus people is reflected in the tireless dedication of advocates and allies who strive to make this a more inclusive society, and whereas the City of Golden honors its commitment to the promotion and protection of the human rights of LGBTQ plus residents, and whereas it is imperative that young people in the community, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, feel valued, empowered, and supported by their peers, educators, and community leaders. And whereas during the month of June, residents of Golden are encouraged to join together to celebrate and honor the history, diversity, and resilience of the LGBTQ plus communities. And whereas no matter who you love or what your gender identity is, you are welcome in Golden. Now, therefore, I, Laura Weinberg, as mayor of the city of Golden, do hereby proclaim June 2022 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Plus Pride Month in the city of Golden, Colorado, and urge all residents to respect and honor our diverse community and celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance. Dated in Golden, Colorado, the 7th day of June, 2022.
Thank you, Councilor Cameron. Our second proclamation is for Golden Day, and Councilor Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks for reading that. Proclamation, whereas on June 16, 1859, members of the Boston Company and others camped in this valley, met and agreed to begin the formation of a new city, and took steps to form a town company and to survey and lay out this town site. And whereas at the request of gold discoverer George Andrew Jackson, our city was named after his most trusted friend and partner, Thomas L. Golden, after Golden had stayed faithfully by his side after a flash flood of Clear Creek just west of the city nearly took Jackson's life. And whereas our town company, the Golden City Association, successfully completed formation of the city, and it has since prospered to become the city of Golden its citizens know today. And whereas these historical facts are known through the written testament of George West, president of the Boston Company and the only known person living in this valley at the time to attest to the circumstances of Golden's creation, and as a town leader was in a position to reliably know and understand these facts. And whereas throughout his life in this city, George West, a noted and highly respected public servant to this community who established 2 newspapers and served as a city councilor, strived for the Golden citizens to establish June 16th as Golden Day, in official recognition of this anniversary of the Golden community. Now, therefore, Laura Weinberg, as the mayor of the city of Golden, does hereby proclaim June 16, 2022 as Golden Day, in official recognition of this date as Golden's 163rd anniversary, and encourages all Golden citizens and friends to celebrate the occasion, dated in Golden, Colorado, the 7th day of June, 2022, by the mayor.
Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to move to the item that was pulled off of consent, and that is Resolution 2859 regarding residential permit parking. And I don't actually know who's going to present it. Ms. Lorenz.
You can kick us off and we can
Thank you.
go from there. So just a reminder of kind of what brought this about and where we're at with this. The creek aspect of the parking, so that would be the 9th and 10th permitting changes, really came about this year through thinking about ways that we can improve the parking experience in that area. The real problem we were trying to solve was the people driving down 10th, not finding anything and kind of clogging traffic up by circling is what we often see in that area. So we've really been trying to push city lots that are further away And honestly, we're going to have a good campaign for it, and we're talking about it a lot, but can be a hard sell to walk further away. And so we were envisioning strengthening kind of our permitting and paid parking on 10th to really try to de-incentivize the area as one to look for a spot at. And so maybe more people in that situation would look for the free city lots, and it could help us really change behavior for parking and improve the 10th Street corridor. The 12th Street neighborhood is a little bit different. They've been going through this process to get their permitting changed since the end of last year. And so they're sort of grouped into this because it is visitor and downtown related, but it is somewhat separate in that they've been going through a process for quite a while, and they're part of this resolution. So I just want to make that kind of little distinction there. So the creek parking we've been talking about just in terms of our creek discussions at city council meetings and talking through different maps of what we would include in paid parking and where permitting might take place, and talking through those pieces. So we have some of our really important partners obviously on 10th that have some concerns about the paid parking and what those changes might mean for them. And so from a staff perspective, we'd definitely like to talk through some of those issues and see what we can do. Timeline, as far as what we're planning currently, is that the paid parking, getting the kiosks and signage and all those pieces would probably be fully completed around June 17th weekend, so not this weekend, but the weekend after. And then we were envisioning about a week where we wouldn't be enforcing the paid parking so that people could kind of get comfortable with what it looks like. So really looking at the first weekend of July being the first paid parking weekend of enforcement and the permitting process. So that's our current timeline. Our thought process, thinking about some of these concerns that we've heard from the farmers market and from the visitor center, is that we'd like to talk and have some meetings in between that time. I think we have some time to try to figure out if there's things that make sense that we can do to accommodate. There definitely will be permits given to employees and residents along the area, and a mailing done as part of the program. So the volunteers for the visitor center, so the visitor center parking lot is going to have no impact to it, so they will have the full parking lot, and they will also be given some permits that they can use for volunteers or employees to park in different areas. So that's one piece of it, but there are several issues that have to do with this parking and that don't have to do with this parking that I think is just a good idea for us to meet and have some good conversations about. So we are flexible as far as if council feels like there should be a different timing put in place, and if we wanted to delay this further. My recommendation would be to move forward with this as it is, and staff will continue to have conversations, and we'll keep council updated on if we were able to work out all the kind of disagreements on the parking, or if we need to come back and have another discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. I have things to say, but I'm sure you all have things to say. Councilor Haseman, since you pulled it off consent, would you like to start us?
Thank you, City Manager. That's helpful. The 3 weeks grace period seems in keeping with some of the requests that I've had. But as you talk about the future, I think that at least for Section 1, which refers to that section along 10th Street, I'd like to see if there's any feeling on the council that we give you authority to manage those exceptions. I don't know what they are, and I'm sure they could come to you, but we can't think of them everything now. But this is new, and I'd like to see the city manager have authority to manage any of those exceptions. Otherwise, I'm in favor of it. Maybe you can check to see if there's other people that might be in line with that. If there is, I can suggest some language.
Okay. Sorry, Councilor Haseman reminded me of one thing that I forgot to mention, which was that we really see this as a pilot project and not a permanent change because of the kind of quick nature and trying to accommodate, something that's hard to really keep track unless it's happening. So we see this as a pilot project through October, and that in October we would assess the whole thing, and if the whole thing didn't seem to work, we would just stop. Or if we decided it should be a seasonal way of doing things, or if we decided it should be permanent. There's all the options in the middle, and we'd definitely be interested in, collecting feedback all along the way. In addition, staff is meeting weekly on the creek through the whole summer, and we're going to be talking about adjustments that could be made, short-term, quick adjustments, as Councilor Haseman sort of referring to as well, where we might say, you know what, we used this lot for this purpose, and it just does not seem to be working. We're going to change how that lot is used and see if that helps. So we definitely plan to be flexible with this, and we know that it's a big change, and we're just really trying to change behavior to make it a more pleasant experience.
Other? Councilor Cameron?
Yeah, in looking at the details, I guess I'm wondering if we could give that latitude on section 1 and the intent that it be temporary and reviewed, and latitude to address needs as they arise, but partly because of input we got on particularly section 4, I'm not sure why we couldn't just put that on section 1 and allow 2, 3, and 4 to proceed sort of as if
I agree.
we were going to just put it in place. Paul's thumbs up on that.
Yeah, and I would just support that idea. I think the folks in the 12th Street neighborhood have this, if you recall, the Section 4 proposal was a policy proposal that Councilor Fisher and I put together and has been a long time in the making. And so those folks have been asking for an extension of their parking for over a year at this point between council and staff. So I would really like to see that move forward. But I definitely agree that there's flexibility in here and authorizing the system, and I support the idea of staff continuing to work with the folks on 10th Street to make sure that works for them, and we can come to some accommodation there that works for their needs. And I'm with section 2 and 3 regarding the 9th Street neighborhood, they, again, similar to 12th, they already have a permit parking system. So those folks, we haven't heard from them any concerns, but they're also registered already. They have permits. They know how it works, those residents along there. So I have fewer concerns about section 2 and 3 as well.
And going to weigh in, so 4th of July weekend is when it would be in effect, basically, is what we heard, which is several weeks from now. My question is, we have been doing permit parking now in 4 areas of the city, so we know how to enroll people, we know how to get their vehicles, be they employees or volunteers or residents. Is that sufficient time to say get the visitor center volunteers set up before the 4th of July weekend? Yes. With the free permit parking? Okay. So the people who work on 10th Street, we feel confident that they will be able to get their vehicles registered in time before we start enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. My concern of not including section 1 today is that we don't include section 1 until July. And given that parking has been a big, and traffic control has been a big part of our conversation for the last year on managing the Clear Creek corridor, we would lose that opportunity to manage parking in the Clear Creek corridor until sometime later, perhaps in July or mid-July. Council doesn't meet again until the second or third week of July, maybe second week of July. So I appreciate that the farmers market vendors, that there's still some things to work out for them, and where they're going to park and that communication, and I think giving the city, flexibility and having those conversations and figuring it out. But really the overall community concern has been the circulating traffic and all the cars. The vendors are a small part of that overall overall concern that we've been talking about managing the corridor. So I'm hesitant to remove section 1 and say we'll deal with it in July.
Just to clarify, I wasn't proposing to remove it. I was just proposing that we just add a line that says, and staff has latitude to adjust as needed during the permit period.
That's what I had in mind as well.
Okay, good.
I would say with authorization in the city manager to manage adjustments, and just add it to the end of 1 and keep 1 the way it is otherwise.
I will ask, do we need that language, or is that sort of implied in?
So Ms. Burley just told me that also the city engineer does have that latitude once it's approved, but yes, that'll be.
So currently our permit parking systems can expand or contract or change. There's already guidelines as to what can be done without it having to come back to council once we've authorized the zone.
So you're saying that you already have the authority?
Yes.
Well, if she already has the authority, I'm for the way it's written.
All right, Councilor Fisher.
I like it as written. Obviously, I assume the city attorney's office approved this language. It's so vague that I think the city has the appropriate authority to figure out what they need to. Sorry, not vague. Broad. Is broad a better word? Sorry, attorneys hate the word vague. Sorry, that was like a,
Sufficiently scoped.
Yes, yeah. Appropriately scoped, yes, sufficiently scoped. So I think this is an important topic that we need to get on now. I think we need to start working on it. I feel that the Visitor Center and the Chamber and the other 10th Street businesses are great partners of ours, and we'll figure out how to make this work for them as well. And I'm sure that they've also felt the impacts of having all this traffic in the city. So I think these are important, and I suspect we may see other elements and resolutions coming to us in the future that we could probably use to modify anything that we need to make adjustments.
All right, so I've heard no amendment. Oh, Councilor Reed, sorry.
I was going to suggest, I don't think we've had a motion to approve the resolution.
No,
so
we have
a motion to amend. So I move to approve Resolution 2859.
Second.
Councilor Fisher gets a second. Any further discussion, or did anyone want to make a further motion on the resolution? We've talked it through. All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the resolution carries. Next up, we have 3 items, 8A, B, and C, all related to the Coors Tech application. And Ms. Simmons, are you presenting for us? Excellent.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. The item before you, there are 3 items before you this evening. The first is a rezoning request for the Coors Tech property located at 9th Street, 600 9th Street, is the official address, but the 12.4 acres encompasses 5 city blocks between Ford Street, Washington Avenue, 7th Street, and 10th Street. So you see there on the map. The second request is an alley vacation that's indicated on green on the screen. It bisects the block closest to 10th Street. And the third request is a vesting request of 20 years for the PUD ODP and with an agreement that's in your packet. So as you can see here, this is the site currently has 3 zone districts. The first is C1, which is located up near the highway. The second is, in the majority of the site, is M2, which is an industrial zoning, and that is located in the majority of the site where the existing facility is. And the C2 zone, which is a commercial zone, is located in that 10th Street block, which is currently mostly a parking lot. In 2017, the city did a neighborhood plan in this area called the North Clear Creek Neighborhood Plan. This particular area was indicated as an area of significant change. And what the plan stated specifically was that a form-based approach to redevelopment would be the ideal scenario in the future. It also indicated that future space should be a mixture of uses, which includes small-scale retail, housing, for a range of incomes, and a lower scale of height along Washington Avenue to transition to the uses to the east. It also envisioned a pedestrian-friendly environment with safe with safe streets and attractive public spaces and plazas throughout. In 2019, the city did a transportation master plan. There were two specific elements that addressed the site. The first is there were two complete street corridors that were indicated as part of this plan. The first would be 10th Street. 10th Street was indicated as the complete street corridor, and 4th Street was indicated as a bicycle route. Also, the term Transportation Demand Management, or TDM, was listed as a strategy to be used for new housing development in order to prioritize mobility options for folks parking and going to this site or throughout Golden. So back to the site. It's continuously been a manufacturing facility since the late 1800s, early 1900s. Many of the buildings that you see today date from the early 1900s. Coors Tech has indicated they are moving their manufacturing facilities off-site, and so they would like to redevelop this site, and therefore the applications before you. The zoning request is long, and it has addresses a number of areas, and the presentation after this will kind of go through each section of the ODP. I will just say that vested rights I will address towards the end because it's more of a blanket question. So even though it's second in the ODP, I'm going to address it towards the end of the presentation. So the first section of the ODP, Purpose and Intent, really that section just addresses the applicability of the zoning to all the guides and plans that are set forth in this area, and how this project will achieve those goals. The second section is development process and approvals. The applicant is proposing to utilize the city's existing approval process for site plan review, and will utilize the existing sections of Title 18 and 17 for any land development approvals moving forward. The next section is the affordable housing element. So affordable housing or workforce housing is not currently addressed in our codes in the city. The applicant is proposing a workforce housing element to this ODP in order to sort of go above and beyond the current zoning. So the proposal before you in this ODP is a 10% workforce housing construction or total units within either within the project or off-site, and there would be a 25 unit minimum regardless of the rate of housing developed. So if there were 100 units, and that would be 10% would be 10 units, there would still be 25 units as proposed as a minimum. For the workforce units, there are some requirements for where they may be located. Of course, they may be located on site, but they also may be located within a half mile of a currently fixed transit stop, grocery store, or within the DDA boundary, which is mostly in the downtown area, or within a quarter mile of a complete street corridor, such as Washington Avenue, South Golden Road, or West Colfax Avenue. And the delivery of these units is phased through their phasing plan, which is shown here on this slide. So there's 4 phases proposed, and the phases are proposed by square footage. So the first phase is up to 250,000 square feet of building, and then it goes on up from there. So within each phase, there would be a third of the units proposed that would be built with that phase, or and also, there is a provision in the ODP for a fee payment for a portion of those units. All right. So the next 2 sections, historic preservation and district art. Under historic preservation, again, the city does not have any requirements for historic preservation in our code outside of what would normally go to the Historic Preservation Board for a certificate of appropriateness. The applicant is proposing not only to follow the city rules in regards to historic preservation, in particular Chapter 1858, but also says that they will complete state inventory forms for all their buildings on their site associated with the Coors Tech industrial complex. Currently, the city does not have any inventory forms for these sites, and these forms are typically completed by the city. We pay for a number of forms each year to be completed, so this cost would shift to the applicant in order to complete those forms. And those forms are completed by an architect or a person that is the state allows to complete those forms, and it's a qualified individual. The product of those forms would inform a future product, which would be sort of history and character defining guidelines for architectural development of the site, and so design elements. So those would be pulled directly from what the inventory forms would say are part of the historic nature of the site and the significant elements associated with the Coors Tech manufacturing facility. They're also, the applicant's also proposing to preserve the Ford Street building, which is known as Building 1. This is the brick facade that you all probably have seen. It's very prominent along Ford Street. It has the historic painted sign on it, and it is the oldest building on the site. District art is also another topic addressed by the overall development plan, official development plan, excuse me. And they are proposing to spend at least 2% or a minimum of $750,000 of hard construction costs on the first new building on a variety of district art, which could include things like displays, water features, murals, visual media throughout the project. And currently the city has no district art or public art requirement for projects, so this is another requirement that they are imposing upon their project that is above and beyond the city's current development standards. With sustainability, of course, the city code does address sustainability in a significant way, and there is more potentially in the future. And with that in mind, staff worked with the applicant to make sure that this project would not only follow the current set of sustainability standards, whether they're in the zoning code or the building code, but also would follow any future standards. So there is no sort of what's in place today. If it changes, the applicant would still have to follow what happens in the future. There also would be a submission of a district-wide sustainability master plan, and the reason for that would be to address district-wide goals for sustainability, such as on-site photovoltaics, energy production on site, and things of that nature. But in addition to the what's in the ODP, the applicant is also proposing to meet LEED neighborhood design, LEED ND, also looking at things like Fitwell certifications, which is sort of a healthy building certification, and a net zero energy certification. So that is above and beyond the current code requirements for sustainability. At the Planning Commission, there was a few items for sustainability that were still under review by the Community Sustainability Advisory Board, and they advised Planning Commission that there were a few small changes that they would like to see. And the applicant agreed to these changes, so they are within the Ordinance 2184. It authorized Planning Commission to approve alternative approaches to on-site photovoltaic requirements if requested instead of the Director of Community Development, and only allow for natural gas for uses in commercial cooking operations or as like energy generation backup, or commercial processes such as things like brewery operations and laboratories. And I'm going to hand it over to Rick for this next section.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to jump in and talk to you about parking and some traffic circulation issues that are outlined in the ODP. So, here's my clicker. I'll first go over the language that's in the current ODP as presented in your packet. And then we'll talk about the supplemental packet as the alternative approach for Council to consider as well. So the way it's worded in the ODP itself, the project can choose, like certain site plans can choose whether to use city standards for parking or to go to the TDM or TDM plus options. Those are the transportation demand management programs that would allow them to get a lower parking ratio. So they can choose either one, but once they actually do choose TDM, they have to then use TDM for all time. And that kicks in the monitoring and the compliance. So we have a lot of sustainability goals around reducing single occupancy vehicles, reducing congestion, reducing, the circling issue that we talked about with the permit parking. All of those things are good for the environment, and so staff is generally supportive of TDM as a tool to use in that regard. It's just the concern is that we have a backstop, that there's an approach just in case the TDM programs are not working as planned, is not working as proposed, so fallback mechanisms of some kind. So TDM strategies, they're numerous. They come in lots of different forms, but essentially overall it reduces the amount of cars that end up on site parking. It can be work from home programs, it can be carpooling, transit, scooters, all kinds of things. So there's no shortage of strategies out there that they can employ, and there's a lot to choose from. The TDM baseline and TDM plus that I mentioned previously, that is related to the reduction of single occupancy vehicles. There's a target rate of SOV reduction, and so for TDM baseline, that target rate is a 12% reduction of on-site parking. With TDM plus, a much more aggressive approach, that is a 45% reduction in on-site parking. So bigger, to be sure. And then so as far as parking ratios, what that means, for the TDM, the general TDM baseline, that would be 1.85 spaces per 1,000 gross square feet of building. And for the TDM plus, that's 1.3 spaces per 1,000 GSF. And as I mentioned previously, the owner can decide when they're going to start using the TDM or TDM plus as proposed. This is a look at what that looks like as far as a comparison between city code requirements and the TDM baseline and TDM plus to help you see the difference. It should be noted that this TDM program would also work in conjunction with a shared parking approach. So, making sure that those evening uses and daytime uses are balanced so that you can use those same parking spaces at different times of day and not need as many parking spaces on site. So that's part of that factor. TDM monitoring. So this is where it starts to get, we start to get into how this is monitored and complied with. So the way it is structured now, after 24 months of the first certificate of occupancy, the first building that is essentially built on site, the monitoring begins. And the monitoring report includes all of those things you see there, number of district employees, summary of TDM strategies that are used, the results of the employee survey on what they are willing to do in the district for TDM, the single occupancy vehicle rates achieved within this time frame, number of district spaces overall on the overall site, and recommendations to reduce that SOV rate with potentially more TDM programs. So this is where there is some disagreement in the way that is proposed in the ODP between the applicant and city staff and then by extension Planning Commission as well in their recommendation to you. And that is, what if it's not working? What do we do then? So there are 3 mitigation measures that are chosen here to, in case the TDM programs aren't working as planned, whether that's TDM baseline or TDM plus. And one is to implement additional TDM strategies, from that list or from additional lists. Pay the city a fee in lieu to support funding additional parking elsewhere in the city within a distance of the site. And then a requirement to add additional parking as needed, where that shortfall is. And so the way it's worded now, the applicant, the owner, would be able to choose which of those methods to use. City staff is recommending that the city have the right to choose which of those mitigation measures to use at any given juncture. So that's where that disagreement lies. We had talked along the way about parking utilization, which is, how many spaces are actually used on site associated with the uses and the development that occurs. So that's actually in the ODP, but it's not used as a metric to change things. It's just a track. It's monitored, but it's not used as the defining metric for change. Oh, something happened. Okay. All right. So what has changed in the way it is proposed in the supplemental packet, which we call the third way, the compromise approach. This was kind of hammered out until the last minute last week. But the idea is, instead of using the target SOV rate as the metric, we switched to using the parking utilization, what we're calling the district parking utilization rate, DPUR. And in that sense, the way it would work is if the owner chooses to use TDM, they would use the TDM plus parking ratio. That's the more aggressive one. That's the 1.3 per thousand GSF. They would have that ability to use that if they chose TDM under this proposal. 12 months after the first CO, the other approach was 24 months after CO. This is 12 months after CO, that's certificate of occupancy of a building. Monitoring kicks in, and then it's every 12 months after that. There's a new monitoring report that comes out. The requirement to meet the requirement, the monitoring report needs to show that it's 95% parking utilization or less. It can be no more than 95% parking utilization, and that's during the weekdays, afternoons, when the peak periods occur on a mostly office site. It'll be a mix of uses, but this is really an office-centric approach. If the second monitoring report, after the first report, if there is an overage of 95%, they have some time to make some adjustments. After the second consecutive monitoring report, that is when the director can require a mitigation measure. And so the way that is shown in this alternative version that's in your supplemental packet is they can either pay the director can choose that they pay a fee, $100,000 adjusted for inflation, for any traffic code enforcement, traffic parking programs, et cetera, parking enforcement, or they can, the director can require them to build the amount of deficient parking shown in the monitoring report in the next site plan that comes along. So make up for that shortfall in the next site plan. So in this way, it would sort of adjust as we go if there's a need to do that. And so that's the main piece of it. There's another component of this, and that is what is shown in the definitions as on-street parking utilization rate. So that is the amount of parking that is on city streets and not in garages or lots that are on site. So this is a clause that allows the applicant to collect this data and to determine whether or not the parking utilization rate, if it's above 95% on site after two of these rounds of coming into compliance with one of those two measures that I mentioned, the $100,000 or the additional parking requirement. If there's two of those that go by and they're having to meet those, they have the opportunity after two to do a survey of the neighborhoods, 8th and 9th Street neighborhoods, and the 10th Street corridor, and determine the parking utilization rate that may be flowing out to these areas outside the site. If that shows that it's 65% or less parking utilization on these city streets, they wouldn't have to do mitigation measures even if it's above 95%. So say they do a report, it's 97% utilization rate on site, but they check the neighborhoods and the neighborhoods are 65% or less parking utilization on these city streets, they wouldn't then have to do another round of payment or more parking provided on site as it's proposed now. So that is the sort of approach that they had requested to balance out the 95%. There's a theory in parking utilization that you want to come close to 100% because you want to use it most efficiently. Staff is wanting to make sure that there's still enough open spaces on site that it gives the impression that there's parking available and people don't choose to go elsewhere and then cause issues outside the site itself and into the community. So trying to achieve a balance there, but that's the way it's structured as presented in the supplemental report. I won't spend much time on this. We have on traffic, the traffic impact study itself. If you read the 500-page traffic study, you're well educated and more educated than most, but there's a lot in there, and we fortunately have our on-call traffic engineer, Mr. John Hausman, here to answer your highly specific questions about how that was conducted and what the city's take on that traffic study is. It was conducted by Kimberly Horn, who was hired by the applicant, but we wanted to make sure we had city staff or city representation on that interpretation of the traffic impact study. But it did include, in not only the site itself and the adjacent intersections, but it included 17 intersections. And the nice thing about this site is that it is very well positioned for traffic going in multiple, using a grid system to distribute traffic and congestion. So it's very helpful when you don't want intersections to fail. And so the study does show that even with all of that added to the site, it wouldn't cause this to go below service level of service D, which is below D is when we have to do something about it. It means it's not a good situation. So what is shown in the traffic study is that it wouldn't fall below level of service D. And again, Mr. Hausman can answer what that means more particularly and how that would work. And then this is the circulation diagram that was provided by the applicant in the ODP itself. A couple of the biggest changes are that 8th Street would be reopened through the site for a connection, as well as that segment of 19th Street on the east side of the site, which was vacated by the city long ago, and it now looks like a cul-de-sac. That would be reopened as well. So there would be more increased circulation on site, which is a nice piece of this. And then you can see the north-south spine. That's a pedestrian pass-through of the site, which it's very, as you know, it's steep, and this would be very pedestrian-oriented. A lot of the open space would be arranged around that pedestrian section as well. So that, I think, concludes what I am presenting, and we're back to Ms. Lauren Simmons. I don't want to take any of your stuff. There you go.
Right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. So, sort of a core component of the overall ODP is the land uses. And as I indicated earlier, the existing land uses being mostly M2 all those uses are being proposed to be eliminated by the applicant. So things like outdoor storage, distribution plants, and other things that you would envision in a industrial area are being eliminated by the applicant, but the proposed uses are the following: office, retail, residential, hotel, and general assembly, schools and museums. And then with a special use permit, they're only allowing industrial processing and warehousing and alternative energy facilities. So only with a special approval. As Mr. Murphy indicated, that the north-south spine through the site that is going to be pedestrian-oriented also has its open space and landscaping, a lot of the open space and landscaping associated with it. So along this spine, there are 6 distinctive landscape areas that will connect through the site and through the 5 city blocks. And the overall percentage of open space would be 40%. Now that 40% includes ground level open space, private open space, rooftop open space, and it can be a variety. It comes in a variety of ways. It also can include things like pedestrian amenities and outdoor play equipment. But just to be prescriptive, in the ODP there are block by block minimums of open space and a minimum requirement of ground level open space, and the ODP specifies a sort of a square footage of what that percentage is, so that when we do implement this, that those that we can sort of measure this as it's going along. So as you can see here on this slide, on this page of the ODP, there are parameters district-wide and prescriptive by block, and you can see illustrated here the green spine through the site. In addition to the open space requirements, there are a number of design standards and guidelines, and these were really inspired not only by just sort of putting together a mixed-use project in a redevelopment scenario, but also the city's zoning code rewrite, and in particular the Main Street B, which was sort of the envisioned zone district that something like this would be the closest to. In addition, just to make sure that the vision of the site is cohesive into the future, and that these design standards and guidelines, while they don't prescribe things like an architectural style, that's still addressed into the future. The applicant would, in the future, have to submit a narrative in compliance with all standards and guidelines for each site plan review, provided a district-wide lighting plan for approval by staff at the first site plan, and that would ensure things like lighting fixtures are cohesive through the site and well-designed, district-wide signage and wayfinding plan, and that's also one of those kind of elements that ties sites together. If you go to your favorite master plan community, you'll find that the signage all kind of looks the same or has similar color and fonts down to that level, but we aren't ready to do that today, so just into the future, that's something we want to look at. And then also looking at additional standards based on the historic preservation analysis and architectural analysis for things like colors, materials, massing, height variability, fenestrations, and things of that nature. And I won't read the slide, but just to show that when we looked at this, the design standards and guidelines, we looked particularly at the Main Street B, what's proposed currently in the Main Street B section. And there are a few differences, just to point out that the height limits are slightly higher as proposed by this ODP. There are very particular step backs proposed, in particular along Washington Avenue, and that kind of goes back to what was requested in the neighborhood plan 2017. Also, just some general requirements about parking lot locations. In the ODP, it's really specific to sort of this block context, whereas in Main Street B, it's more site specific because you generally aren't going to see a redevelopment of an entire block. That's very unusual. And also, one of the main differences architecturally is that the applicant is proposing sort of these 75-foot long intervals of architectural interest and changes, whereas the Main Street B form prioritizes 25 and 50-foot intervals, and that's consistent with our current downtown standards. And I know the applicant can address that further and talk about why they wanted to propose that. But the ODP itself will be subject to all the new zoning code requirements as proposed for landscaping standards, parking areas, obligations, screening, buffering. So all those things will still remain with the new zoning code, and that level of detail will be figured out at the site plan level. For the building heights, I mentioned briefly about the building height variation. The applicant is proposing a number of building heights that are prescriptive through the site based on not only existing buildings, but also the existing grades on the site. So the tallest buildings are proposed either where that 75-foot zone is indicated. There's a 20-foot grade drop on the back side of the site that abuts the highway, elevated highway. So the proposed 75-foot height would allow for a six-story building in that location potentially with, and I think the applicant, and I believe they'll probably indicate this, that they envision some kind of parking structure and building type in that location or something in that nature. And then the lower heights are along where the site is elevated, such as up at the other side of 7th Street at Washington, and along the streetscape facades on 10th Street, which is a more pedestrian future complete street corridor. Additionally, you can kind of see it on the plan. It's really small, but those at the scale, but you can see there's step backs required along the edges of the site. So the public facing areas of the site, there is variability in how those are step backed from the street. And another important thing about zoning is setbacks. So under the current zone districts, we have very minimal setbacks for mostly it's 0-foot setbacks. There are some setbacks for rear alley, and those in the PUD, they are proposing a 5-foot setback at ground level on Washington Avenue, 10th Street, Jackson Street, and Ford Street. And really what that does is currently the current buildings on, and you can envision this on Washington Avenue, really go right up to the property line. And so those sidewalk widths and parking lanes are essentially where the right-of-way is. And so that 5-foot setback will really allow some additional public space on Washington Avenue, which is really important, not only to promote people and other different modes of transportation getting to the site, but having that more open feel along the street, in particular Washington Avenue. And so the applicant is proposing an additional 5-foot setback along Washington Avenue and the open space requirement. Currently the downtown zone has no open space requirement at all. So there are some sort of prescriptive requirements for like an outdoor seating area, but they're very small scale. So the proposal for open space is above and beyond the current downtown requirements. In the new code, there is a proposal for a 15% open space requirement in Main Street B, so this would be a significant difference for that. So we're back to vesting. So the applicant is proposing a 20-year vesting period and proposing to vest several sections of the ODP. So the particular sections are listed here on the slide. They include workforce housing, sustainability, parking and loading, open space, and all the district design requirements, setbacks, heights, things of that nature. So before I get there, so with all the ODP requirements, the code has a PUD review criteria for rezoning, and so that presentation was really meant to talk about how these different sections may address various sections of these criteria. So there are sort of the requirements is to promote stability and zoning and appropriate development of the property within the city. And the zoning must demonstrate the following, which is that it promotes the health, safety, and welfare of the inhabitants of the city, and at least one of these other factors under section B, comprehensive plan compliance, whether there's a change in the area, and if there was an error in the zoning. So staff's analysis of this section of the code and these sections of the ODP, with some few things that we're still working through, overall that the PUD does comply with, promotes stability and zoning of this area, and also promotes goals of the comprehensive plan. And with the change of the area from sort of a manufacturing area to a mixed-use district, that there is a change in the character of the area, that this zoning may be appropriate for your consideration. So the second application is the alley vacation, and the alley, as you can see here on the diagram, kind of bisects the current parking lot, a visible parking lot on 10th Street. It's a 20-foot wide alley. It was platted in the 1850s or 60s, a long time ago. And so in analyzing the alley vacation, basically the analysis just has to conclude that this right-of-way is not necessary for any purpose. It has to conclude that there is no need for the right-of-way for utilities or access to other businesses or properties, and that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So staff's analysis of the alley vacation is that the alley vacation is appropriate due to it being owned on both sides by Coors Tech. It's in the middle of a parking lot, and it's not been utilized as an alley in a very, very long time, and so that it's not something that is necessary for access currently or utilities. Just one note on the alley vacation, just for your purposes, in your consideration of this project, staff would like you to consider the alley vacation prior to the zoning so that the alley vacation can be considered as part of the zoning deliberations and area, and update the legal description as necessary to make sure that alley is part of the zoning. So Planning Commission reviewed this a long time, and they held public hearings on February 2nd, continued it to February 23rd, and then again continued it to April 6th, and had hearings on the 6th, the 18th, and the 28th. And during the month of March, staff and the applicant held 5 joint meetings with the public to discuss the project, to go through some of the different elements of the project. We had staff members available from housing and traffic to discuss these with neighbors, and we had a great attendance at those meetings. So at the conclusion of that, Planning Commission did hold these public hearings and did pass 2 recommendations on to you as resolutions 2112 and 2118. They did recommend approval of the alley vacation and recommended approval of the zoning with a clause agreeing with staff's recommendation of a 10-year vesting period is appropriate for the project. However, as we discussed 2 weeks ago, that further consideration should be given to a longer vesting period if elements of the affordable housing section were sort of weighted in the favor of getting units either earlier or in earlier phases of the project. So that is also Commission recommended that Council change the ODP regarding the mitigation of the noncompliance of the traffic section and parking section. Again, Mr. Murby discussed briefly how that sort of evolved from that time in April. So I leave you with 4 things. First is to consider the vesting period requested by the applicant and consider the Planning Commission's recommendation for the vesting period as it pertains to affordable housing. Also consider the third way or compromise implementation of the transportation demand management system as proposed by applicant and staff. Review the vacation request, as I mentioned, to be considered as part of the overall zoning application and consider voting for that earlier in the order. And within the supplemental packet, there were some minor changes to ordinances 2184, which is the zoning ordinance, and 2186, which is the vesting ordinance. Those changes are highlighted in the supplemental packet, and they're really just changes to ensure the correct legal descriptions are incorporated. So that concludes staff presentation of this project, and I know the applicant does have a presentation as well.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions right now before we hear from the applicant? Anything you heard that you were uncertain about or wanted some clarification before we hear from the applicant? Yes.
Yes, thank you. And I so thank you for all of the hard work and Planning Commission's hard work and community engagement. Lots went into this, and I listened to all of it. But for some reason, I don't remember why. What's the 84-foot tiny square?
It is a, I don't know the exactly what it is, but it's part of the existing facility at Coors Tech, and I'm sure it's some kind of exhaust tower.
Yeah, it's a large cylinder that used to house, powder for ceramic in the country. It's somewhere in the middle of the site you can kind of see.
Which is currently there and not intended. Okay. Thank you. Small detail. I appreciate it.
Any other questions, or are we ready to hear? Oh, Councilor Cameron.
Yeah, let me see if I can find my reference notes. I'm wondering whether the Planning Commission talked at all about one of the other criteria on a street vacation, and I copied it into my notes. But basically, the gist of it is that it's an item under, it's numbered in the street vacation criteria. City Council can consider other benefits that might accrue by the vacation to the city. So this was something that was added to the code years ago, and I'm wondering, did Planning Commission discuss at all what additional benefits we could seek in turning over this alley?
I don't recall any specific discussions on sort of a weighted benefit or any kind of analysis
Okay.
in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren, as Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Trout said, thank you very much for all of this. Rick, you as well. I do, just generally speaking, I'm looking at the criteria for rezoning, one of which that could be impacted is that there's an improvement over existing zoning. You touched on the setback change from what's currently there to what's proposed. Can you also talk about the height that would be permitted under existing zoning and what it would be under? Because my eyes aren't that good. I can't see the slides from a distance.
Yeah, I will talk about this slide a little more. So currently under the, and we analyzed this a couple different ways, but in the middle of the zone, we were doing this project in the middle of the zoning code rewrite. So it was always kind of on our mind, how that all might shake out. But under the current C1 zone, which is this northern portion of the site, the current would be a 38-foot max, and so they're proposing a 50-foot max for that section. So it is an increase. And there is, I guess, some allowance in the current downtown standards that talks about if you can get a height bonus if you fulfill some other requirements, and we've used it twice, I think. In the M2 zone, which is the majority of the site, that's a 65-foot zone currently under the current code, and they're proposing a variety of heights, mostly 65 foot, but some 75 foot where indicated it's either in the back down side of the site, back and low, and then a 60-foot zone over in the block, which is currently C2, and that maximum height is 55 feet, but they are indicating that there is a 50-foot zone closer to the street and along the streetscape of 4th and 10th, in addition to the step backs. And I didn't put it on a slide, but there are, in the ODP, there are a number of diagrams that kind of show how the step backs would work in each context. So you can see where it's not, 65 foot straight up, it's 65 foot, once it gets up to the final step back.
Since you mentioned the step backs, there's a difference under the proposed ODP between the step back for residential uses and the step back for commercial uses. Can you explain, if we're looking at it from the neighborhood perspective, from outsiders' perspective, why does it matter what the use is if we're looking at wanting the step back and minimizing the visual impact to the outsiders?
So I think one of the major reasons why the residential buildings had some difference of step backs were really to address that in some, and the architects in the room will explain this a little better, but it has to do in some ways about floor plate and how much you want to have a step back so you don't have a part of a unit, and there's sort of some math there and how that all works. But also those residential uses might be in if they're closer to like a busier street, they might be a further step back, or along a certain context, you might want those residential uses in a different location depending on where they are. So I think it was also envisioned that fully residential buildings might be treated differently than a mixed-use building. And so that was also part of that consideration when we were looking and reviewing this.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. This might be for Mr. Murby, but I'm curious, when we talked about TDM and the third way, and you mentioned moving from single occupancy vehicle rates to parking spot rates. I know you said it, but if you could just re-explain why we chose to change the metric. And because this is like a great tool used across the country, but new for Golden, just curious about moving from SOV to parking spots and if that makes sense.
Sure, happy to. I think staff is more comfortable with parking utilization just because it is the true measure of how many parking spaces are used versus open, whereas the single occupancy vehicle the target SOV rate is more about the success with these TDM programs, which is an indirect measurement of how much parking is being utilized. So I think there was just greater comfort level from staff and I completely understand that is where that is the SOV target rate is used more universally in that. But there's also we as we've been told by the applicant many times, we have a much more comprehensive monitoring and mitigation regime than these other places as well. So some cities, not a lot of cities, but some cities, even some in the metro area, actually have requirements to do TDM. You have to do them. Yeah. And so there's not really the same sort of compliance metrics associated with that what we're putting into place here. So we wanted, if we're really judging compliance and the goal of making sure that there are some parking spaces available, we thought it would be better to switch it to that metric over the more indirect approach.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Can I ask a follow-up to that, Rick? I'm concerned that the 95 number is too high for people to perceive that there are open spaces. If you can imagine a line that's 20 cars long, one empty space may not be obvious, whereas a number more like 2 or 3 open spaces, I think, is more of an industry understanding of what it takes for people to stop circulating. Where did the 95 number come from, and is it backed up at all?
It is, to some degree, it is made up as a way to approach this site. Since this isn't on-street parking in a city, the way it's a district approach instead of block by block with different business owners and different property owners, this can be managed in a more comprehensive way. So we thought that allowing the 95%, which is above, say 10% or something that might be more of a standard on a city block system, might be more fair to that district approach where they can have a more active role in messaging available parking, such as through apps and signage and so forth in the garages and in the lots, and allow them that greater use of parking on site. And it also a factor of the size and scale of the site, right? 5% could be hundreds of spaces, in a site that size. So the thought was that we could compromise on that a bit.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we are ready to hear from the applicant. Please come on up.
I'll kick us off real quick. Michael Coors, I'm CEO of Coors Tech, and on behalf of Peter Coors and Darden Coors, we're kind of family sponsoring this project. It's kind of a once in every several generation kind of project, and it's going to take time, and so I appreciate you also taking the time to read through all the materials. I appreciate staff. It's been a lot of hard work on their side, and also the public has been very engaged, and so everybody really put their best foot forward. And approached kind of a pretty large change for Golden with, I think, an open mind, and also came with great ideas that made for, I think, a better project altogether. So, so thank you. About 5 years ago, we began moving production. We began moving production off of the site down valley to the Coors. Some of you have come and visit, but to our CCAM site, Coors Tech Center for Advanced Materials. We moved our powder production down there. We moved our R&D center there as well, and then we moved a lot of the manufacturing to the other manufacturing sites in Golden and a little bit into Grand Junction as well. And 2 weeks ago, we shipped our last piece of product for 110 years of continuous production. So it was quite a momentous moment in the history of our company, and it was, bittersweet. A lot of people started working on this site who have come up through the company, worked for their entire lives, but a lot of people got their start at this site, and so it means a lot to our company. I know the location means a lot to the city and the residents in the community as well. So we're pretty proud of what we've come up with and what we're showing you. One of the key parts of it that you need to understand is this is going to be the future home of Coors Tech, so we're going to be moving our headquarters from the Denver West Office Park in Lakewood downtown to Golden again, which we're returning to the heart, which makes us pretty happy and proud. Our employees are pretty excited about it. The company has had a great history of innovation, and so not many 100-year-old companies are in their same kind of configuration as they were 100 years ago, and part of that is because Coors Tech continues to evolve in the types of materials that it innovates with the customers it works with, and so we're pretty excited about what this move will be for our company. It will be a very attractive place for us to be able to bring really talented people to come work on and solve some of the hardest problems that the world has and is facing in the next 100 years. So I think that's my intro. I think Dan handed off to you. Thanks for your time, and look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. Really pleased to be here. I'm Dan Cohen, and I'm the president of AC Development, which is the entity set up by the Coors family specifically to design, build, and operate this redevelopment. I want to reiterate Michael's appreciation to you all, to the planning commissioners, for the incredible amount of work that staff has done on their own and in collaboration with us over 18 months or so. It's really been a lot, so it's meaningful to us to be here today, and to every member of the public who's contributed thus far and is here today as well. So, to frame the conversation, I'm trained as an urban planner. I have a master's degree in urban planning, and I've served as a planning commissioner, and I used to chair a city's urban renewal authority. And I've been doing this kind of placemaking work for 30 years. And from my experience, when you see an applicant request a rezoning, it's for two reasons. One of two reasons, usually both: to get permission to do uses that they can't currently do, and to get the ability to build more stuff than they currently can. Oddly, our request is exactly the opposite on both counts. Relative to the current zoning, the PUD would restrict the types of uses that we'd be allowed to do, and we would actually decrease how much we could build on the site relative to today. So the reasonable question is, why would we want to do this? And you're going to hear, we'll try to go quickly, but you're going to hear a lot more from us, because we think it will result in a much better project for both Coors Tech and the community. Win-wins are possible, and we believe that's what this PUD represents. And so the focus really is on better, and that better is reflected in a long list of key commitments that will deliver significant community benefit. So our goal tonight is to demonstrate how, with this redevelopment under the requested PUD, we'll employ the absolute best practices to set a new standard for development in Golden and beyond. What we're discussing is whether the community wants the certainty of applying these best practices through the PUD as compared to redevelopment under the existing requirements. And as you can see here, and I won't tick them all off, some of the key benefits of the PUD and the related vesting request: a lot more open space, deeper sustainability, affordable housing, new public access streets through the site, et cetera. So you already know the site covers about a 5 city block area. It's about 12.4 acres. You may also be familiar enough with it to know that it's almost entirely been fenced and closed to the public for most of the 110 years of operations because of the nature of what's been going on there. As Michael said, it's been owned and operated for over 110 years. You may not know there are actually 22 buildings on the site occupying almost 500,000 square feet.
This is not a greenfield development. This is an urban infill redevelopment on a site that's had people working, activities, cars coming, trucks coming for 100+ years. Coors Tech allows the public to use about 160 parking spaces down at 10th and Ford there, and those spaces have been made available for free to anyone visiting downtown or visiting downtown businesses, and often people park there for the Golden Mill in particular. The site has almost no greenery and no public open space. After making the decision to move the Coors Tech headquarters to this property and redevelop it themselves, the Coors family established this short list of really important key principles to guide decision-making for every aspect of the planned mixed-use redevelopment. I could bore you for an hour talking about the meaning behind these and the importance of them, and I won't do that to you tonight, but I can't overstate how meaningful these are and how we use them. So they act as a filter for our overall vision and for decision-making on every aspect of the project. You've already heard some references to the community outreach. Suffice it to say that after some preliminary due diligence and review of city policy and some internal visioning, we made a really concerted effort to go out and solicit input and feedback from the community. And you can see where we've tipped about over 90 total meetings thus far. And so the PUD that we're talking about tonight is really a product of that effort and that input, and we're incredibly grateful for it. That's included, as you heard, 4 Planning Commission hearings, 5 additional meetings. And in fact, here's a bit more detail, which I won't read and you don't need to read, but it's meant to indicate a wide variety of types of groups and individuals we've met with and over what time frame we've done that. So let's talk about our vision for the site. Underlying all the discussions about zoning, city process, and PUD requirements is our excitement for a completely new vision for this property that we've put extraordinary time and effort to create. Simply put, the vision is for a transformation from a closed-off superblock manufacturing facility into a beautifully designed, vibrant, mixed-use district with offices, residential, restaurants, and maybe a hotel that should extend and enhance downtown and become an integral part of the community. The new district will be connected, beautiful, accessible, sustainable, and will really re-knit this area back into the urban fabric of the neighborhood and the broader city. So I'm going to hand off now to John McIntyre. He's a senior architect and principal with Tribal Architects in Denver. They are our master plan designers, and he's going to share more about the vision, how it could be achieved.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. It's great to be here and having this conversation with you. It's a very exciting project for us, and it's been a long road to get here, so we're very thankful to have this opportunity. To achieve the goals that Dan has outlined, our plan includes a significant amount of open space, a comprehensive collection of design and operational commitments that should make this the most sustainable mixed-use project in the state. It has a new public access through the site for people, bikes, and cars, a significant amount of new shared parking for use by tenants and the public, multiple preserved and adaptively reused buildings, and many other elements. To test the master plan framework, we've carried out a series of planning studies to ensure that the plan is sufficiently flexible and robust. This illustration represents one of those scenarios and illustrates the enhanced street network connecting Washington on the left with Ford on the right through both 9th and 8th Streets. The sketch plan also illustrates the balance of open space and buildings proposed on the site. Importantly, you can see that outside of on-street parking, there is no visible surface parking lot. This is because all shared parking has been integrated underground or within the proposed buildings. This mitigates heat island effect and allows us to dedicate additional area to open space and landscape. To insist in understanding the qualitative impacts of the PUD framework, which are sometimes hard to see, and illustrate our proposed vision, we have also prepared a number of illustrative perspectives that begin to explore how the standards and guidelines will inform buildings on the site. We're only at a master plan level, so these images in no way reflect final architectural design, but they do give a sense of how the scale, the grain, and the character of the site might evolve in response to the content of the PUD. This first illustration is from the west side of Washington Avenue, looking east to the site. In this no doubt familiar view, you can see two of the existing shed form buildings on the site and the current condition of the sidewalk and the public realm. In the sketch illustration that you see emerging through, you can see a variety of facade conditions and building forms with differing upper story setback conditions over a predominantly 3-story street edge. Sidewalk edges are activated by retail and landscape within the enhanced amenity zone against the street, and a new lane connects from Washington Avenue into the site, providing public access into the open space network of the district. Lower and upper stories are clearly differentiated, and materials lighten up as the building rises to enhance the setback condition and reduce the impact of upper floors. Again, just to reiterate, the buildings shown here are illustrative renderings and not designed or finalised, but are merely meant to illustrate the potential character and scale of the buildings and the enhanced public realm along Washington Street versus what exists today. The second view is looking north from the corner of 9th and Washington towards the site. And in this sketch, you can see a variety of building forms lining Washington Ave and stepping up the hill to the north. Here you can see the impact of the standards and guidelines in shaping those upper level setbacks and ensuring articulation and variation in the street edge condition. You can also see how these setbacks contribute positively to the street level experience and to appropriate transitions in height into the adjacent neighbourhoods. Again, there is variety in building forms, active and transparent ground floor facades against the street edges, and an enhanced sidewalk condition with street trees and planting. Materials are predominantly masonry with smaller areas of glass facades. There was a comment about the setbacks and different uses of buildings. What's illustrated here predominantly is office uses. The main reason for those adjustments in setbacks is the floor-to-floor heights of residential versus office uses. Residential uses tend to have smaller floor-to-floor heights, and therefore the number of stories before we hit a setback might be different based on the height of the building. So that drives a lot of the different approaches to residential versus other uses in terms of the setback requirements. So why a rezone? What the PUD really enables us to do is to develop a district-wide approach for the project and provide more specific control over development outcomes on the site. It's important, however, to know that this PUD, as has been noted by staff, has been built on the foundation of Golden's existing and very recently updated zoning code. It's really providing an opportunity for us to catch up and support the aspirations Golden has for best practices and improvements in the code around a whole variety of measures, such as sustainability, building form standards, and transportation. The standards and guidelines outlined in the PUD document are intended to enshrine this commitment to the city and to the public. It's very important for us that you know that, as Dan noted, this is not about doing more on the site. It's actually about building less, but doing it better. What the rezone allows us to do is to approach critical aspects of the site master planning, such as design quality, open space, parking, sustainability, art, and historic preservation on a district-wide basis. More typical zoning is set up to consider singular sites one at a time. Approaching the district holistically rather than as separate and individual pieces allows us to deliver better and more integrated results. Critically, the rezone also allows us to provide more specific responses to the site context, its topography, connections into the adjacent neighbourhoods, the adjacent highway and road network, and the existing historic structures on the site. We've been doing a significant amount of outreach, as Dan has noted, and public consultation around this project, and in response to that discussion, we have developed a summary for quick reference around the benefits of this district approach over current zoning. We want to try and make the benefits of this PUD over the existing zoning very clear, as we firmly believe that it will result in a development framework with much greater control over results, reduced available development density, dramatically enhanced public open space, reduced traffic impacts, and better and more context-specific urban design. The advantages of the PUD over current zoning is something that has been consistently recognized by the public throughout our consultation process. When you look at this chart in total, we want you to understand that what Coors Tech is aiming to do is to set a new benchmark for sustainable mixed-use development within Colorado, and one that can serve as a model for future development here in Golden. The quantity, quality, and character of open space provided across the district is a fundamental driver for both the placemaking and the environmental performance of this place, and it directly reflects the importance of the guiding principles that Dan went through. We're proud to commit to providing on-site open space equivalent to 40% of the site area, and to augmenting current zoning requirements to ensure a large proportion of this space is both at ground level and publicly accessible. This 40% amount significantly exceeds the City of Golden requirements, which, following the recent code updates, are shifting from absolutely no requirement for open space on the site to a 15% requirement. Additionally, our plan commits that 50% of the provided open space will be provided at ground level, and then at least 25% of the open space provided will be fully publicly accessible. Maybe to give a bit of a sense of scale for this, that's about 2 acres of land as ground level open space. That's just slightly more than Parfitt Park to the south, and just over 1 acre of space as publicly accessible open space, and that's slightly more than the size of Vanover Park to the east. This really allows the opportunity to provide those open public spaces that have been requested by the community, places for people to come together and meet or celebrate, places for kids to play, for tenants to go in and get into nature, and for Golden residents to explore and enjoy. Regarding historic preservation, we're committed to adaptive reuse and the preservation of multiple historic buildings on the site, and specifically to the retention of the historic Building 1 on Ford Street. The unique character of the existing brick, timber, concrete, and steel buildings will provide the DNA for future plans and reflect clearly the legacy of Coors Tech's history on the site. We have committed to a comprehensive historic and technical assessment of the fabric of the site in order to inform these plans. We have also received a really compelling and interesting range of ideas for the preservation and reuse of these buildings from the public. And this thinking will inform our strategy to ensure that these buildings are repaired and enhanced to really guarantee their vibrancy and relevance for another 100 years into the future. I'm going to give it back to Dan to go through the last couple of slides. Thank you.
I'm back, Dan Cohen. So let's talk about sustainability a bit. I know this is of real great importance to probably everyone here. We're dedicated to creating a healthy place for the Coors Tech employees and the community, and doing so in a way that sets a new standard for how private sector development can advance the transition to a zero carbon economy. Our intention is to demonstrate that large, complex, privately funded development can be exceptionally successful by embracing exceptional sustainability. And we're so glad that the Community Sustainability Advisory Board endorsed our sustainability strategy and many of the commitments. Just to read a brief quote from the letter that they provided, we believe this project has the potential to serve as a model for future sustainable development in Golden. So to reiterate some of what you heard from staff, we're not seeking vesting around the sustainability components. We would be required to follow all sustainability requirements as they are today and how they evolve in the future. There's one minor little exception, which is the delivery, the timing on the delivery of on-site photovoltaics. But the requirements for it, how much of it, is whatever the code says we have to do. In addition, we've made a number of commitments that go currently beyond code. Future code may embrace or even exceed those same requirements, or they may not. So the way we're going to achieve this exceptional level is by committing to meet those requirements and a number of other things, some of which you can see here. LEED Neighborhood Development is a LEED program that's about a site, about land development rather than specific buildings. Will be required to get certification for that. All of our buildings will have to be minimum LEED Gold certified. We'll have to do a green infrastructure plan. Given that the site has historically been a huge user of natural gas to fuel kilns that produce incredible ceramic products, it's pretty transformational that we're going to commit to all new buildings being all electric. We'll have to get certified, either Fitwell or Well Building, if you're familiar with those. It's a health and wellness layer that we think is really important. We have committed to making substantial reductions in construction waste. We shouldn't overlook mobility, which we'll talk about a little bit more. Buildings and the way people get around are pretty much the two biggest contributors to climate change, so promoting the mobility by a variety of modes, and including incentivizing people to get around in ways other than the car whenever possible. Building super energy efficient buildings, using cutting-edge green infrastructure to reduce water and other resources, using enough on-site and off-site renewable energy to achieve net zero carbon, and multiple third-party premier certifications for a project of this scale. So let's talk about mobility. I mentioned it. It's a central component of moving to a zero-carbon world. It's often, frankly, overlooked in a lot of communities when they have a conversation about sustainability. It's essential in advancing the ability for people to move around in ways other than alone in a car. When we talk about mobility, we're talking about how do you get people to where they want to go rather than how do you get cars to and from places. So if we've understood from our outreach that there's concern about growth in the region and locally, as well as safety on the streets, for these reasons, we're investing our resources to create a district-wide approach that includes a comprehensive strategy designed to incentivize people to move around when possible in ways other than driving. So that's walking, biking, ride-sharing, carpooling, or perhaps just working from home that day, or doing a different way of getting your need met than getting in your car. This approach is called TDM, or Transportation Demand Management. More specifically, our PUD includes financial commitments to actually construct pedestrian and bike safety improvements on the streets around our project. So we've committed up to $500,000 in matching funds to whatever the city decides to design and build. We'll contribute $500,000 on the streets adjacent. And all aspects of our multi-mobility approach are rooted in Golden's adopted Transportation Master Plan. In fact, our planning firm that helped us formulate our plan is Kimley Horn, and that's the same firm that you as a city hired to prepare your Transportation Master Plan. Very much related is shared parking. What shared parking refers to is the well-established best practice that recognizes the synergy between a variety of uses. So in a place like downtown Golden, where there are already a lot of uses, it's already inherently a mixed-use environment, and certainly our project will further that, that one parking space can be used by multiple people over the course of a day. So when we asked our planners and engineers to help us figure out how to get the most out of each parking space, they came back with a recommendation of maximizing shared parking, which has been proven nationally and is in fact required in many cities. So for example, on a weekday, spaces will largely be used by office workers, and in the evening and on weekends, these spaces will be available for locals and visitors coming to downtown. The addition of this significant amount of shared parking we will build will be a great service to downtown businesses and the long-term health of downtown, and we've heard that from a number of community leaders, and you may have seen one community leader express that in an op-ed recently, the CEO of OnTap Credit Union. The goal is to optimize the parking resources we build and accommodate all parking demand in the parking that we provide while not inducing extra demand. And to do this in balance with providing great public spaces and preserving a number of historic buildings. An essential component of how we make sure we achieve that first guiding principle, I'll remind you, it was about Golden community and lifestyle. How do we make this a great place, a place that's uniquely Golden, is through the inclusion of art. And that's why we've made a commitment to fund the greater of $750,000, or 2% of the cost of the first building, to fund art throughout the project, focusing on selecting a diverse range of primarily Golden area artists. workforce housing. From day one, we've included as part of our vision and plan an affordable housing commitment. It's part of our effort to support the long-term health of the community, support the attraction of a high-quality workforce, and contribute to making Golden more inclusive, and to demonstrate a new model for how community-oriented development can be achieved. This shouldn't be surprising. Coors Tech has been a major employer in the community for a long time and has seen firsthand the struggles that some of their employees have had in terms of finding proximate and affordable housing. So what are we committing to? Specifically, our commitments include a minimum of 25 affordable units, but could be more based on 10% of the total residential units that we build. Delivery of the units would be concurrent in pace with the development. All units will be permanently deed restricted. This is one of the things the city's code defines affordable units as deed restricted for 20 years. We had originally committed to 30 years. We had a lot of community meetings, passionate conversations with people, and in response to community feedback, we changed our commitment to be permanently deed restricted. The built or purchase units would be 80 to 120% AMI, which is workforce housing or middle income as defined in the city's code. And units provided via cash in lieu can serve any AMI level the city would like to spend those dollars on. So I know you're well aware the city has currently no requirements related to private development's inclusion of affordable housing, and that despite good intentions of many, there are just over 200 and some odd currently income restricted units citywide, and that non-deed restricted but sort of functionally affordable housing in the community, mostly in the form of mobile home parks, is unfortunately disappearing fast. So you may not know how rare it is for a development to voluntarily include affordable housing and to do so on an income segment that's typically going unserved, and we're pleased to try to help be part of the solution. With respect to access and inclusivity, ensuring that we transform the property from a private, secure, fenced area to one that's welcoming and open to all, and that serves people from all backgrounds and walks of life in an equitable way is foundationally important to our vision. Whether you have an office here or you work in one of the restaurants or simply want to bring a sack lunch and enjoy the beautiful public spaces and watch kids play in a fountain, the site will be open to all. Some of the ways we will achieve broader goals of access and inclusivity are through funding and employing artists from a variety of backgrounds and economic, ethnic, and racial backgrounds to tell stories from their unique perspectives, engaging as diverse a team as possible for the design, construction, and operation of the project and the buildings. Of course, the delivery of affordable housing, supporting public safety on the streets and promoting ways of moving around that don't require a car. I mean public safety relative to mobility and pedestrian activity, and providing a wide range of new local jobs. So what may not be obvious to you after you've read all of this information is, well, how does this kind of project actually get built? The short answer is it gets built in phases over time. So to make sure we have a clear understanding, let me explain that for a moment. The incremental construction and development over time is going to be in response to market demand. So without any unusual market disruptions, like the major recession we had 12 years ago or so, and the pandemic we're all living through, we've projected that time frame to be at least 15 to 20 years. This is because, as you probably know, a typical building takes about 3 years. That's from deciding that you want to build a building, hiring a good architect and engineering team, designing that building, constructing it, and occupying it. So we certainly expect to overlap and dovetail the development of buildings. It's not going to be one building completely designed and finished, then the next building. But even so, when you add in the significant demolition, the infrastructure that we're going to build 12 plus buildings over time, it's going to take a long time to build this up. And as the graphic shows, at least in pretty colors over time, it shows 20 years. Even at the end of 20 years, we still won't have likely built the entire project. So let's talk about vesting, which is very much related to what I was just discussing. The explanation of the project's phasing and timeline is critical to this issue. First, a bit about vesting. Maybe you all have a great understanding, so forgive me if I'm redundant about it, but vesting is the legal right to undertake and complete development and use property under the terms and conditions of approval for a defined period of time. It's a really commonly used tool in Colorado for large, more complex projects with clear community benefits. To be clear, it doesn't apply only for a rezoning. It applies when new policy is created that may conflict with the PUD. And the use and sort of commonality of vesting was expressed from a recently retired very senior official from the city of Denver. Her name is Diane Barrett, and she wrote in that letter, which hopefully you got and were able to read, the vesting of land use approvals is extremely important to developers and municipalities alike. It's a singular issue in that it really calls upon all parties to understand and appreciate the balance of risks that is the development process in Colorado today. And it really is about certainty and risk, and I'll talk a bit more about that. So one of the things I thought was helpful in your first reading 2 weeks ago is a question. I think it may have been you, Madam Mayor. You said, I've been on council for a long time. Why don't we see this sort of question come before us? And there's a good answer to that. You talked about how rare it is. Well, this is a comparison of what you typically see and what we're proposing. So what you typically see is a request for one or a couple related buildings. And those buildings are typically already designed and near ready for construction. There's usually little to no new infrastructure. They're usually on infill sites. You design the building, you build it, minimal infrastructure required. And that 3 years of typical vesting is more than sufficient to be underway, to pull the building permit and be underway. In terms of how the city's residential growth cap affects it, sometimes it does. Usually the project scale mitigates the concern for the 80 or so unit limit that you can get under the existing growth cap. Maybe you have to wait one more year, but because of the scale of the project, it's usually not much of an issue. And in terms of what the applicant or developer for such a project is committing to in terms of community benefit, it's usually little to none. They're doing it under existing zoning. So what's unique, what's different about the Coors Tech site? Well, you already know it's about 5 city blocks, so it's very large. It's over 12 acres. We're going to have 12 to 15 new buildings and renovate and restore a number of existing buildings. We're at the master plan level only, so we haven't designed any buildings yet whatsoever. Before we even get underway on our first building, we have to do streets, sidewalks, utilities, parking, a number of open spaces, plazas, et cetera, a lot of infrastructure before we even get or as part of our first building. And so the timing is going to take, as I mentioned earlier, 15 to 20 years. The impact of the residential growth cap could be very substantial because the scale of development, we'll probably need at least a couple cycles, assuming nobody else is competing for that same allocation, to do one building. And any workforce housing that we construct will only reduce the ability of our market rate projects to get an allocation. And then, of course, the primary point of what we're talking about tonight is significant community benefit is what we're putting forward as part of the rezone. So I hope that's helpful. So the obvious next question is, how does vesting benefit the community? Well, it provides clear, predictable, and enforceable standards for the community and Coors Tech. And that certainty allows us to make and ensure delivery of really meaningful commitments. Those commitments are already in your hand. They are represented in the ODP. They're been formulated and crafted through nearly 2 years of work on our end, over 1.5 years of work in collaboration with the city and all the community input and feedback from Planning Commission. So we baked into this an understanding of the community benefits we deliver and an expectation that we'd get extended vesting. And there are a number of things that we've already talked about, which I won't repeat as the community benefits. The city staff report for Planning Commission itself recognized that a project like this could take 15 or more years to build out, going back to the point I was making about how long it takes. So what are we asking for specifically to be vested? These 8 things on the left. There are a lot more things, and I haven't even listed them all on the right, that we're not seeking vesting for, many of which are in the ODP, but we're not seeking vesting. The most significant is sustainability. And there are many other things that the ODP just makes reference to. Whatever the code is, that's what we have to do. What we're trying to get vesting for, and this goes back to the issue of certainty, are the building blocks. So we're making this large commitment of community benefits, and then we need certainty that we'll actually be able to build all the components of the project that make that feasible. That's the sort of underlying principle of why someone in our position requests more than 3 years of vesting. And it's very much, as I said, related to the period of time. So city staff's own report mentioned the recommendation of a 10-year vesting period, but specifically focused on at least for sustainability and workforce housing. So sustainability is not in there anymore, and we're certainly understanding of the concern about a new policy perhaps being adopted on affordable housing, and we're totally open to having that conversation. Speaking of conversations, we had very robust ones with the Planning Commission, and at the last meeting, on the recommendation of Planning Commissioner Ty Scrable, the Planning Commission recommended to you all that you grant 20-year vesting in return for us committing to funding affordable housing at an accelerated pace with dollars that would be totally controlled by the city, that would allow the city to ensure delivery of affordable housing faster than otherwise prescribed here. So we're open to that trade-off, and we've had substantial conversations with your city affordable housing policy coordinator, Janet McCubbin, exactly on that. So I'm going to close with saying that hopefully what's evident to everyone is that the vision and hard and fast commitments in this PUD reflect the Coors family's long-term concern for Golden and a continued intention to demonstrate innovation and leadership. I know it can't be codified in an ODP because ODPs run with land, but you can certainly ask Michael Coors to confirm his intentions, his family's intentions. They've owned the land for 110 years. The plan is to own the land for the next 110 years, to design, develop, build, operate, and own all of the buildings indefinitely. So we're trying to set a new standard, and if that wasn't the case, honestly, we would have skipped the rezoning process altogether, including the 94, now 95 meetings, and we could have just sold the land or started redevelopment quite some time ago under existing zoning. We don't think that's the best approach, and that's why we're more than willing to do the work and the collaboration and come before you tonight. I believe we all share the same goals for this project, and that's to create an exceptional place that enhances downtown in the city, advances the community's clearly expressed goals regarding really important things like a greener local environment, a healthier planet, a place more accessible and open to a broader array of people, and a place with beautiful buildings and open spaces. We're confident that this PUD advances all of these goals, and we hope we've done a good job of helping you see that as well. Thanks. We're certainly here for discussion and answering your questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll start with questions from council. Any clarification needed? Any additional questions? Councilor Reed.
So before we get started, I have one housekeeping question. We received a legal memorandum from our council, and of course I'm not going to share the contents of it, but one of the things I want to confirm is that in the event we want to condition ODT approval, it would be with the consent of the owners. The project team identifies a whole bunch of owners. If we were to ask for changes that require your consent, do you have authority to grant that consent this evening?
Yeah.
For all of the entities?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
I was hoping that you could talk a little bit about the third way. Give us your thoughts about the third way proposal for TDM, if you don't mind.
Sure. I'll say, in brief, we stand by what we think is a very innovative TDM vehicle reduction plan that's related to best practices nationally. In a lot of ways was modeled off of Denver's recently adopted TDM plan and has backstops that no other community has, including more parking, which no other community chooses to do. We also stand by the third way. We've worked closely with staff. We understand the staff's concern is more specifically about parking and parking utilization and how it might, it's not just that parking will be well used, but what happens if it's not available, is there spillover effect? So we're comfortable with either approach. I'll just stop there unless you have more specific questions.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Councilor Fisher.
Thanks, Mayor. A specific follow-up on that. Part of staff's concerns seem to be related to who gets to decide. Can you help me understand why it was important, and up until a week ago, it seemed that you as the applicant were suggesting that only the applicant could make that decision if the TDM project wasn't going as anticipated?
Yes, good question. I'll start with a little analogy. If you told me I owed you $100, and I said, and there were two ways of paying you, cash or via wire transfer, you probably wouldn't care which of those two choices. You're still getting your $100. So I think that it's really in the details that we have to dig into about the choices. So first of all, in no other community are the choice is there mitigation. The concept of TDM is more TDM. Make TDM work. Get people out of their cars. Do everything you can to get people out of their cars, and if it's not working, redouble your efforts. No other community has, well, when you need to do more, let the city decide. It's almost like saying, well, a business did not hit its quarterly earnings, so let's ask local government to tell them how to fix their business processes to hit that target. The developer, the owner, the operator is in the best position to do that. So it's it was a huge commitment on our part, frankly, a concession to say, fine, there's mitigation related to parking and paying a fee. Let's be clear, if you're not hitting your trip reduction, building more parking will help you further not meet your trip reduction. It doesn't help you in any way achieve that target. It doesn't advance your own transportation master plan, and it doesn't advance more sustainability. But we did concede, yes, those could be options. And let's talk about, back to my analogy, well, what are the three choices? Well, the first choice is more TDM, but the planning director gets to pick it. Whatever the planning director picks, that's it. No other city does that. The second choice is it's an in lieu fee. Who decides what the in lieu fee is? The city decides what the in lieu fee is. The third choice is more parking on site. Well, that's already spelled out mathematically in the ODP. So the choices are really clear, and two of them don't meet the goals, I think, of the community or of our project, can be really onerous and don't advance the goal of reducing SOV. So the idea that we could be asked or imposed upon to pay a fee over and over again to build parking, it's not even necessarily going to serve our site, nonetheless advance our goals, and that we have no control over it, is unprecedented in a lot of ways and just not tolerable. So we kept giving. We gave in to fine, we'll have those mitigation measures. We have offered at times other approaches, and staff decided the preferred approach for them was a parking-based approach, and so we worked with them and got comfortable with that. I hope that answers your question.
I think it definitely does, and maybe just to follow on to that specific one is, can you confirm that you haven't decided which model you're going to use yet? Again, maybe I was a little confused about that, just paying for, or just putting in the total number of parking requested versus TDM. And help me understand why this was so important to veer away from the traditional just paying or just putting in the number of parking spaces that would be required by the project.
Well, staff showed you a graphic of how many parking spaces would be required under current code. If the vision for the community and the goals for the community is cars first, that's the right approach. If the goals for the community are more open space, historic preservation, high sustainability, getting cars off the road, reducing pollution, promoting alternative forms of mobility, reducing the parking with a rigorous TDM program is the proven way of doing that. Not by us, nationally, internationally. We've got a lot of experts on our team and cite all kinds of references. None of those existing TDM plans, almost none of them have monitoring at all, reporting. So we committed to doing that. None of them have the city deciding which TDM measures after initially doing it, and absolutely none of them have parking or mitigation with fees. Or more parking. Most cities require developers to do TDM and/or like in Denver, incentivize them to do it. We'll give you a density bonus. Parking reductions will reduce your fees. So we think what we're doing is best practices. Your very deeply experienced transportation planner, Chrissy Fanganello, who sits on the Planning Commission. She said, and I'll try to quote her, but essentially she said, I give this plan a gold star. It represents best practices. So we stand by that, but we understand staff's concerns as well. And since we couldn't, over quite some time, come to a resolution, and we tried alternative approaches, and this was their preferred approach, was about parking, then we worked together to come out with a mutually agreeable approach on parking. I won't speak for Mr. Murby, but I think the intention tonight was you're being presented with the two options, and we're saying we're comfortable with either one. Sir? Okay. Yeah, I really shouldn't speak for him, so he can speak.
Okay. Sorry, and could you clarify whether you've made a decision on which approach you're going to use, or maybe I misunderstood?
We're not making a decision. Do you want to speak to this?
So the approach that's used in the ODP as currently written is something that staff has concerns with. That's the approach where the applicant, the owner, gets to choose. They can either choose TDM, time after time, or some other method, but I suspect it would be TDM. And just to explain, I mean, staff is very supportive of TDM. We don't want to have to use any other mitigation measures. We want this to succeed. We want to give it every opportunity to succeed, but at the same time, we want some recourse in case it isn't. So as currently proposed, staff is not recommending it the way it's structured now. So if it were reversed, where the city gets to decide, we would be in favor of it. But that's not how it's worded in the ODP. So we are more in favor of the third way approach than what's currently written in the ODP as it stands now.
And can you clarify, do they have to use a TDM approach?
No, they do not. They could use the city parking standards as currently written in the code and never employ TDM, or they could wait after 3 site plans and say, now we want to start using TDM, and then thereafter they would have to use TDM going forward. But there is no requirement that they use it.
Okay, thank you, sir. I must have phrased it wrong because I had to ask that 3 times to figure out. So they have made a choice. Okay,
I know what you
thank you.
Did you get your answer now?
Yes, and some other useful information. So appreciate that. Thank you. That's helpful.
Just a quick follow-up on that.
Follow-up.
Rick, before you sit down. So assuming they choose TDM at phase 3, is that retroactive to the entire district?
That's a good question. So if they had that available parking, it would be hard to do it that way.
Okay.
That's a good question, though.
Yeah, please, come on up.
Mr. Murby may have already been clear on this, but just to make the distinction between, because we're talking about 2 different approaches here. Under the approach that's currently in the ODP, not the supplemental packet, the TDM program, anytime we choose to not adhere to the city's municipal code around parking, we have to do the TDM program. And we have to submit monitoring reports and collect all kinds of information and do surveys, report it every year. So TDM is mandatory anytime we deviate from the code's parking requirements under the TDM program in the ODP. Under the third way, the parking utilization based, we're going to do TDM no matter what, because either way, it doesn't work unless we get people out of their cars. And we want to make the kind of place I already spent half an hour tonight trying to describe to you. So we need to provide enough parking because otherwise we can't lease our buildings. We hope we'll find tenants that share our vision. We don't hope. We're going to focus on finding tenants who share our vision, and together we'll fund all these TDM measures to get their employees out of their cars. So we'll do TDM either way. TDM is mandatory in the first option. Once we deviate from the code, it's in, sort of behind the scenes to get to the parking utilization approach on the second option.
Can I follow up with that same point?
Councilor Hazen.
I understood from Mr. Murphy and perhaps from you that you've had current discussions on the third way. If the staff is willing to recommend the third way and you're willing to accept the third way, why are we having this discussion? I mean, it seems to me that staff has reached a kind of a mini agreement with you about how to proceed with that, and I'm in favor of it. So I'm just saying that looks like a way ahead on that third way. Does anyone disagree? That's what I heard.
Well, it's.
We're not done with that.
I'm sorry. It's my understanding is we have two options, and council will vote on which option we want.
Yes, I understand
for the
that.
final.
Okay, but one of the options is the third way.
That is one of the options
Okay.
presented.
But as another, whatever that other question was, well, I'll wait a second and think about it.
Was there more follow-up on this third way, or are we ready to move to a different question? Okay, Councilor Kennedy.
Okay, I'm not sure whether Dan or his architect will want to take this, but before that, I should probably read this disclaimer again. Prior to my time on council, I attended a meeting with representatives of the applicant about the overall Coors Tech project and talked about affordable housing. I was one of those 94, or now 95, meetings. I attended a meeting in Building 1 as a member of the community as well. I have no personal interest nor benefit from any aspect of this case. I feel capable of reviewing the public record and participating in decision-making and being an impartial decision-maker on the issues associated with this project. So, a couple questions. There's no north-south circulation other than for pedestrians, and it's only specified on the ODP to be 10 feet wide, granted with little green bubbles that look attractive. But I'm very concerned, and even in the, granted master plan rough rendering, somebody could be in a 10-foot corridor looking up at an 85-foot structure, and it doesn't feel welcoming. Follow on to that is that when you showed the rendering from looking east from Washington, you showed what essentially is the creation of an alley between 10th and 9th or 9th and 8th. And I was intrigued by that because I think that there is a need for additional circulation. So if you could comment on, and then let me just finish with this thought. If there's no north-south circulation, then parking and uses become super critical over that whole management because somebody would have to leave the site and come back if they went to the wrong part of the site. So I'm very concerned about the lack of sort of integration internal to the site for cars.
Okay, there are a lot of good points in there. I may need to circle back to you for refreshing. On the north-south circulation, we have committed to a minimum pedestrian through. Keep in mind, there are historic buildings that we hope to keep that are in the way of that, and there's a lot of topography. So it's not appropriate for vehicles. That's the short answer. We'd have to put a road through existing buildings over quite a lot of grade. There's actually about a 65-foot grade drop from 7th Street at its highest point down to 10th Street. So not appropriate to try to accommodate cars there. Plus, we're committing to all this extra open space. The quality of that open space, from our perspective, is one that should be pedestrian oriented. So how are we addressing movement?
Okay, let me shorten the question then. Would you be willing to commit to something more than 10 feet? Because 10 feet doesn't feel comfortable. 10 feet's about this distance here, and I'm next to an 85-foot height. I'm just...
Open to that conversation. There's nothing that's 85 feet other than what's existing there today. Our highest building would be 75 feet in the top right corner there. And that's at a very low topographic spot. So I don't believe that scenario will occur where you're in something too wide, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet. Frankly, I mean, I can let John speak to it if he has something to add. I don't think that makes a difference relative to the experience of being next to a building. That they're going to range from 50 to 75 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, did that answer your question? John, do you want to add something?
I think, excuse me, there's a couple of things to add to that in terms of connectivity. Obviously, there's large requirements for accessible open space interconnected through the site. The intent with that 10-foot dimension was just to establish a minimum requirement for any minor connection between those spaces. But understood, the concern around that minimum dimension. I think that is very unlikely. It may occur in some of the smaller alley connections and lane connections and sort of thresholds and moments. And the design guidelines within the ODP are quite specific about the requirement for the promotion of additional permeability or connectivity, like that lane that we illustrated. So basically, those guidelines and standards promote additional connections beyond the primary space network, the primary open spaces, like the lanes and alleys and through links that you see in some of those secondary private spaces. I think the other thing to add from a connectivity standpoint, and this is, I do believe, is important in terms of the roles of 8th and 9th streets, as the streets that will provide access to below-grade parking, that below-grade parking will be connected across the site. So you will be able to move below grade within interconnected parking underneath new buildings within the site to provide that additional degree of connectivity for vehicles independent of pedestrian circulation. So we believe what that gives us is the ability to balance vehicle and service access for the site below grade with pedestrian prioritized access within the public realm at grade, interconnecting the two streets.
Is that specified on the ODP, or is that just sort of like, it'd be nice if it happens? In other words, are you willing to add that?
Connectivity of the parking is not specified within the ODP, but access locations for the parking are specified within the ODP off 8th and 9th streets.
Right, so I'm trying to make sure that if you're committed to connectivity, that it actually happens.
Understood. And I think connectivity is sort of one of our primary goals. I think that we are definitely prioritizing within the site in the north-south direction, high-quality public spaces and public realm that have pedestrian
I'm sorry, just to be clear, I heard you say that the parking would be connected below grade.
Yeah.
Are you willing to commit to that on the ODP?
We would have to write something in for that.
I think that's getting really in the weeds, and I'm not sure it achieves your point, if I understand it correctly.
I'm in the weeds because I'm concerned about people circulating off-site to try to find parking.
Understood.
You just said you're going to have a solution for that, and I'd just like to make sure that that's guaranteed. Otherwise, I don't see how other people will get from the north site to the south site without going off-site. So it's
in their car. In their car, you mean? Because there will be access to parking off of Ford, off of 8th, off of 9th from Ford and from Washington. There will be multiple options in each direction. We haven't. The short answer, I understand your concern, is we haven't designed the parking, so it's hard to commit to exactly how it will be. The bigger issue is that we've committed to a pedestrian throughway. We've committed, in departure from your own code, to a substantial portion of our additional open space being at grade, which is how you'll have some certainty that spaces will be generous. Okay, yeah. Well, and the traffic report found no impacts, so.
Okay, I'm done with this issue.
Okay. Councilor Fisher, and then we'll go back.
Can I ask just maybe just a follow-up clarification question? I think you both had mentioned access points along 8th and 9th, and I can't find the slide among the 1,200 pages of material, but I also recall seeing a line that also suggested access points at 7th. And so I think it's maybe a fair question to really understand where do we expect people to be entering and exiting the site overall, because I think that also impacts everything that goes outside the site boundaries, which are always, in every architect's renderings, are always grayed out. But for us, those are actual parts of the city. And so I think it would be, one, does that include 7th as an access point? And then two, to what extent have we worked together to understand that mobility so we have the right traffic going to the right places? Also to include the next 10 to 15 to 20 years of construction traffic that would be going to the site.
Right. 7th Street in the ODP remains a public right-of-way. We won't have any different control over it than anyone does today. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think.
You do have access parking on 7th Street, 8th Street, and 9th Street.
But I do think it's. Okay, so 7th Street, 8th Street, 9th Street, but not off of Ford and Washington was the answer. I do think it's really important to circle back to the traffic study. I know it's a very cumbersome, large document, mostly with attachments, and we can speak to that more. We study the absolute full build-out, worst-case scenario, most traffic, including cars coming in different ways, circulating, whatever they need to do, and no intersection failures were reported as a result of that. So I'm not saying it shouldn't be a concern at all, but if it does occur, it's already been evaluated in the traffic study and found to not be, by traffic engineering standards, significant.
Councilor Hayes. Thank you.
I remembered my other point. So John had the phrase, which I found just terrific, enshrine the commitment. I love it. But the idea of enshrining commitment really goes to the vesting in my mind. And you said you're willing to discuss accelerating the affordable housing in order to get an agreement on 20 years. Discuss is I will ask our lawyer, it seems a vague term, but how about commit in terms of what John was saying? Are you willing to agree to accelerate?
100%.
Okay, well,
we had already worked that with staff prior to the first reading.
What is your commitment with regard to accelerating affordable housing?
Well, we're willing to commit to what Commissioner Scrable asked for.
That's phase one.
At stage one, rather than at the end of the phase, the first 9 units be triggered at the beginning of the phase. So we'd say the first certificate of occupancy. We do the first building, all 9 units would be delivered cash in lieu to the city. The city could use that funding whenever it wants on whatever AMI level it wants to. So we would deliver it as cash much sooner.
Okay, so we're talking a minimum of 25 units. That's 9, so I can't do the math really well, but it seems like that's about a third. What about the
36%?
What about the other remaining commitment beyond the 9? Any acceleration on that, or just on?
No one had asked about that specifically yet, not the Planning Commission. So if you're asking, the way prior to Commissioner Scrable's suggestion, the way it is in the ODP is we actually, in response to some community feedback, put a cap on how much cash in lieu we could use. We originally had it as a full option. Members of the community asked that we cap that. We did at 35%. So that's where it stands today. So we could build the units, we could buy the units, we could fund the units. If there's a desire for a trade-off to accelerate the units for longer vesting, yes, we're open to that.
Okay, thank you.
Council, let's stick with questions, either of the applicant or staff. We do have public hearing and members of the public here, and then we'll have lots of time for discussion. So let's keep going with the questions. Did you, Councilor Reed, you had a hand?
So one on parking and one following up on Councilor Haseman's question. In terms of your preference, it sounds like your preference on affordable housing is cash in lieu. My concern with, it sounded like that was your original option, was to give cash to an affordable housing fund rather than you guys building it or acquiring it off-site. Is that what I heard?
I don't necessarily feel that way. It was brought up by the Planning Commission, and we said we're comfortable with that. Okay. Originally, cash in lieu was just one option.
Right.
Keep in mind, when you write a check to deliver affordable housing, you don't actually own any housing, and even if it's restricted rent, it does have some income to it. If you are deed restricting permanently housing and writing a check for it, all it is a check and somebody else is dealing with it. We want to make sure the housing gets achieved, and so we're open to conversation on how we make sure it gets achieved. We're not just looking for a fee. If a fee's a good way to make it happen, then we're open to that.
Okay, so my concern is I appreciate your willingness to work with us on the affordable housing. I really think that's a huge step forward for our community. What I'm concerned about is if you do off-site affordable housing by acquiring existing units, it's likely to deplete the stock of effectively affordable, although not deed-restricted affordable housing.
I asked the exact same question when members of the community who were the loudest advocates for affordable housing specifically asked us or discussed with us that option. We've even had members of the city, and Ms. McCubbin can speak to this if you want an expert from the city to talk about it. The guidance we were given is two things. One, flexibility is key. We want to be able to get the affordable housing wherever it's needed, whenever it's needed. You write a check to a housing authority or to a nonprofit developer who's building a 60% AMI project but doesn't have sufficient resources and contribute to that. Or you buy existing units. Yes, it doesn't add to the housing stock, but, and I mentioned this earlier in my remarks, and again, members of the city have reached out specifically to us about mobile home parks and other rental housing because it's not capped, it's existing and it's functioning effectively as affordable housing. But since there's no cap on the rent, it won't be for long. So that is a way of quickly delivering housing that's deed restricted and only serving a specific target AMI. You just very quickly deed restrict it and it's already there, and we agreed to certain levels of renovation and habitation standards that the city asked us to agree to. So it meets the flexibility and the speed, and it puts a cap on housing that otherwise is going to be priced out. If you wanted to put a cap on how much could be acquired that way, you know, that's fine too. But the advice we've been given is flexibility, lots of options, go where the need is.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, other questions? Councilor Fisher.
Thanks. Follow up just on the workforce housing or income restricted housing, or whatever term makes probably the most sense here. Are you proposing any income restricted housing or sort of variable sort of priced housing within the actual site of these 12.2 acres in the middle of Golden?
The way it's written, we can do it on-site, off-site, in lieu, or acquisition within the geographic standards of Ms. Simmons. That was another conversation we had with people. It's a very small community. So long as the housing is in Golden, proximate to transit, or meeting any of those other criteria, from all the folks that we talked to, that was the best way to make it happen. Also, we heard from members of the community that they're hopeful that some of the housing will be for sale. We're not going to do any for sale. We don't plan to do any for sale housing on our property because that would effectively be a sale of property, which we don't intend to sell any of the property. So that was another reason why it increases the probability. The cost of delivering it on site and the timing, we don't know. We ended up making a commitment of a minimum of 25 units no matter what we build. Now, we plan to build residential, but we don't have to build residential. So what if we don't build residential, but some of the requirement has to go in a particular place. So the goal is flexibility, as fast as we can, go where the need is, and whether it's on our site or a quarter mile away, it serves the same population, so long as it meets those geographic criteria. That's what we heard from a lot of experts, and we stand by that.
Okay, so okay, thank you. That's helpful, but there's no specific plan to actually have on-site sort of lower income type housing.
There's no specific plan for any specific mix of uses. If there is, as we hope to have residential on site, we have not figured out where the affordable housing will go. So there's not a commitment of specifically where it would go, whether it goes on site or off site.
Okay.
Hope that answers your question.
Yes. Thank you.
I think I heard Ms. Simmons say, and I just wanted confirmation, that the 75-foot non-wall articulation was on existing buildings, but that on new buildings it would be 25 to 50, or did I just mishear that and you're not committing to wall articulations that matches our Main Street B?
Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, it's a good note. It's one that we've had some discussion about. The intent with the 75-foot wall modulation is to do with the historic pattern of development on this site as distinct from the historic pattern of development on the Main Street. And what we're aiming to do here is generate a pattern of development that is complementary to, but doesn't mimic the historic Main Street, because the historic Main Street was developed in a very strong street wall with a historic grain of narrow storefronts fronting that street edge. The historic pattern of development on this campus is set by buildings like the Golden High School, which is a campus building, a slightly larger format building with more open space around it, and buildings like Building 1, which was developed historically in a sequence of working courtyards, a slightly longer grain, so we're looking at that 75 rather than 25 or 50 modulation, but a much higher percentage of open space surrounding it. So we really wanted to ensure that the pattern of development for new buildings reflected the historic grain of development on this site in particular, and didn't mimic the pattern of the historic Main Street, which this is not. And we definitely want to complement the historic Main Street, but we don't want to build a faux version of it on a site that has a very different history and building typology historically. So that's the reason for that slightly different grain.
You mentioned the requirement once we do the historic survey to inform.
Yeah, so the historic survey that we'll do on the existing buildings will actually provide another set of character guidelines that will overlay the design guidelines we have established already, that we'll use to drive additional, probably massing form, building articulation, window fenestration patterns. Our intent is always to provide buildings that are clearly and distinctively of their time, but complement the historic adjacent developments. And that'll be the same here, where we're wanting each to be its best version of itself. But the motivation for the slightly different massing articulation, we actually have a lot of massing articulation requirements built into the design guidelines, but the base pattern and grain is to reflect the historic context of this site.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Go ahead.
Can I ask a question about a different topic about the public art program? And first of all, I think that's great. And just finish out the workforce housing, I think it's great. Like what Denver passed and what we're talking about really seems to dovetail. So it seems very contemporaneous that we're kind of having that discussion. So I appreciate that you've been sort of already ahead of the game and understand that that's kind of where the state's going. And I definitely respect what you're doing there. It was surprising how similar in some ways it is. I think they're proposing closer to 15% in some areas, but with the art program, traditionally when I've seen art programs with buildings, we looked at 1% as a baseline. And I'm struggling a little bit just to understand why we wouldn't just do 1% for the whole site. And I think part of my concern is I don't understand what 2% of cost of the first building is. Is the first building a shed? Like, I mean, that's such a weird thing. I don't understand what that means.
That's why we put a minimum. It won't be less than $750,000. Okay. And it could be more if, as anticipated, the first building, which as anticipated is the Coors Tech headquarters, would result 2% of which would be well north of $750,000. Keep in mind, this is in the context. This is something that we developed completely on our own. We have familiarity, members of our team, with the 1% for the arts. Often that's a public sector imposed requirement on public sector development, sometimes private, but often on their own public sector building public buildings. So we said, well, let's do 2% of the first building, and we got a question like, well, what if the first building cost $100? And they're like, fine. We didn't see that loophole, so it's a minimum of $750,000.
Gotcha. Well, and I think part of tonight's discussion, is obviously centered around more the loopholes than the exciting stuff, right? Like, it's not the cool ceramics, it's not the kind of fun stuff. It's about the loopholes, which is kind of why I'm curious why you wouldn't just look at, given probably the scale of the project, which is a little hard to scope because there's not a lot of specifics. Is 1% for the arts something you would consider, or would you consider going above that if it made sense down the road?
We'd be open to talking about a different number. That part of the reason we structured it the way we did is so that the funding was identified up front, and we knew how much funding there was, and we could right away start to engage artists. We've already had conversations with nonprofits and consultants. We're already working quite laboriously to preserve a ton of what you would find very interesting, I think, but completely random artifacts, machinery, broken pieces of ceramics, all kinds of weird tools and things, and we're putting them all in a huge warehouse so we can put out a request for proposals from a certain type of artist for a certain type of result and say, go into that warehouse, take anything you want and implement it. So if your goal is to get more money for arts, we're open to talking about that. I don't know that saying it's 1%, we're willing to make the commitment up front like we are now. There's no loophole right now. It won't be less than $750,000.
Which I think is wonderful. And first of all, I'm always trying to get more money for the arts.
It's a good place to be. I come from a marriage where my wife was a nonprofit development director for the arts for a very long time, so I get it.
And I think here in Golden, we've appreciated, I think as somebody said in opening or the groundbreaking a couple weeks ago, that arts is often the solution to a lot of the problems that we face right now. So I just think I asked that because I think people will ask why you wouldn't commit to say like a 1% for the entire site, and certainly I would encourage you to keep that as kind of a foundational number that I think developments and certainly major players are doing. And Golden, to a certain extent, doesn't have some of the codified stuff, partially because I think we've always had a more collaborative approach, and partially because we're slowly growing up into a bigger place. And so some of these things are in development. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure.
Sorry. The definition of hard cost is not in here, and he says cost of the first building. In the ODP, it says up to 2% of the hard cost. Do we need to clarify that, or is that, I granted I looked it up, I Googled it, and it turns out it is pretty well defined. But I just want to echo that I also misread it. I thought it was 2% of the total hard cost, and I stopped reading where it says the first new building. If it was 1% of the total hard cost, or even 0.5%, a back-of-the-envelope calculation gets you that $750,000 is about 0.3% of the total cost, in my view. A couple hundred, $225 million is what I came up with for sort of a build-out on this place. So $750K is 0.3%, which is starting to sound like not much. So I would echo the counselor's approach.
Was there a question in there that needed answering?
Does hard cost need to be more clearly defined, or do we just assume it's going to be $750K and not sweat the details on the hard cost calculation?
Just clarify the approach for district art. It's 2% or $750,000, which
it's 2% of the hard cost
of the hard cost of the building, which is the first new building of the site, and so the 2% could be greater than $750,000.
It cannot. Well, not based on what. Yeah. Okay. It could be for the first building. I get that. But
well,
the definition of hard cost
That's all I'm saying. That's the question. Do we need to define hard cost? That's all.
Yeah. So, yeah, Counselor, we do not have a definition in our code for hard cost. We do have a definition that we use when we work with the state on historic tax credits, for example. They have a hard cost, which we could borrow from if we wanted to, but we don't have one currently in our code.
Yeah, I'm kind of more looking at council, like, does it matter?
Well, I think expectations always matter, right? Since that's the definition that's used by the state, is that something that would be acceptable to all parties and to implement? Or I guess what I want to back up here before we can define, but are we wheeling and dealing on this or not is probably something.
I didn't hear them wheeling and dealing. They heard our input, but at least the specificity is lacking.
Well, potentially. What is intended by hard cost in the proposal?
My interpretation as staff would be hard costs would be the actual construction costs and not things like real estate fees and architectural fees and so forth. That's how it's defined.
So materials and labor.
Exactly. It's more materials than labor specifically. And it might include a little bit more than that, but it's basically that. And I don't know that the applicant would want to agree to that without seeing the definition.
Right, let's talk.
If it satisfies the counselor, we're open to replacing the term hard costs with something like final GMP costs, something that's more clear, easy to show the city, see, this is the contract amount. But we're open to, if you have a better term that you're more comfortable with.
I like easy. If you have you don't have to have your accountant ask for something different. It's like they already got the number.
In our world, hard costs are very discrete. Everyone knows what they are. It's what you pay the contractor to build the project. So it's easy to document and show the city, we hired this contractor, we built the building, it was $50 million, now we owe $1 million or whatever it may be.
So it sounds to me like it's a term of art, that there's a mutual set of understanding, but
then
we don't have a passion for that specific term, and so
additional clarity.
The intent always was to deliver a meaningful amount of money to fund art within a context where there's no requirement to fund art at all. So we're not looking for the definition of a hard cost to find us an out. So we're open to an alternative term if that gives comfort to representatives of the city.
I'm just taking a look at Denver's code to see if they have a definition versus state definition, so maybe we can come back to it.
Well, I'm not sure I'm hearing that we need a different term, but we just need common understanding of the term, both for us up here, for the community, that we know what a hard cost is.
Agree to the state's definition of hard cost. I don't know what that is, but sure, that would be fine.
It's pretty typical.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Thank you.
Just for some clarity, are we done with questions, Council?
Yes,
what?
I'm staying with the applicant. I'm trying to at least keep it moderately topical here. Thanks, Mayor. So looking at the height designations, there's the differentiation between the Main Street B side and the heights becomes, I think, probably more pertinent as it approaches the Washington Street side. And I think it was really helpful that you provided those kind of overlays of those images. And I think one of the questions I have is why it's so critical to the plans to have the Washington-facing side go up fairly dramatically, especially given even what's there, even those kind of warehousey buildings, and also why it feels comfortable when there's a fairly significant mismatch between the other side of the street, right? The other side of the street is either zero height for parking lots, or I think up at the top near 7th, there's a floor or two that's up there. And so looking at the scale and massing of it, I think overall I understand a lot of it. I think the 75 feet, I would love to understand at the back just to see, make sure it's not overarching those neighbors to the north so dramatically that it really starts to impact them. And I'd like to make sure we understand that, because we didn't have drawings on that side. But especially that Washington Street side is this core of the main street. Having this, I kind of want to understand what that mismatch and how that ends up looking in a way that's going to really fit within the existing character of the site.
Yeah. So I think it's important to note that the existing zoning height limit on the site under all the M2 zoning is 65 feet, which is consistent with the height that we're proposing across the bulk of the site as well, as you can see from the diagrams. I think we are very interested in the idea of appropriate transition, and that's that idea of transitioning from the neighborhood into the site. And what's driving our thinking there in terms of that transition is the idea of stepping up from, sure, in some cases there is parking currently on the other side of the site, but there's the potential to develop that side of the site up to 38 feet. And we're not suggesting that the height should marry directly across the street, but that they should transition up. And the enhanced setback requirement that we're using on those street edges is to provide a predominantly 3-story reading against the street edges, which we think is an appropriately scaled transitional height down into the neighborhood, and is actually a height that is prescribed and described within the downtown building form standards as well, this predominantly 3-story reading at the street edge. We've looked to enhance the setback requirement from the current zoning, so you can see what's proposed, what's illustrated at the top there is the existing zoning, and what's illustrated at the bottom is an enhanced setback from the street, so widening the street to provide some additional amenity zone, and then a setback at the third floor with a recessed 4th floor and an enhanced recess on that 4th floor to get a predominantly 3-story reading against the street edge, which we do feel is an appropriate scale for Washington given its width, and is an appropriate transition down to the development on the other side of the street and across the street corridor. It's not a match, no doubt, but we think it's a better transition, and in fact, optically, that kind of 3-story transition.
Better transition than what?
Than under the current zoning, which prescribes in some cases a 2-story setback height, because in actual fact the 4th floor is more apparent with that lower setback, and you have an oddly proportioned building in terms of base, middle, top. So we're trying to get a clear expression of the base of the building, that active retail base, and that's prescribed within our design standards. A clear distinction of those kind of 2 middle floors above that to get the 3-story reading, and then a setback 4th floor that recesses strongly from the street edge. So that's the intent there, to create that transition up to the 65 feet in a different way.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. And you had made a separate note on the 3 stories that is it 3 stories or is it 50 feet? Is that based on the idea that you're expecting commercial on that side?
Yeah, it is. And we talked a little bit about setbacks. In some of these heights, at say a 65-foot height, you might have you might be able to get an additional floor of residential, because say a standard residential floor might be 10 foot 6, 11 feet. A standard office floor plate or an innovative sort of research building type floor plate might be 14 to 15 feet. So we may only get 2 stories of commercial in the same space as you'd get 3 stories of residential. The height limits don't change, so we can only fit as many floors as we can. But the proportion of the buildings in terms of the right place to put a setback in those buildings does change with, say, a 5-story residential building versus a 4-story office building, which might have the same maximum height, but a different kind of articulation of base, middle, top to keep them well proportioned and to keep that top floor recessive. So that's kind of why there's different setback requirements for different building types within the standards. Okay. But really, we're trying to achieve that predominantly 3-story street edge.
Okay. And can you tell me and help me understand the balconies? I know there's a 5-foot setback, but it seems like the way I read it that you could end up having balconies push out, and so are those included in that 5-foot setback, or could you potentially then have those go actually closer, like almost kind of leaning over the edge of the public sidewalk access?
The current code allows for projecting balconies. I have to remind myself about the design guidelines in terms of that. Projection. Yeah, currently we're proposing terrace conditions at those, but I need to actually clarify on balcony in terms of projection into setbacks. I believe we may have adopted the city language as it relates to balconies.
So that's one of the pieces that's not different from the standard downtown building plan.
I think it's the opposite.
That's the opposite.
You did not adopt the documents.
Yes. It's in the guidelines, I think. I don't know that it's a standard.
We're promoting balconies and terraces within the guidelines. What I'm trying to understand is the ability for those balconies to encroach into the setback.
Correct. And what you're proposing.
Can I suggest that you research that?
Yeah,
Happy to, yeah.
Come back to
Thank
us,
you.
we have lots more to do. Are we good with questions? Yes?
I'm assuming we'll come back to questions after public comment.
We will come back after public comment, but we have public hearing. I'm going to propose a 5-minute break. So we will start the public hearing at 9:30. So come on back then.
yours because I still have some. I just thought the public was entitled to. Yes. And not have to come back. And we could have said the same thing. Right.
More snacks for you next time down.
All right.
So, Carly's still
hungry.
You'll see in just a second.
I actually went home. Had like,
I was looking around.
Yeah.
Our meeting, and we're going to start with a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if it pleases council, considering we still have public comment ahead of us, and it would be really great to be able to get through public comment before our rules that require us to end the meeting at 10, I'd like to move to suspend the rules so we could proceed past 10:30.
Second.
Thank you. Council, everyone understood the motion, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Sorry. Sorry. We're going to suspend specifically. You have to specifically reference, and I'm catching up to you.
We know what the rules are.
It is. It's. I believe it's Rule 2A6.
Yes, I move to suspend Rule 2A6 so we could proceed past 10:30.
That's what I had heard and seconded, so.
Okay.
It was the mask. I mumbled a little. Sorry about that.
I think I already called for the vote for ayes. Anybody opposed?
Rob.
So we can continue on this evening. We will not run up against our time limit, which gives us time to hear from everybody for our public hearing. So we are going to start with the public hearing. Just like earlier, I'll start with folks who signed up on the list. We'll go in order, and then anybody else who would like to speak to council can come up afterwards. I will recognize that we did receive a number of public comments specific to this evening, and those were in addition to the public comments received prior. Those public comments received for this evening have been added to the agenda, and so they are publicly available. And with that, just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. You will be timed. Please state your name, your address or neighborhood, and address your comments to City Council. Yes, please.
We have on our agenda 3 separate public hearings.
We are going to do all of them together.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure everybody
Thank you.
understood
I will
that.
clarify that. Yes. So we are not holding separate. We have 3 ordinances on the agenda. We are holding just like we had the combined presentation, we're going to hold a combined public hearing. So if you have anything on any of these 3 or anything about the Coors Tech project, we will have this one public hearing time. Thank you for the reminder to clarify. All right, with that, I'm going to invite up our first person who has signed up, and that is Brandon Bortles.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm Brandon Bortles. I own and operate Bay House Bistro, that's ramen in downtown Golden, and I live on 11th Street and have lived in Golden most of my life. I'm here just to show support for this rezoning and development opportunity for Coors Tech. I think there's maybe a potential for some downtown business owners to feel like this is competition or a threat to their businesses, and I just don't see it that way. I do think this development does expand and enhance downtown Golden and further makes Golden a hub for the west suburbs with unique shopping, dining, and cultural experiences. For me, the added workforce housing thing is just a super attractive thing. Housing, especially for my employees, is a hard thing, and for a private business to offer that, I think is incredible. I just, as a resident of downtown Golden, I think this whole development just adds to the walkability and sustainable future of this little town, and I'm all for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Heather Schneider.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Heather Schneider. I am the Executive Director of the Golden Civic Foundation. I'm also a resident of the 9th Street Historic District, and I actually grew up also like Brandon in Golden, so big change from where I grew up in the 70s and 80s to now. Coors Tech has been an important part of the fabric of the Golden community for more than 100 years. Behind the Coors Tech operations are 5 generations of the Coors family that have helped shape the economic vitality of the Golden that we know and love today. On behalf of the Golden Civic Foundation Board, as well as myself as a resident, we believe that the current revitalization planning for the Coors Tech 9th Street development project provides a great opportunity for improvement to the Golden community via thoughtful development that will serve Golden well into its future. We appreciate the Coors family's vision for the project, their attention to Golden's character, and their proactive community outreach that is helping shape their plans for this multi-use development project as a natural extension of downtown Golden. We encourage Golden residents and businesses to get involved to learn more about this project, as well as how it can be best shape that positively impacts our community now and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Lisa DeCara.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa DiCaro. I'm the Executive Director of Miners Alley Playhouse and a resident in the city limits of Golden in the Beverly Heights neighborhood. Excuse me. And to keep things moving faster, I want to echo everything that Brandon and Heather just said, because basically that was part of my list. But as ED of Miners Alley Playhouse, you had me at Arts District, so thank you. As a citizen, the whole thing is so exciting to me, the idea of the mixed use, less traffic, less driving, less cars, more walkability, more sustainability. I think the project has been in 95 meetings, really molded into something that is so exciting and so well thought out and so detailed, and even down to figuring out the 2% of hard costs. So thank you all for being so diligent, and thank you for your vision.
Thank you. Next up, Jansen Tidmore.
Good evening. I'm Jansen Tidmore, President and CEO for the Jefferson County Economic Development Corporation. We're at 1667 Cole Boulevard in Golden, Colorado. Happy to be before you today. You know, we work as the economic development arm for Jeffco and spend a lot of time with a lot of projects. And most of the time, our angle and conversation is around the numbers, around how the fact that every $1 million invested leads to fire and city and school taxes in the tens of thousands of dollars. How every 100 jobs retained and created creates a $32 million impact across our community and over 400,000 in each of our cities. But as I sat back and listened today and looked at this project, this isn't that kind of project that talks about the math or needs it. You've got a unicorn. You've got a development team that hundreds of communities would be envious of, because you have a company, a family, a team that has a love and pride in Golden. They want to do something that's not just about the math, not just about making it pencil. And I want you to understand what that opportunity provides for you. 110 years of efforts, 5 generations of leadership, building for the next 110 in 5 generations. That's huge. And I'm going to keep running through this fast. So kudos to them. Kudos to your staff on the progress you've made to this point. I want to encourage you to keep working with them, because what's been put in front of you is a chance to hold them accountable. Historic preservation, open space, art, workforce housing, net zero energy, things that are important to you, your residents, and them, and a mechanism to make that happen. So I encourage you today, take a look at what's put before you. Approve this rezone for this planned urban development, approve the alley vacation, and give them the 20 years, because something like this requires the time and diligence to be done right, and you don't want to rush that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Cornick, I think. Sorry if I misread.
That's pretty close. I am Michael Cornick. I live 1100 block of 9th Street in Golden, and I'm a new resident of Golden. We moved here in December from Chicago, and I'm hoping to open a business here, and I am looking forward to having the kind of people who are going to be working, living, and shopping in the new development at Coors Tech. I'm hoping there's a restaurant opportunity for me at grade level with outdoor seating. Because I'm a chef by trade, my wife and I would like to find a restaurant space. And it's very tough around here because there's very little retail space available. So I'm really looking forward to this development, and I hope it does get approved, and I hope it takes less time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carrie Priester. Well, you're not Carrie.
I just wanted to say she had to leave. I apologize. She had a family obligation.
All right, well, that's the last signed up. Anyone else is welcome to come up to the podium.
All right, good evening, Council. Again, my name is Nola Kraske, and I'm the Executive Director for the Golden Chamber of Commerce. So I'm here as a representative of the Golden Chamber, which is located at 1010 Washington Avenue. The Golden Chamber of Commerce is an organization that's been part of our Golden community for over 100 years. In April of 1920, a group of local businessmen, led by our first president, which was Herman F. Coors, who was also the president of Coors Porcelain, got together to bring the first paved road to Golden. And considering how much time we spent this evening discussing traffic and parking, I would say that group of business owners was successful in their plan of bringing people here. The Golden Chamber of Commerce, our mission is to enhance and promote the economic environment of the greater Golden area through supporting our chamber members, collaborating with businesses, city, county, state, and community resources, and putting forth efforts to enhance the quality of life for the community at large. We currently have just over 375 business members, and tonight I'm here to speak on behalf of one of those, which is Coors Tech, and their application for rezoning as well as vesting. Our board of directors, which is comprised of local business professionals who volunteer their time to serve on our board, have been presented with information regarding this rezoning and redevelopment, and have asked questions, listened to concerns, and have ultimately voted to lend their full support to this project. The Chamber believes this project is in alignment with our mission and that it will enhance our community at large. We believe a strong downtown corridor benefits all businesses in Golden, from the smallest to the largest, and that the project that Coors Tech has outlined will complement our existing businesses here in the community. We've seen the commitment that Coors Tech has given to listening to concerns and answering questions, and believe they've been a considerate and conscientious corporate citizen. They've shown this through their incorporation of workforce housing, sustainability, art, design, parking, open space, and everything that they've discussed this evening. We know that this project will take a considerable amount of time, and it won't happen overnight, so we do urge council to think about the big picture when evaluating this rezoning and the 20-year vesting request. And also to keep in mind the upfront investment that goes along with this. Our history is something that everyone here in this room is very proud of here in Golden, but our history also included forward-thinking visionaries that saw a successful future for Golden. Tonight, you are being asked to be one of those visionaries and to consider Golden's future. So thank you for your stewardship and thoughtful review of this important topic.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Wes Ganter. I'm an owner of the Golden Mill, and I want to speak specifically about the vesting schedule. I just want to bring up, even in the Golden Mills case, it took us over 3 years to remodel the building with considerable time and effort and thought that went into it. It takes an applicant in a project like this a very considerable amount of time, and I want to advocate for the 20-year vesting schedule. It allows for them to make their planning that can accommodate the different needs of the community. It's not a knee-jerk reaction to the economic drivers of one particular building or one economic condition. It will allow them to really monitor and evaluate the economic conditions and needs of the community and adapt over that period of time. I also want to point out that it's not dissimilar to the Heart of Golden and to the Phase 2 project that's been identified but left to be determined at a subsequent time. I think that that's very similar in many ways and should be considered. It's also a timely project to integrate with the Heart of Golden, specifically some of the Phase 2 components that could be over in the transit-oriented area. So with that, I just want to encourage the council to really consider with all earnest the extended vesting schedule and think that it will enable the applicant to really build a project that meets the community needs and really will pay dividends rather than some type of economically driven immediate solution. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up?
Hi again, Dave Shuey. I live in the South Ridge area. First of all, from the Golden Visitor Center standpoint, our bylaws preclude us from taking an official position on this. However, I can tell you that in surveying our Board of Trustees, individually, each one of us support this project and everything, and urge you to approve it going forward. I think there's a couple interesting things that have been brought up tonight. One of them is, seems like we spend an inordinate amount of time this evening on traffic and parking. And there's been a lot of conversation around the TDM model and everything like this. And I urge you to go along with the TDM model. However, if I recall right, you've already got a TDM model in for another project. And I wonder what kind of monitoring has been done with that project, what reporting has been done, what staff has or can report back to you on their experience with that. So, and that is the outlook at Golden Ridge. And that was a TDM project so that you could advance building permits in order to construct that to take advantage of the light rail system and urging people to use that. And so we got something going. Has it worked or not? I think we need to hear from staff about that. The second part of it is the vesting, and Mr. Gantner explained that, and I fully agree with him on the 20 years. This is a long project. How does it correlate, the term of the project correlate with the vesting that's needed to do it? Lastly, my experience serving on Gura when we redeveloped the Clear Creek Square and the Clear Creek Commons area, if we'd had a PUD plan in effect, we wouldn't have incurred the problems that we did for a number of years in trying to complete that project. So history's been a good teacher. I urge you to consider all this. From the Visitor Center, we're looking forward to collaborating with the Coors Tech people and making something really special happen in Golden. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Richard Gardner of 805 13th Street downtown, which happens to be the earlier headquarters of Coors Porcelain back before they were able to move to the plant. This is in the 1910s, pays to be the office of the company secretary. But our building's a little small for them, and I think they prefer to go back to their home of 77 years, which is what this was. Yes, it is bittersweet in a way to see that a site that's actually had industrial use since the Colorado Central Passenger Depot was there in 1870. This is where the runaway train crashed that I've told you about. And it's had industrial uses since then. 1881, the Bender Mill, which was the companion mill of the Golden Mill, it stood here. And then in 1887, the Colorado Glass Works, the second Coors industry. This is a bottle that held, a Coors bottle that held something other than Coors beer. This is medicine. And most of that was torn down except for the warehouse, the size of this room. And that's where 112 years ago, around May 26th, just passed, is where John Harold started out with the support of Adolph Coors and his backing, and the rest is history. And if you want the nutshell of what I believe is important and what the Jeffco Historical Commission believe is important, look at the Jefferson County Historical Commission's letter. That will tell you everything you need to know. And when I first introduced this to them, I flat out told them we may never deal with another place this important. That's how important it is. This is super important. And we help put Red Rocks as a National Historic Landmark. Don't take that lightly, saying it could be one of those. That is the highest designation in the land. It's above the National Historic Register. It's reserved for only those places of nationwide importance. Its domestic wares were renowned throughout the country, scientific and chemical wares. Its involvement in defense goes back to World Wars I and II. It was very important to both. It still is. And so far, I've identified buildings 1 through 3 as highly important to preserve, and their companions. The aluminum plant where the aluminum can was invented, that's building 10. And but there's much more to study, and I believe we got a good roadmap to do it. It has the right forms and the right expertise. I'm one of the experts of the kind who can also. And so do all you can to preserve this place. It is a special historic landmark of highest importance to our community, to our nation, and to the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Kim Mangle. I'm working with the Coors Tech team. I just wanted to say that one other individual had signed up to make public comment, Jason Mittman from the Colorado Mountain Club board, and he had to leave. He rode his bike here, and it was too dark for him to ride home without a light. So I just wanted to have the record show that he was here, and if there's a way for him to submit comments after the meeting, I know he'd love to do that. So
thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one else, I am going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll get into council questions. I just wanted to maybe clarify that this is the first TDM project, and the project reference was a transit-oriented development that didn't have a TDM.
That's right. It's wonky planning acronyms, and it's not TDM, it's TOD. So this would be the first TDM program in Golden.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, council, before we get into deliberation, I imagine there are some questions that we've thought of in the period of time that we've had to think about this. So I'm going to open it back up for questions of staff or the applicant. Let's keep it to questions. We'll save our discussion for when we have a motion, but let's go ahead with questions. Go ahead.
Rick, can I ask you some questions about the 1% growth system? So Mr. Cohen mentioned that, one of the challenges with the affordable workforce housing units is they might be competing for allocations with the other units they're trying to build. And I'm really glad Mr. Shuey brought up actually the outlook over there in the TOD, because that is one of the exceptions to the 1%. Not an exception, it's built into that system. It's the what's our term? The reapportionment or apportionment? Or
yeah, reapportionment. We also call it borrow from the future and some other things. But essentially, you're allowing upfront allocations that you then have to pay back into the system in future years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't exempt you. It just allows you to start early. Start is one of the other ways we describe it. But an early start allows you to start away, and then it does take away, to Mr. Cohen's point, it does take away from the market rate availability of allocations for those number of years that you're pulling those
borrowing
out.
from. Okay, right. And so my question for you, though, is would this project be able to compete the way our 1% growth limit is currently worded for those early applications, the early borrow from the future?
It would. It does limit the number to, I think it's 33, it's 1/3, I think. 33 or 35% is all you can apply for that year's allocations up front.
Okay.
So that the total that you can borrow from the future in a given year is 1/3 of whatever our current available allocations are. Currently, that's 88 in the city today.
Okay, but the way it's worded, right, I mean, we were very carefully, narrowly worded who could apply for that reapportionment borrow. And one exception was the Outlook, and the other is, I think it's worded as multifamily mixed use, but that you think that they would be able to apply?
Yeah, it's affordable housing, which is up to 120% AMI as currently defined.
Okay.
And then it's also transit-oriented development projects that are within 1,000 feet, I believe, of a rail station or a significant transit station.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And just on that topic, though, was there any other discussion or thinking along the way, or was it brought up at Planning Commission, or was it brought up with the applicant at any point of other ways to minimize or mitigate the impacts of the 1% growth? Is there any other possibilities that were explored or not pursued, or is there any other things on the table that could make that easier under the 1% growth, at least for those affordable units?
No, well, I guess the short answer is no. Nothing was discussed at Planning Commission or along this path to change the 1% growth or to build in some other relief. I'll offer that we do allow banking plans, which is, you can squirrel away your allocations over a period of 5 years to save up those allocations for construction. And that's what the larger projects in town do, especially the ones that are approaching 80 or 100 units. They tend to take potentially a couple years, 3 years sometimes if it's very competitive.
Okay.
That's all now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Fisher.
Thank you. Rick, sorry. Well, I'm just getting your steps in for today. Thank you. Just one quick follow-up on that. Would council, if there's affordable housing projects, I know in the past there have been waivers or other changes that council has made to the program. Is that something that council would be able to do if for some reason we ran into something where the affordable housing component was competing with or potentially impacting other uses?
Sure, council has the opportunity to change the code. That's how it's been done in the past. So it's chapter 1870 of the code is the affordable, or it's the 1% growth ordinance regulations. And so that's what we've done in the past for carving out these exceptions that Councilor Brown just discussed.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Reed?
Don't sit, Rick. You might be up there a while. So a couple of questions on enforcement. As currently written, this is structured for both affordable housing and parking, that after a phase is completed, then the affordable housing component or the parking kicks in as appropriate. Problem is, when you roll into the last phase, there is no next phase that you can withhold approval on. So I'm wondering if there have been discussions or if there are ways we can tweak that to make sure that when we get to the last phase, we have sufficient parking and we have gotten the affordable housing that is promised.
Yeah, there actually is some language in here, and I'm not sure if it's addressing both workforce housing and parking, but it does address the last phase and then a time period after that. I would have to get help to find out exactly where that is in the ODP, but it is addressed in some way in the ODP currently.
Well, I believe for the workforce housing piece, the requirement, well, I guess that's not really true. The minimum requirement is triggered by phase 3, but if there's in phase 4, if there's market rate housing, that triggers more workforce housing, there isn't that stick of withholding future site development plans. There's not. However, you would be out of compliance with your zoning requirement. So other remedies that are set forth in your code for not being in compliance with your zoning, and we can pull up what those are, would still apply. You would just not be in compliance with your zoning. But the withholding of the SDP is not one of those remedies. That's a special remedy that's in the ODP. So very, very good catch, though.
So would it be possible for the last phasing to then either have a performance bond or condition issuance of the CO on compliance with the parking and
with delivering
housing?
the workforce housing?
Okay.
Do you have thoughts? That's possible.
New and creative ideas that we haven't thought about. Let me, I think Ms. Strand may have said it clearly, but just to be clear, so we're doing the greater of 25 units or 10% of the residential we build. For the minimum, that 25, it has to be, it's triggered by the first 3 phases. So 9 in first, 8 by the second, 8 by the third. So you get all 25 in the first 3 phases. Then, as Ms. Strand said, yeah, if there's another residential building that's the last building of the entire project, then you're just in compliance with zoning. If you needed some kind of performance bond relative to the affordable housing, if the last building is residential, we'd be comfortable with that.
Okay.
I'm in the weeds again, but I hope you won't hold it against me. In the January, we got a letter from the city engineer stating that there will be increases in traffic over time, and he asserted that therefore the engineering division and planning department are pursuing the enactment of traffic impact fees to assist in the offsetting of the cost of network improvements. I don't believe that happened since January. What I want to ask is, if we were to come up with traffic impact fees, is there wording in the ODP that basically their $250,000 commitment gets them out of paying any fees, or are we better off actually saying that they have to comply with any traffic impact fees that we may impose in the future?
Yeah, well, the intent of the traffic impact fee would be that everyone would pay some proportional amount. So there's nothing in the ODP that would exempt them from having to pay that as the site is built out. So if we adopted this, say in 2023, and their build out occurred over 20 years, they would be subject to that as soon as it's adopted by the city.
Great.
You have another question?
Sure.
Yeah,
I have all sorts of them. So Rick, curious about Section 8, the design review process. Under Section B2, B2A, even though there's no B2B, the language in there seems to give a little leeway that's unclear to me. Do you have that in front of you by any chance?
Section 8 I see as environmental sustainability. Is that a different? Are you thinking
I'm
of
sorry,
design?
13. I'm transposing things. It's past 10 o'clock, which is my bedtime.
Might as well, Counselor. So district design, and you said, what are the letters?
Under B2, the guidelines.
Oh, okay. Innovative, creative design approaches should be encouraged and accommodated, even if they do not achieve certain guidelines, as long as they are consistent with the foundation guiding principles, the spirit of these guidelines.
Can you give me an example of how you would interpret and apply that?
Well, looks like I'm getting some help here.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea on this?
I do. So I think one thing when you're creating design standards for a project that's going to be built out over time, you know that you're not going to think of everything. And just like things that people didn't do 20 years ago, we're trying to apply a code today for something that was designed for 20 things that were happening 20 years ago. So, or longer. So I think that this clause was really intended to give some flexibility on those things that we aren't thinking about today, and if there's something really innovative, whether that's related to so many years ago, we weren't thinking about electric vehicle charging stations and design requirements for those, or how those might be situated on a site. So I think it's kind of to address the future and the unknown, but also accommodate something that maybe just isn't in our imagination today.
So is that something that would come back to Planning Commission, or would that be addressed at the staff level?
Well, as a guideline, it would really just be, it would be checked as at site plan as this is a guideline, whether they're, if this is addressing that guideline. And so it wouldn't have any weight necessarily of compliance, but it would be something that would add to its potentially maybe a guideline. A lot of our guidelines address things that are in our long-range plans, or that might address something that's in a future long-range plan that we just don't know about today.
Okay. Can I, one more unrelated question?
Sure.
So on that same page, there we have a provision in, good grief, it's the top right of the page. Way too many numbers. Where the district shall include at least 3 water elements in open space to celebrate water through play elements, blah, blah, blah. Although I'm a Pisces, I'm also aware we're in a drought. And I'm wondering if that's something we should be mandating as a public policy, because water elements have a way of causing evaporation. Granted, not necessarily a lot, but it's a concern to me. And so I just sort of raised that as not a question to you, but pointing it out to my fellow counselors to consider.
I think the applicant would be willing to discuss their inclusion of the water feature section. Mr. McIntyre.
And I think that part of this language as it relates to visible expressions of stormwater management and water quality are particularly pertinent here. We are very aware, I think, of the water shortage issues that we face now and will likely face further in the future, but we're also very aware of the strength of kind of the expression of stormwater quality and the management and treatment of water as it falls on and flows across the site. So I think what we're really intending there, rather than some sense of a water feature in the traditional maybe fountain sense, is to ensure that we have visible design narratives around stormwater quality and environmental sustainability that are sort of celebrated as part of the kind of narrative of the site, and are expressed visibly within the landscape. So I think rather than maybe a traditional fountain type use, you might imagine more a rain garden that when it rains, it floods, and that rain garden treats the water and the water moves through it, and people understand that process in terms of water treatment and water quality. So there's sort of an infrastructural aspect to that as well that we want to celebrate, but I think it's sort of framed by the sustainability principles of hopefully the guiding principles of the development.
I appreciate that. I was just suggesting that mandating that you do it seemed unnecessary.
I think that might have been one that we changed from a guideline to a standard. It does have shall.
Thank you.
Councilor Fisher.
Thank you. Can I quickly get a clarification on the word guideline? Lauren, I think you said that guidelines are not enforceable. Is that pretty much standard throughout this entire document, that if it says guidelines, buildings should be sited within the build zone for 80%? So none of that stuff exists. Like porches and balconies, the whole thing is a guideline almost.
Right, the guidelines are intended to be correct. They serve as inspiration, and they serve as a framework potentially, and they may apply in certain situations, or they may not apply. And that's they're intended to be authored in that way, that they could apply potentially if the applicant would like them to apply.
So like I see the word should, which to me in legal language means you're going to do it. And you're saying, but we put this word guideline up top that basically negates everything there. I think that certainly, I don't know, to me is fairly disturbing given that guidelines are written. And so not so much for you, but like innovative and creative design approaches should be encouraged. Sure, but then there's a lot of other stuff that really seems like specific actual building requirements that are thrown into guidelines. Okay, boy, I really want to think about that, because that's sort of half the ODP is guidelines, right?
Well, I would say there's a lot of guidelines in here, but there are a lot of things that are standards too, and the guidelines were really meant to shape those things that may just not apply in every situation. Also, when you have a site that has a lot of existing buildings, that flexibility is really key to implementing a plan like this, because when there's so many shalls and trying to get to the compliance, an existing building may pose a challenge to getting to that shall. And so in some cases, a guideline may be, as a guideline, it works better.
And I'll just note that, to not be vague, there's a difference between should and shall, right? And I don't think should is mandatory, shall is.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't read should as legal mandate.
Gotcha. And there's a lot of should.
There's a lot of should.
I mean, I tell my kids all the time they should do stuff.
Versus shall not.
Versus shall or shall not. Yeah, we try that.
Yes.
We try that too. Okay. And did we ever circle back around on that balconies and that offset? Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, I would love to, since we're on that kind of that page of good intent.
So just maybe a little additional comment, if it's okay, on the guidelines and standards. Every set of design guidelines that we write or deal with within a city context are a combination of standards and guidelines. That's the way that design guidelines and standards are written. The combination and complexion of those, I think, intends to balance prescription with the ability to innovate and provide design solutions that may not be anticipated. And so we've actually worked through probably, I don't know how many iterations of this, to get to the right balance of standards and guidelines. I think we've been rigorous, and the city's been very rigorous in the review of that. I think in your own code, as you read it, your new building form standards is a combination of standards and guidelines in the same way. So I think it's an important part of managing design process and design expectation is to balance that, the prescriptive shells with the slightly more open but kind of guidelines of the shoulds. So I think that's a critical maybe part of this type of a approach. On the balconies, so on page 11 of the PUD, you can see there's a table that outlines building setback exceptions, and there's some dimensional prescriptive elements in that. Balconies are able to project into a setback, which is a setback on private space, by 3 feet. So that's the dimension that we're able to project balconies. So in the case of upper story setbacks on Washington, for instance, we have a 20-story upper setback. A balcony could come 3 feet into that. No balconies are able to project into private space, into public space, sorry, so they would all have to be in private space. So we have a consistent 5-foot setback that we're providing to increase the sort of sense of space within the right-of-way, but we're providing that on private land. The balcony could project into that 5 feet by 3 feet. Or if it's in a 15-foot setback by 3 feet, or if it's in a 20-foot setback by 3 feet. Is that clear?
Okay. Okay, so potentially you could have a balcony that is 2 feet away from the public space.
You know, and that's quite deliberate. We think balconies are an animating feature within buildings. We don't want them to encroach into public space. We don't think we want to encroach into the street right-of-way. But as an animating feature within residential buildings, that kind of part in, part out balcony condition provides some kind of spirit and character to the facade, so we think it's an important device. The same thing applies to things like canopies and cornice extensions and other things that kind of provide some profile on the facade of the building.
Thank you.
Councilor Cameron, did you? No, it was you, Councilor Brown. Someone had a hand.
I got a hand, but I'm happy to.
He hasn't said much, and I can wait.
Well, Rick, if you could answer some questions about the parking and the third way parking scheme that I had, and wanted to make sure I fully understood. Not the third rail, the third way. So if you could turn to page 3 of Exhibit A. And under Part C, program compliance. And then I'm looking at paragraph, IV, 4 down there. And that's the one I'm having a hard time making, I'm sure I'm understanding. So after 2 consecutive years of owner's compliance with either of the compliance requirements listed above, which 2 compliance requirements listed above are we referring to in that sentence?
That would be 1 and 2 under the first I.
Okay. So compliant, and that is that they didn't they weren't meeting the utilization rate. They were having utilization
They had to
greater than
exercise
95%.
Right.
And that can only be triggered after you have 1 year of measuring. Then in the second year of measuring, that's when that might apply. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And how you measure is defined in here too, right?
Correct.
Do I remember it's quarterly? How does that work?
It's annually, so it's every 12 months, but the reporting,
Reporting is annually, but you have to measure, you can't just measure
for
once
2
a year.
quarters.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So say that again?
So the normal reporting is 1 year.
Yep.
The monitoring can be these 2 quarters in a year.
2 quarters, okay.
That can be reported back, and they can show, look, we know that we're over 95%. We're at, say, 96 or 97%, but we are going back into the neighborhoods and doing, after we've done this twice, after we've paid the penalty or required more parking in the next site plan, we've gone through that twice.
Yep. So possibly in year 3, that might be year 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then the opportunity for the owner would be, let's go into the neighborhoods and do some counts and see if this is actually impacting the neighborhood. This is one of the fears we heard all along the way, is that there would be overflow into the neighborhoods. So the measurement is, if it's 65% or less, it's not impacting the neighborhoods in a highly negative way.
Okay.
And therefore, they should be able to keep their 97% for now. And if that goes up again, they have to go back and prove it all over again.
Okay, I want to get into that neighborhood measuring, but I just don't want to let go for the moment of how you do the monitoring. What does it mean to monitor 2 quarters of a year? Is that
they're doing the counts? So
ongoing, 3 times a week, once a week. How many times are they actually counting to get that feed into that report?
It would only need to be once.
Okay.
In that quarter. So we would,
in a quarter.
The way it's specified, once in a quarter for 2 quarters, that monitoring would need to happen on a weekday that's not a holiday in the afternoon. We have noon and 4 because that's what Mueller did our counts using, that sort of time frame.
Okay.
So we wanted to have comparative data as well. So that's how that would work. So it would, it would have to be one of those weekday. It has to correspond with their peak, which is weekdays during the day in the afternoon, and what that measurement would look like in the neighborhoods themselves. Right now, the neighborhoods are about 34%. Yeah, 34% utilization on a weekday, just random, say a Tuesday at noon or 4. This would allow that to go up to 65% before, after that action would.
Can we talk about that, where the neighborhood measurements are? It's in that definitions? Is that the right place?
It's in the definition, the area, the geographical area.
Okay. I saw reference to a map, but I didn't actually see a map in there. But it's theoretically there might be a map at some future date.
Okay, that might have been an error if there's a reference to a map. I don't remember seeing a map, and the applicant is confirming that he.
Okay, no, there is no map. Okay, but basically we're talking about we're talking about the 10th, 9th, and 8th Street neighborhoods.
Right, everything from 58 down to the creek and along 10th Street corridor.
Okay, and of which 2 of those 3 streets
have permits.
Have a permit parking system, right? Correct. So there's not really a policy intent for those neighborhoods to meet the parking needs of the Coors Tech project, but you're expecting that's where you would see, if there was more demand than the supply was being met at the Coors Tech site, that's where you'd measure. But did you contemplate or think about measuring other places?
These places seem to be the most, proximate to the site and the sort of obvious places people would look if there wasn't on. So that 10th Street corridor for sure, and then there's public parking along there as well.
Yeah.
And then the neighborhoods and I suppose it could go east into Goosetown, but the city owns most of that property, and there's not, it's heart of Golden, and it could potentially be inclusive of that too. But the real impacts that are felt in the community seem to be in those areas, and that's why those were chosen.
Okay, I think I understand that concept. I worry about that though, because I think if we what we've learned from parkers is that mine students will park over by Safeway, and tubers will park on the 8th Street, and people will traverse long distances to find free and what they feel is more attractive parking options than are made available. And I worry that it may be really that it's a limited, narrow view. And in fact, typically what happens when we have a permit parking system is then it's like the whack-a-mole. It just pushes people elsewhere. So I worry about the timing of that. And then, we're not measuring, 6th Street really isn't that far. To walk from 6th Street north of Highway 58 across the bridge and over onto 7th Street, that's a fast walk. You're really not that far either. So I'm I'm just giving you some comments. I'm a little worried about the concept of that's the one place we'll measure. But that helps. It helps in my understanding of how that's supposed to work. So thank you.
Sure, and understood. I think Americans do walk sometimes more than we think they do, but oftentimes, planners want them to walk all the time. But the highways are typically a barrier for people mentally. Like, do I want to cross a highway and walk? Like 4th Street, for example, not a very comfortable walk in that zone across the highway, but it could happen, right? There could be people who park in that area. But I appreciate your concerns.
And just one more thing: who does the measuring? Is that a concern of how does that work?
Yeah, and it's in the definition as well. It would be a third-party consultant that is hired by the owner.
And is there some language in there about the report is to your satisfaction, that it meets the need? I guess what I'm worried about is I worry that folks in the community will be highly suspicious of any report that says there's adequate parking. We know that already, right?
Yeah.
We hear that already from council. Like when we say there's plenty of parking in the garages, people say, no, I'm still going to circle around this fossil lot for the next hour because that's where I need to park. So I worry that people will be skeptical, and I worry that they need to have some assurance that you have good assurance that you feel the results are valid. And so is there a mechanism in there for that?
There's not a specific mechanism, but I think it would work how it works in other instances, including the traffic impact study, where Kimley Horn is hired to do, there's one consultant that's hired to do the work, and another consultant that's hired to check the work. And we have an on-call consultant that we could easily share this with and say, does this look right?
Okay.
And especially someone who's doing our counts for us now.
Yeah.
Who would be aware of that. So I perceive it to be the same as we usually do business with third-party consultants.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'm going to move off parking. Housing for a minute. Initially, after reading the packet, my opinion about being able to deed restrict off-site housing was I wasn't a fan of it because of the counselor's point that it takes things out of the mix. However, deed restricting it is protection. So I'm in support of actually changing the definition of workforce housing to deed restricted housing, because workforce housing has its own, I would say, interpretation that isn't as accurate as simply deed restricted. And if we were to do deed restricted, I also would like to expand the definition of what we're calling affordable down to 60%, with the idea that if they don't have to provide it on site, maybe we can find another unicorn where we can develop at a lower cost something down to the 60% range. I just feel like the current wording literally allows them to provide housing at 120% of AMI with no guarantee that there's any provided below 120%. So I guess the question is, since we're talking about the ODP, is the applicant willing to change some of that wording?
I'm wondering if that's a better discussion for council.
Well, we could talk about it all day, but if they're not interested, they could say, no, we're not interested.
Sure.
So
Or they could say they're open and we say we don't want it. I don't know. Either way.
True.
Yeah, either way is fine.
Yeah, I mean, we
If you
have
wanna-
a lot of
yeah.
input on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to address Councilman Cameron's comment about all of the housing could be 120%. And I went to confirm with Janet McCubbin. 80 to 120% is a unit that anyone who falls in that range is eligible for. It doesn't mean we can build only one narrow percent and only serve people in 120%. It means we build a unit, and if you fall in the 80 to 120%, you're eligible for it. It doesn't mean that we can build 90 to 92% or 119 to 120%. It means anyone from 80 to 120%. So we can't stack it all as 120%.
So just to clarify, if you build a unit and you expected to get rent at $2,000, but the applicants and the deed restriction allows somebody to get it for $1,600, you will rent it to them for that lower amount.
We will be obliged per the ODP for someone who qualifies at 80 to 120%, the rent will be, per the definitions in the ODP, 30% of their gross income. So yes, we don't get to set like a particular rent at 120% and see who wants it. These units are permanently deed restricted in that income range for
Okay.
someone eligible in that range.
And you kept using deed restricted, so I'll just finish with, could we change the definition from workforce housing to deed restricted housing? But anyway, okay, I'm done with that. Thank you.
Can I ask a related question while Mr. Cohen's still up there?
Go ahead.
Mr. Cohen, I wanted to ask you another question about a comment that we'd received from the Golden United Housing Task Force folks. They had written us a letter and had a number of comments and suggestions about the workforce housing issue. One of those was about that AMI spread, and their recommendation was a change from 60% to 120%. Do you have any thoughts or comments on that? I thought their analysis was intriguing in that they were lining that up with job titles that exist in Golden, and many of which at Coors Tech. So I thought it was an interesting analysis. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Lots of thoughts, and maybe she moved, if you want to weigh in as well as an expert. One, we've had lots of conversations with Golden United and made a number of substantive changes, particularly in response to their requests. Two, we are very intentionally trying to serve an underserved, if not unserved, AMI range. Three, lots more affordable housing is needed for people at 60% and 40% and the whole range. And we are not capable of being the sole solution to that. We want to help lead and be part of the solution. So it's not that there's not a need for 60%.
Can I jump in real quick? Just to remind everybody. So in the ordinance 2184, there's conditional language that was previously agreed to by the applicant during the Planning Commission session that proposes to amend the workforce housing section to provide for an annual income of between 80 and 120% of AMI or lower. So just so that we're talking about the same thing, it's no longer 80 to 120. There is that or lower. So just a point of clarification. So that's not shown on the ODP yet, but that is language that the applicants agreed to.
And so, Ms. Strand, should we interpret that to say that would address that same comment, you think, from Golden United? That
I will defer to Janet to speak to, but I just wanted to make sure we're all starting from the same basis of
I
what the
appreciate
requirement
that.
is.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I mean, or lower obviously means it could serve any AMI lower than the 80% mark. Also, just in the conversations we've had with the applicant, one of the things we have talked about, and one of the sort of reasons we even talked this through with Golden United, if the cash in lieu up front could be used for AMIs that are lower than that, then at least the third of the 25 units would be serving folks who are lower than the 80% of AMI. Okay. So, and that's something, when you partner with nonprofits, it's pretty easy.
Okay, thank you.
Would you be willing to speak to your experience relative to who builds what kind of income level housing and whether or not we're the right ones?
And just this is experienced in my past cities and just working, especially most recently in the city of Calgary, we often had a lot of density bonuses that would be in exchange for affordable housing. And where we saw the strengths in different developers was often the people they were serving naturally. Market rate developers naturally serve folks that are nearest to market. Your millennials who are coming out of college who can't quite reach that market rate yet, but are naturally growing in their income and would naturally grow into market rate housing. Whereas you see your nonprofit developers, your housing authorities, who are able to connect to services, to connect to government funding, to be able to have more resources to serve the deeper needs and the deeper subsidy needs in that housing, tend to be your stronger folks in developing your lower income housing. So that's just usually the recommendations that I would go with is your market rate folks who don't have access to some of those resources but tend to be serving that market range already.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Fisher.
That's actually a really helpful discussion for me. Thank you. And I don't want to bounce back too much, but I've got a list of questions regarding parking, and I think just to dovetail on what Councilor Brown was saying, the on-street parking utilization rate is the secondary metric after the 95%. How was that proposed? Was that proposed by staff or was that proposed by the applicant as a secondary check?
Well, it was proposed by the applicant because one of the topics of conversation throughout the hearing process as well as the public engagement process that happened sort of in the middle was that parking could overflow into the neighborhoods. So the idea was, let's check the neighborhoods and see if that's true. And when we really started focusing more on, when we shifted to talk about utilization, it was more about on-site utilization. But I think the applicant was looking for, a way to show that you could go above 95% on-site parking utilization and still not impact the neighborhoods and in a negative way. And so to get at higher maximization of usage of those parking spaces. So you might want to ask the applicant more about that in particular, but that's my recollection of how that came about.
Okay, that's helpful. And could you clarify, I thought I had heard that the landscape today suggests that there's approximately 35% utilization. I think to Councilor Brown's point, what we did earlier was addressing the fact that even at 35%, the neighborhoods feel we're already overpacked, and this potentially would allow us to double the amount of traffic in the neighborhoods without causing any triggers. Is that, am I understanding, did I hear that correctly? Because that certainly, I feel like is concerning to me.
Well, yeah, it's a matter of perception, right? I mean, if 35% are available, that's 35%, but if the perception in the neighborhood is that that's too much, it still is availability technically. So it's how you perceive it.
I'm just going to ask for clarification. The 35% was the weekday, non-holiday. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So this would say up to 65%. That is not maxing out the available on-street parking in these neighborhoods, and because there's still 35% of spaces free. But yeah, it's all on-site in the neighborhoods or office.
Okay. Then now I'm confused about the 35 versus 65. I apologize. You were saying that currently there's 35% utilization or 35% availability?
Availability. So 65. The utilization maximum is 65%.
That's.
I think if your question was, what's today's utilization rate?
Oh, today's utilization. Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about the way its language is in here. Sorry.
Okay, and just I think to be helpful to the applicant, I would always pick the day after Thanksgiving. It's not technically a holiday, but nobody's working. So if you're going to do your counts, that would be my count. And right now, I park in the free lot of Coors Tech, thank you, and walk over to Goosetown. So I can guarantee you, I would probably walk back the other way too. So that's kind of interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all. I think I would love, maybe that feels like it needs to be tightened up a little bit to be a little bit more appropriate so we don't gamify, as I think they were talking about with the TDM stuff.
One of the things that staff discussed with the applicant earlier was maybe having both parties select the dates that are used to make sure those things are thought of. And that could be even, city events and city related concerns on a particular day.
Okay. And do you know, or what's your sense of whether this third way works with this whatever it's called, on-street parking utilization rate, as opposed to what you had previously discussed, which was that 95%?
You mean adding that into the mix?
Correct, because that doesn't sound like what you had originally contemplated.
It's not what staff proposed. I mean, the staff was proposing the on-site version of what you see there. And as I mentioned, it was the applicant who said, well, what about this too? What about this opportunity to show that it's not negatively impacting the neighborhoods, even if it is above that 95%? So I think it was, it's a compromise. We promised Planning Commission we would continue to work on it, and we would try to come up with the best thing that would work for both parties, and that's really where we are today, and it's ultimately council's decision. But this is as close as we could get, even with all the months involved in this process.
Okay, thanks. And I don't know if now or later, I had some questions just about like street management and roadways and road designs and roundabouts and traffic and that sort of stuff. I don't know. And it may not even be.
We might want to bring Mr. Hausman.
Yeah, but I'm happy to segment that off as a separate set of questions.
Anybody have anything they want to bring up first? We good? All right, move on to your next. Go.
I guess I'm a little bit concerned that what I read related to the idea that there will be some impacts to traffic, that the number will be something like 10,000 cars a day additional coming into this area. And I guess one question I struggle a little bit with the confidence to understand that every single metric stayed green and basically didn't budge, given that we're already having traffic impacts now. So I would love to understand how we get to that in this engineering world where it feels like in the real world we're already having traffic impacts, especially along Washington. And how do we suddenly magically add 10,000 cars with virtually no impact to that? I think that's probably the one direction of questions. And the other direction of questions has to do with what is the city's approach to looking at what 7th looks like and what Washington looks like and what the intersections of 8th and 9th with Washington look like? Because the proposals look like adding traffic lights, which sounds to me just sort of mind-boggling for me to understand how you would add multiple traffic lights. But that's what the traffic study says, right? It says these would need to be traffic light. So that's kind of, I think, the two elements of the question that I would like to kind of understand a little bit better.
Sure, I'll answer those questions. John Hausman, Muller Engineering, on-call traffic engineer for the city. So I was the one who reviewed the traffic impact study and provided comment on behalf of the city. To your first question about 10,000 trips, I wouldn't grasp onto the daily numbers as much because of things as proposed, TDM and stuff like that. Daily trips are calculated based on equations, based on typical land uses that aren't considering these types of uses and mixes of uses to decrease the amount of traffic that is coming to site. So focus more on the peak hour numbers because we have a better grasp of those. And right now, city code is level of service D is the threshold for when a development is considered to be impactful. Your level of services right now for the Washington and Ford Street corridors are B, and low closer to A, not closer to C type. So yes, there are times where Washington and Ford seem like they have bad traffic, but you might be there during the 5 minutes that's happening. If you stand out in the corridors and watch for an hour, and that's how we assess level of services over an hour's period, it fluctuates. Golden has traffic that fluctuates on a 5 to 10 minute basis. It's not sustained for an entire hour. So when you average it over an hour, it comes down to B. That's why you're not seeing, with the added traffic for the project, that we're getting past level of service D. And that's why, working with the city engineer, the discussion of traffic impact fees has come into place, because every development takes a portion of available capacity on your roadways, but none of them tend to be big enough to get you past that level of service D threshold. So that's why the discussion has now shifted to traffic impact fees within the city of Golden. Then with your second questions about the traffic signals. The traffic signals came into the traffic study as an additional set of analysis that we asked the applicant to do, and that was in association with what is long-term flexibility when it comes to traffic associated with Coors Tech on top of everything else? And would we have the flexibility long-term if the city decided Washington right now is 4 lanes, but to make it more accessible for pedestrians and bicycles to cross, it would be better if we could get it down to 2 lanes. What happens if we would narrow Washington to 2 lanes? That's when the traffic signals come into play, because it's harder for that amount of traffic to get onto and off of Washington. So if we leave it at 4 lanes, no traffic signals. It's if we start narrowing that street down to improve things for pedestrians and bicycles that we start getting into the realm of needing traffic signals. We also asked them to check on the roundabouts as well, just as another flexibility tool of primarily the jog between Washington Ford along 10th. And would that be a possible long-term thing if we needed to go there? So those things in the traffic study were actually things we asked the applicant to add to their study that they didn't need to, but they agreed to, so that we could see that full long-term picture of what are available options in those corridors.
Okay.
Does that help?
Thank you. That does help. Do we, and I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer this, do we understand what the general costs are related to rebuilding of roads or rebuilding of, say, 7th Street? Because it sounds like there's a proposal to potentially modify access. My understanding is the applicant said that there was something like $500,000 that they're willing to throw into the kitty for developments and changes to the roadways. If we're contemplating, multiple significant changes, just based on what we have been passing in recent budgets, I'd love to have a better sense for what the sort of costs are for those types of changes, 7th and 4th intersection, things like that.
I couldn't give you explicit numbers, but the money that they have pledged is specifically tied to multimodal improvements, so we wouldn't be able to do necessarily improvements to the 7th and 4th intersection with that matching fund. And that's what it's specifically tied to, some kind of multimodal connection need that matching fund would come into place. But that's where the traffic impact fees then start kicking in to help fund those specific roadway and intersection things over time, especially on a phased project. Because traffic would also then be reassessed each time a new building plan comes up as well, so we can incrementally start tracking traffic over time. The traffic study that was presented to you is based on the worst case scenario for land use and their building practices. So as time evolves, that picture will change as we know more and more and more about what's going on in each subsequent phase of development.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I had a question. It might be for Lori. I'm uncomfortable with this, what feels like trying to solve a traffic problem that is probably intractable with a week between our hearings and the third way. Is there a fourth way, which would be to put some sort of flexibility in the ODP that says we'll readdress this? We'll emphatically readdress this if the TDM doesn't work out. I mean, it's in a way it's already in there. It's probably the first way. But do we have protection that if we were to, let's say, not do the third way, that we will absolutely have an ability to follow up with them and they don't just get to, create parking nightmares?
No. So the way that what's in the ODP right now, and it was described by both Dan Cohen and Rick to some extent, was that if there's a consecutive, and I don't know the language as well as these guys, but if there's a consecutive compliance issue with the SOB rate not being hit, then it is the owner's determination of which of those three compliance mechanisms apply. Granted, one of them embedded in that is TDM strategies picked by, Rick, and an in lieu fee that's been created by the city, but which one applies is, as written, the applicant's choice. And this is a section that's requested for vesting. So this would be the program that's in place for 20 years. So no, and I think that's the issue that staff has.
Okay, and so this is our solution, and there's no other solution like saying that this would only be vested for 10 years, or after 10 years they can get it revested under certain criteria.
That's certainly something you can discuss with the applicant. I think that's a fair discussion to have.
Because I'm just not sure that we have the right answer tonight, but.
And I would also point out, and I think this was pointed out, but sometimes I think it gets lost, is that, the TDM program may not be in place for some period of time. I think Mr. Cohen made a very good point that for this all to work, of course they're going to be implementing TDM strategies early on. Otherwise, it's not going to work when they need to, right? There's some things that need to be done early on based on the nature of the different TDM strategies that they might use. So it may be, several years until the kind of monitoring and compliance that's triggered is actually a requirement, because they won't have elected to go that path until sometime later, perhaps. So just. That might have been confusing, but perhaps you understood.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Question about cash in lieu. What does the current parking space cost?
Right. It's pretty variable. It's always going up. Garage parking spaces, especially underground parking spaces, are the most expensive. And then you have above ground garages, which are probably second most expensive, and then surface level lots are the cheapest. But I don't even, underground is, what would you say, 50? Actual cost. Yeah. Yeah, 35 to 45 was one estimated. It's always more than you think it should be, but it's a lot.
Right.
Even surface parking spaces are a lot to give up, land-wise, just for car storage.
That makes me actually want to just run out of space in my garage. Can you tell me, I guess I was also asking, is there a fee that we charge for a parking space that we have set as the cost? Is that the cost that we have set as a city? Because I think there's several places in there that said, whatever the current reasonable rate is, what do we think that rate is?
We'd have to do it would be whatever the market rate was at that time. So if it was a garage, space, what's the current market rate for that, and that's we would have to use a measurement like that. We do have cash in lieu in the city, as you know, for the parking garages. It's a much subsidized rate. It's currently about $12,000, I believe, because it's we built the garage a long time ago and it was set up that way. But yeah, it would have to be a fair market value.
So in this case, that number, help me understand the current spaces. Like on one of the charts, it said the current space requirement for the density of the project was something like 3,141 spaces.
Under a current code.
Under the current code.
Right.
And the TDM Plus was something like 1,695 spaces. Mm-hmm. So that's something like a 55% number, I think, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
What's the difference in value between them paying the full rate that's based on our existing code versus what they're proposing with the TDM Plus?
The value of those parking spaces?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, that would be a lot of money. The way that the reason they want to do TDM, of course, is to reduce those ratios as well as couple it with shared parking to reduce the overall number of spaces. But that's one of the primary motivations for them seeking this rezoning is to get that parking reduction, because it would be an astronomical cost difference between those two.
Well, it's interesting. When Mr. Cohen was talking about why they were doing the TDM, that didn't come up. Saving money was not one of the things that I recall mentioned. I think TDM is an important solution. Is there a way to find out what kind of number that is that's the differential?
Well, you'd have to figure out what type of spaces, and I mean, do you want to address that?
I'm sorry. I'm not exactly sure what the question is. I will say, if we're building this project under current zoning's parking requirement, then we're not building exactly this project, because we're not going to build all of that parking. We're never going to build 3,100 parking spaces. That's not the kind of place that we want to create. We don't think that's the kind of place city policy or most people in the city want to create. We're not putting all of that money into below ground, 4 levels of below ground parking. The project doesn't happen that way. It means a lot more of your land gets devoted to parking structures. You find a cheaper way to build parking, and you adjust your plan. We were able to make these commitments on this extra open space and preserving these buildings and all these things because we're not devoting all the resources and, more importantly, the land to the parking. If you want a parking first place, that's a different project, and this doesn't wholly work for that.
So are you saying it would have to be a less dense project if the requirement was to use the current code?
I don't know exactly, but we're not going to build 3,100 parking spaces.
Okay.
I mean, if we were, we didn't need to do, I mean, it's not the only reason to seek the rezoning, but like I mentioned earlier, we could have just started to build, and we're going to be able to comply with the city's current requirement for parking for quite some time. Because if you think about it, we have a lot of unused land. We're going to even tear down some not historically significant buildings, so we're going to have even more land. And our intention is to build, initially 1 or 2 buildings. So we're going to have not a lot of users and a whole lot of parking for quite some time. So we don't think that the timing on us requesting having less parking than the code currently requires is going to happen anytime soon. And a variety of people may have different opinions on it, but Mr. Murby can tell you better than I. This code was written in 1973, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that you've said it probably wasn't even written by people in Golden. It was just taken from the next town over. We look at a lot of parking codes in a lot of cities, and they've advanced, and I'm sure yours probably will in the not too distant future as well. So we're not going to build 3,100 parking spaces. It goes against all of the guiding principles I put up on the screen there.
Okay, that's helpful, and I just think it's interesting to contemplate. I don't know that anybody would want an extra 3,100 people driving in every day to Golden in those parking spaces, but it'd be like 30K for a spot would be like $43 million.
Well, and 3,100 parking spaces is more than the entirety of all the parking spaces on street, off street, public, private in all of downtown Golden.
Which is interesting because I think it says to a certain extent, right, the density of this project is more than the entirety of downtown, right?
What it says is your parking code is really out of date and doesn't reflect mixed use, shared parking approaches, even though your TMP and parts of your comp plan make little references to TDM and shared parking that hasn't fully yet embraced it. Downtown is already a mixed-use district. It doesn't matter who owns which property. You have a lot of people doing a variety of things at different times of day, and we're going to do more of that. And we're going to manage the heck out of this parking with the best technology to make sure we have enough for our users, and on nights and weekends in particular. We're going to be a contributor or a solver of any parking issues. We're not going to be creating parking problems. We're confident of that. You add even 1,700 parking spaces to downtown, that's an enormous addition to the supply.
All right, Council, we've been at this for a while. I know folks had questions coming into this, so I want to give everyone an opportunity to ask their question. I just ask that you think about the question and make sure it's not something that's for council discussion and decision at this point. But if we still have questions, let's definitely take the time to ask them.
I guess I have a procedural question, if I could, maybe to our attorneys, and that'll help me decide what I want to advocate and deliberate for. I'm interested in the third way, but I'm skeptical. But I'm also really I wish that our planning commission would have had a chance to review the third way, particularly many of our. I think they're extremely knowledgeable, Commissioner Panginello and many of our other members of the Planning Commission. I kind of wish I kind of want them to react to the third way, but is that a possibility procedurally without denying, you know what I mean? I don't know. You see where I'm going at, Kathy?
I see where you're going. I haven't looked at the path yet to respond.
Okay.
So
I can wait. I don't need an answer right now. That's what's going through my head. If you want to think about it.
Yeah.
Council, I know there were a couple of pieces, and I should have written them down, but there's been a lot. That
Mayor,
were recommendations.
I did have one other
Oh, yeah, go
question. I
ahead.
apologize because we have our traffic guy here. And I apologize, I'm so bad with names. But in the ODP, there's mention of service levels E and F, and you had mentioned things dropping below D. I just want to make sure that the ODP is in line with our expectations. For example, if we did have an impact fee, do we need to change the wording on the ODP to say D, or do we just need to make sure if we put it in place, it says the right things?
I guess my understanding is with the changes in doing traffic impact fees and any changes going forward, that the development would be subject to those as they change. I haven't been part of writing the ODP, so I'm not a policy person, so I can't necessarily answer the policy portion, but D doesn't need to be specifically stated because that's part of the city code when we do our, D is acceptable, E and F are not. That's the dividing line. So you can be in D, but once you reach E, then you're in impact as per the current traffic impact analysis code.
That may satisfy it. So I think Lori has been looking at probably 2C under the traffic. Would you agree that we're covered?
What page?
Yes.
What page? Depends on what you're looking at. I'm at page 69 of our overall packet. It's, page 4 of 12 of the ODP. Anyway. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure we were covered, which I think they're confirming. You're not trying to read that, are you?
I said I need
I do, but I
magnifying.
have to take out my glasses.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it shouldn't need to be updated because D would not qualify as an unacceptable condition based on the current code.
And nor in the ODP.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm good with it.
I'll wait till we're done looking. I just want to recap a few things that we heard that are decision points that are not in the current ODP as presented, that were provided as options for council to consider. And we've talked a lot about one of them, which is the TDM that's in the ODP or this third way. So that's a decision point. We've asked questions, but that is still for council discussion. Another that we haven't heard too much about, but it was mentioned, and that was on the vesting and the planning commissioner proposal around accelerating housing investment. So I believe what's written in there is, in the ODP is 20 years. And so that's current ODP. There's an option that we should discussed that was thrown out there. There were others. Those are the only two that I remember. There was something else that was mentioned that was considered and accepted by the applicant, but not actually in the ODP.
About the hard costs?
Yeah, the definition of the hard costs. Well, that was.
Yeah, but we agreed that was
You
fine.
did
and we
agree
didn't
that
need
there's a
to
mutual
discuss it any
understanding. Are you
further.
talking about?
Was it the or lower? Is that not written
That's in the
ODP?
ordinance.
That is in the ordinance,
There's
okay.
a requirement for performance bond to ensure compliance with any workforce housing requirements that are triggered in phase 4. That was one that we talked about. You want me to?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're getting on here. I want to make sure that any of the things that were brought up that were for council discussion.
So there are two other conditions that we've been kind of discussing with the applicant. And we've been playing with it, and I have some language that I could share for the screen if somebody, I have a memory stick, and we can talk about it. One of them relates to clarifying how workforce housing requirement should be treated upon, wait, hold on a second, hold on, I'm trying to multitask too much.
While you're doing that, I can answer Councilor Brown's question, if that's not too disjointed. So section 1848.050 of your code, which addresses the rezoning, says after its hearing, council may continue the matter by remanding consideration of the rezoning to the Planning Commission for further proceedings as the council may direct. So you would want to be very specific and sufficiently scope that direction should a remand occur.
Okay. Not vague. Thank you.
I do appreciate that the applicant knows how to use our technology. So, kudos. So, are we up there? Okay. So there are two, and I'm going to start with a different one, conditions that we have been talking with the applicant about. And the first one, and I'll let the applicant jump in because this is kind of addresses an issue that they wanted to clarify, is that...
Can you make the font bigger? Can you zoom?
Oh, you're asking...
Your bottom right.
Just the
Bottom right.
bar.
Yeah, make it
I
light.
gotcha.
Can't see that.
I gotcha. What?
Control that.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay, and then I'll scroll down a little bit. Okay, so this proposed condition for your consideration tries to provide clarity on how workforce housing requirements should be treated at the expiration of the vesting term, whatever that may be, and if you approve it. So we've worked with the applicant, and what's proposed is that at the expiration of the vested rights period, the owners will be required to complete any workforce housing requirements that have been triggered prior to the expiration of the vested rights period. They will be required to complete those. So if prior to the expiration of the vested rights period, there's been 100 market rate units that have been received approval of a site development plan or a building permit, that would trigger the 10% requirement. They would be obligated to complete out the ODP requirements. And the flip side of that is they're required, and they also have that right. Any new workforce housing policy that is adopted by the city during the vested rights period would apply only for future triggers. So after the expiration of the vested rights term, future triggers for workforce housing would be required to comply with the workforce housing policy that's newly adopted by the city during the vesting term. Now, a caveat there is that we have no idea if and when a workforce housing policy will be adopted, and even if that workforce housing policy would apply to this project. So it's kind of tricky with the language, but we wanted to make clear that, if they've gotten an SDP or a building permit approved prior to the vested rights period expiring, and that triggered a workforce housing requirement, they'll complete satisfaction of the requirement per the terms of the ODP, and only future applications for SDPs or building permits or whatever the workforce housing policy ultimately says would apply to the district. So that's one part of this language. The other part of this language, and again, I think this was particularly tricky, is because we don't know what may happen, is this idea that, and I don't like to use this term, but it really does kind of capture this term, is that there's really no double dipping. So if there is a workforce housing policy that is adopted by the city that would apply to this project following the vested rights period, that the owners will be credited what they've already provided. So they don't have to provide things twice. What that credit is, we can't really specify because we don't know if it's going to be an in lieu fee requirement, if it's going to be based on office, if it's going to be based on commercial or residential. We don't know. So the last sentence, gets to the idea that we're going to have to mutually and reasonably agree to the appropriate amount of that credit. So this is language that we've worked on with the applicant to address their kind of request for some clarification on what happens at the end of the vested rights period. And we reviewed it and we're comfortable with it. So if you don't have any questions on that one, or if you do, I'll go on to the next one and then you can ask me questions. So the next one, we've been trying to get it, but the applicant probably has some comments or may have some comments on this language. But it gets to the third way. So the third way, as folks spoke to, was only recently put together, and it has not been thoroughly reviewed. It wasn't thoroughly reviewed until this afternoon by our office. Conceptually, what's been discussed makes a lot of sense. We understand what it says, but there's language issues that we would want to see cleaned up. And I can walk you through them if you wanted to look at it. But basically, there's some big picture. I want to see language added to clarify that the off-site parking and the district parking supply shall not include public on-street parking. We've talked with the applicant. That is the intent. It's just not said anywhere. So when you're talking about district parking supply being used to satisfy any requirements, I'd like to add language that clearly states that shall not include public on-street parking. So it's either got to be within the site itself or in some off-site, off-street is how I kind of think of it in my mind, location. There's also some language, and we've kind of already figured out pretty precisely what needs to be cleaned up, but there needs to be some clarifications made to what measurements need to be required in the monitoring reports. So in one place in Exhibit A to the supplemental memo, it talks about there's the first monitoring report, then there's a subsequent monitoring report, and it talks about providing the district utilization rate, which is the on-site rate, as well as the on-street parking rate. On-street parking rate, that terminology should not be in that provision. The only time the on-street parking utilization rate would be obtained or collected would be under what you guys have spent a lot of time discussing, and that's if there's two consecutive compliance, I don't know the language exactly, but it's where you're testing for that 65%. So there's kind of remnant language that just needs to be cleaned up. We haven't, let's see, I was just, another thing, and we haven't talked about this, and again, we'll let the applicant speak to these because we haven't gone over this language with them. And nobody's talked about this, but I'd like to just see some clarification as to the locational and timing requirements for delivery of electric vehicle charging stations. It's at the very end of Exhibit A, and it talks about they shall be delivered in Phase 1 and in Phase 2, and then later in Phase 3. So what does in phase mean, and where are they going to be located? Are they going to be located on site or at the off-site, off-street location? So again, I think that's more clarification. And just listening to comments that were made by the council members, D and E kind of get to, the Friday of Thanksgiving? No. We also think it makes a lot of sense for the parties to mutually agree on what the 2 days each quarter are going to be the days where the data is drawn. Aside from just saying non-holiday and work days, like let's pick the 2 days and agree to it. And also, just in response to somebody's comment, similar to what's provided for the traffic analysis, there is language in the traffic analysis section that says that the city shall approve the third-party consultant. It makes a lot of sense for them to approve it here too.
Okay.
So that's what we've proposed. Again, I think it's all consistent with substantively what we've talked about. We'll let the applicant speak to the language because they have not, seen all the details of this. But we also provide that I don't know that it necessarily needs to come back. So let me scroll down because I'm in control. So the idea would be if you're comfortable with these revisions and the applicant's comfortable with these revisions, that Rick and I can work with the applicant to get these cleaned up and taken care of. I think on the break we've got through a lot of it, but not quite enough time. So those are two other conditions for your consideration.
Thank you.
And I just want to chime in real quick. Staff reminded me that if there is going to be any remand to Planning Commission, there are 3 new members that have not seen this application. Something to consider.
So would you like me to leave this up here since you don't have this? Oh, yep, before it, yep, and you can scroll up and down.
I'm just going to make it easy. I agree. Yeah, we're comfortable with all those changes. And just to be clear, we're comfortable with the changes with regard to where and when the electric charging goes. That's universal to, it's not specific to either the third way or the first way. Yeah.
It's either way.
I have a question.
Okay.
And then Rob had a question. Do we need to define, if we go with the Commissioner Scrable proposal, what that dollar amount is for those 9 cash in lieu up front? Or we can be silent on that and it'll just be figured out? I just don't know what our requirement is tonight. Can I help? We're prepared to make a specific suggestion to that after consultation with Janet McCubbin, so if that's helpful. I'm just wondering, is it in our best interest to protect our, decision to do so?
Well, I'd like to hear what staff is recommending, I think, and we can then assess that.
Can I try, and then if you don't agree with me? So in the spirit of Commissioner Scrabble's suggestion, what we would be comfortable with is that first phase of the minimum requirements, that's 9 units, rather than it being triggered at the end of the phase and having lots of different options and timing of when it could be delivered. It has to be cash in lieu. It has to be at the first CO in the phase. So the first building, we have to pay it. We pay it in full, and we pay it to the city. Hopefully by then you will have established your own way of receiving it, but the point is we write it to you and you can do whatever you see fit with it. We would propose that it be equal to the amount of whatever system you determine when you adopt a cash in lieu housing fee, but not to exceed $350,000 a unit, which is the number that Janet came up with. I have a whole slide of numbers that suggest much lower numbers, including from the city of Denver that just adopted their ordinance. We think 350 is buying land, everything. It doesn't account at all for the fact that we're giving up any economic interest, so we think that's extraordinarily generous. So we're saying whatever number you adopt, but not to exceed 350. So 9 times 350 would be $3.15 million. So we're willing to write a check for $3.15 million or a different number less than that if that's what you adopt to the city. You can use it at any AMI level you want at the first CO of the whole project, with the understanding that the rest of the terms of the affordable housing provisions remain unchanged
and that the vesting is as requested.
Yep, wait.
One question on that, though. I had asked earlier about a performance bond. If there is housing in the final phase, would you still be willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This was a lot of good new information about the proposal and the vesting or on the housing. Just want to clarify. So currently what's in there is it's at the end of the phase that the affordable housing requirement comes in.
It's triggered if
It's
it hasn't
triggered.
already been residential earlier in the phase that triggered it.
Okay.
And then depending on the delivery method, on new construction, in lieu, or acquisition, there are different timeframes that run from a year and a half to over 3 years.
So future phases, phase 2 and phase 3, phase 4, would follow the requirements that are in here. So it would be when triggered or at the end of the phase based on when residential is built.
And that
with
was
the
our understanding
options.
of the Commissioner Scrabble's
Just want to
idea.
clarify.
And what, Janet can speak for herself, but what Ms. McCubbin and I conferred about.
Thank you. Questions about that piece? Yes.
Janet, I need to put you on the spot. So,
I'd like to just explain where the 350, it was sort of the start of the discussion
actually,
here.
it was not the monetary side I wanted to ask you about.
I'm sorry?
It was not the monetary part I wanted to ask you about.
Oh, okay.
I had mentioned earlier that I'm concerned about the owner buying effectively market rate but affordable units, and Councilor Cameron came out on the other side of that. I wanted your professional opinion.
I actually think it's important. I was able to listen to your discussion last week on it, and I think all three strategies are equally important. And we do have a lot of naturally affordable occurring housing, affordable housing in the city. That you're right, and what's challenging in this market is it could get snapped up really quickly. And you've seen this already with one of your mobile home parks, where it's been snapped up by a corporate investor and the rents have been raised by 50%. And so I think preserving that naturally occurring affordable housing is an important strategy. Sometimes you may be able to get that at a better price than you may be able to build something new. The importance is to deed restrict it permanently. So I think I actually would recommend that as a strategy to keep in the plan.
So my concern with that is there is one building I happened to walk by today that is almost exactly 25 units. I didn't go out and count them.
Okay.
That could be bought, I would assume, for a lot more than $350,000 per unit.
Mm-hmm.
Could put a deed restriction on. That site is not going to warrant redevelopment of affordable housing, so it would certainly preserve that stock. On the other hand, it's right now they're units that are affordable to,
They're naturally
yeah. So
and
I'm
again,
just worried about that scenario.
That's a property that could get snapped up in the market. I mean, the market prices are crazy. That's why even telling you $350 per unit is kind of crazy right now with the development cost and everything else that's going on. You're seeing so many offers. In March of this year, we looked at the sales prices. $930,000 was median in the city of Golden. And so honestly, that's why I think it's so important to say, if you do have your naturally occurring affordable housing, protect what you can.
Thank you.
For Janet.
Yes.
Jen, appreciate you coming on board, and this sort of information is really helpful. Can you help explain, one of the things I can't figure out is whether we go with the original timeline for the units versus this accelerated timeline for the affordable housing. Can you give me a sense for what the difference is in the time frame and how available we are to be able to take advantage of that accelerated timeline if it's there?
Right, and I think they may be able to explain the timing of the units. So if the accelerated fee was not put into play, then in phase 1, they would be responsible for bringing on 9 units And I believe they have a period of time after the end of the phase to actually develop those 9 units. 42 months?
Yeah, so I actually looked at this, so I think I know this. So it depends on what delivery method they choose. So as currently drafted, and Dan likely has this memorized as well, after the CO is issued for the triggering market rate units, if they opt to pay the cash in lieu, it would be paid 18 months after that CO. If they opt to acquire and convert, an existing unit that meets the geographical requirements, is that 2 years after CO for the triggering event? Yeah. So that is 2 years after the CO for the triggering event. If they decide to construct new units, they must begin the construction process, and I forget how that's defined, within 2 years of the CO for the triggering event and complete within 42 months of that CO. So, is that right? So that's the time frame.
That's really good.
Right now. So.
Okay, and what is that 2 years after what?
2 years after the certificate of occupancy is issued for the units, the market rate units that triggered the workforce housing requirements, or if the triggering event is the completion of a phase, then it would be after, I think that's defined earlier. I think it's the last CO for the phase. Is that correct? So.
Which is defined in like 250,000 square foot chunks.
Yeah, so like the 250,000, 000, the CO for that last piece, that would start the time frames.
Okay. And do we know when that could potentially happen? Is there, or maybe that's an applicant question. Is it like 2023, 2029, 2030?
The honest answer is I don't know. And just to be clear, if we built, say, 2 buildings and they totaled 200,000 square feet, and the third one was another 100,000 square feet, so that would put you over the 250. Or if we built one building at 125 and the second building for 126, that would put you over the 250. I don't know what size buildings we're building, and I don't know what the market demand, other than the Coors Tech headquarters, will be, so I don't know when they'll happen. So I'm sorry I can't give you a more helpful answer.
Okay. And then maybe you can answer, or some of us like them, what would the accelerated version be?
The accelerated version would be whatever the first building is at CO, we write a check.
So if the headquarters gets built, it's 100,000 square feet.
Doesn't matter how big it is, doesn't matter which building it is, doesn't matter what use it is, the first building.
Okay, so that could
we build anything.
Okay, so that could potentially still be 6 or 8 years.
Oh God, I hope not. No.
Okay, well, I'm trying to gauge here.
We're building, the first building is the Coors Tech headquarters. Yeah, we hope that to be under construction next year.
Mr. Coors says that needs to get done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love it. Like Tech Park.
Yes, that's the whole impetus for the overall project to begin with. If it's not known to everybody, Coors Tech's headquarters right now is in a building someone else owns in rented space in a multi-tenant building. So, and they're bursting at the seams. So there's a lot of motivation to build a new building that they own as soon as possible, and that's our intent. There's no benefit to us to get an approval from you and then just let the land sit there for 4 to 6 years. Zero.
All right, thank you. That, I think, gives me some sense of the value of that acceleration.
All right, I need a plan for us moving forward, because we have 3 ordinances. We've talked about some conditions. We've talked about some changes needed in the language. I'm going to look to our city attorney for some advice on proceeding at this point.
So you have the 3 ordinances before you. As noted, there's been very little discussion on the vacation, which is 2185. That also sort of procedurally makes sense to address first. So did I use the right number?
Yes.
Yeah. It's late. So you could entertain a motion on that one. And have your, if seconded, discuss and vote on that one. And then you would consider the ODP and vesting ordinances somewhat in tandem because they really are interrelated. Again, entertain a motion and a second and then discuss. We have conditions drafted. They are mostly set out for you in those 2184 and 2186. You've seen the other conditions on the screen. Do we have any others? Right, well, we have the accelerated cash in lieu.
The at first building, CO in phase 1, shall pay fee in lieu of equivalent to the delivery of 9 units, which is 3.15 million, did I get that right?
3.15, yeah.
Shall not exceed that amount.
Shall not
Yeah, or
exceed.
less if the policy.
It's
yeah.
whatever the number the city adopts. Sorry.
Yeah.
Speaking of microphone. So it would be whatever the city adopts as its housing policy, but not to exceed $350,000 a unit,
Yeah.
which by my math would be 3.15 million.
With the remainder of the affordable housing provisions unchanged, with the vesting as requested and the performance bond at the final phase. Right.
And then there's define the total hard construction cost that's provided in a district art sheet section.
Yeah, we're good. We're
Yeah,
good.
I think they're good with that. So,
Okay,
yeah.
and then there, I don't know if you already said this, Kathy, but provide performance bond to ensure compliance with any workforce housing requirements triggered during phase 4.
Yes.
That's what
Okay.
Okay.
So the ordinances set out do most of the work for you.
Great.
And then we have the workforce housing, no double dipping and other half discussed by Ms. Strand, and the affordable, the transportation, and then this cash in lieu for the affordable housing as well. Those couple elements.
Okay.
With the 20-year vesting.
So we have some decisions on those pieces. Let's do the easy one first.
Before you proceed, I guess, in case we need owner consent on additional conditions, there was discussion about the dollars for the art. Is somebody going to make a motion on addressing that, or do you want to ask the applicant for consent? Because I don't think we should, once we close the hearing and start our discussions, we should continue on.
That's a good question. I was just thinking about that in terms of other things, and also in terms of the order of how we look at it. I think one thing we had asked about that I believe Mr. Cohen said that they're open to was looking at traditional 1% for the entire project for the art costs. And wanted to get your impression, having said that you're open to that conversation, as to whether you felt like that was something that you would be willing to voluntarily sort of commit to on behalf of the Coors Tech company.
So we would prefer an approach where we agree on a different number, if that's your desire to get a larger number for art, but not do it as a percentage of the costs. Really hard to predict what the cost of a project of this scale over this period of time is going to be. And any good lawyer will tell you don't agree to things that you can at least understand the outside number of. So we're willing to double that 750 and just agree to that as, from my perspective, it's not so important a percentage of what. At the moment the requirement is none. We got a lot of feedback from the artist community. They really appreciated $750,000 or more. So Mr. Coors just told me I could double that number.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Make the motion, we can do that. Madam, I'd like to move approval of ordinance 2185 with regard to the vacation of the alley.
I second.
Thank you. We haven't talked much about the vacation. It's pretty, because it's pretty straightforward. Our council, do we have any discussion on the vacation ordinance? Well, Councilor Fisher.
Sorry. Did you want to go?
Just more of a clarification question about what happens if we approve this and then we don't get as far with the other ordinances.
If you deny? I mean,
I'm not suggesting that we would deny it.
I think maybe a question for the applicant is that would you want them to move forward with the vacation? So I think the applicant is comfortable with you moving forward with a decision on the vacation, notwithstanding what you might decide on the ODP and the vested rights agreement. So it would be vacated.
Okay, so.
And there's no one doing it.
But that just clears the alley that's not being used as an alley that's on their parking, and the city's not using it.
I think of municipal property rights differently.
No, we don't think differently. I'm just being technical.
Yeah. Well, I think my question about timing is related to the value of that alley vacation is worth a lot more probably to them than it is to us potentially. So I'm always leery about shorthanding conversations about that when we're not sure what the outcome of the rest of the negotiation looks like.
Okay. Anyone else with comments?
Yeah, it's sort of a follow-on. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't at Planning Commission or otherwise talk about this item that's part of our criteria, which says in exercising discretion to vacate an alley, et cetera, as well as any benefits to the city that will accrue from removing the right-of-way from the municipal street system. It is an opportunity to horse trade and say it is valuable to them, and the fact that it didn't get into the mix, I guess I would say is a breakdown in our process. But at this 11th hour, I don't have a trade in, to make. But I will say I did look at their drawing of 8th Street at 30 feet and 9th Street at 66, and it looks like that's pretty solid. And to me, that's the horse trade, and that's what we heard in the hearing. So it is what it is.
Other comments, Councilor Fisher?
Procedurally, is there a way to condition it predicated on the passage of the other ordinances?
Yeah, I don't see any prohibition to doing that.
I see them kind of as a package deal. I think it probably makes sense, and we're talking about them as a package deal. I get procedurally why we want to potentially pass one right before the other for language related to the ordinances, but.
And the legal descriptions, but.
I mean, I think you need to, so the applicant has submitted an application for a vacation, and there's criteria for you to consider to approve or deny. So if one of the criteria for vacating an alley you don't feel is met unless the rezoning is approved, then you should make that finding. But you should base your decision on the criteria, and if that relates to the associated vested rights agreement and ODP. But there is the criteria is in the staff report, so you should make it based on that.
And I can recite it for you right now if you'd like.
Yes.
Would that be helpful?
Yep.
Okay. So vacation of a street or alley right-of-way is left to your sound discretion. Council shall not exercise that discretion to vacate any alley right-of-way unless it meets the following criteria. No property would be left without reasonable access by reason of the vacation. That's not the issue. That can be found. The alley right-of-way is no longer necessary for public use or convenience. That seems relevant for consideration. The vacation will not restrict access to any parcel so that access is unsafe, unreasonable, economically prohibitive. Adequate easements have been reserved for use or maintenance by the city for utility agencies. And the vacation is consistent with the goals of the Golden Comprehensive Plan and the city's land use regulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
So can you clarify that it starts with discretion, right? So we don't have to do it, period.
It's a legislative.
Yeah, it's absolutely legislative, yeah.
So we could add something subsequent to consistent with the comprehensive plans, for me means that we've approved the other two, because that's what makes it consistent with the comprehensive plan, this whole kind of point of this, part of this discussion. Okay, so if we decided to, we could attach it and have it kind of, we could actually approve it tonight with a subsequent and potentially have other things go longer and that would be okay? Like it would revert if those didn't get
You would
passed?
just, you would approve ordinance 2185 conditioned on approval of the applications for the ODP and,
Okay.
yeah, and the vested rights agreement, as exemplified in ordinances 2184 and 2186.
I guess I would propose adding that language to it, however we decide on it, simply to provide us the flexibility so that we don't sort of go back later and wonder.
But you're looking for a motion
I
to
was
amend.
going to say, if you would like to put a motion to amend on the table, we can see how
I guess I would move to amend per the off-the-cuff legal language, which actually sounded pretty darn spot on in terms of the subsequent nature of the alley vacation. Is that close enough?
I think so. Is there a second?
Okay, I second.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend. Councilor Hazen?
I have a comment then on the amendment. I think we're getting down another rat hole. I think we're going to do something about the other one anyway, and making it conditional is just one more complication. So I will oppose that motion, that amendment. Thank you.
Are we ready for a vote on the amendment? Do we think we need a roll call vote?
Yeah.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Counselor Fisher?
Aye.
Counselor Cameron?
Nay.
Counselor Brown?
Aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Nay.
Counselor Trout?
Aye.
Or Mayor Pro Tem Trout, sorry.
It's all good. Aye.
Counselor Reed?
Aye.
Counselor Hazeman?
Nay.
Passes.
Okay.
Amendment passes.
All right, any further discussion on now the amended motion for ordinance 2185?
Just think it's not an indication, sorry.
Yeah, nope. Go ahead.
Not an indication of where we'd like to go, but I'm fine making this move forward for the comfort level and keep it going.
Okay, so let's take a vote. I think we should just do all of these roll call vote for these ordinances, please.
Okay. Would you like me to mix up the order?
Please.
Oh, yeah, that's more fun.
It's
Keeps us on our toes.
we need fun at this time of day. Who's going to be first?
If I can keep track of it. Okay.
I thought you had a random process.
I did, but I forgot to bring it tonight. Okay. Counselor Brown?
Aye.
Counselor Cameron?
Aye.
I'm sorry, is it clear if you're going with the third way or not?
No, this is just the allocation.
We're just vacation. We haven't even gotten, oh, you are so far ahead of us. We're still on the vacation.
No, don't worry. But always chime in, Ms.
Yeah.
Ryan. All right.
Counselor Fisher?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Aye.
Counselor Hazeman?
Aye.
Counselor Reed?
Aye.
Did I get everybody?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
All right, so ordinance number 2185, the alley vacation, is approved as amended. We've got two more to go, and they are not as simple. And it wasn't as simple as I thought it was. All right. Were you seemed like you were ready to say something. Yes.
I'm ready to ask for advice. So if I wanted to move to remand the third way type section 9 of the ODP for further planning commission review, when and how would be the right way to do that? Would we need a motion first to bring it up on the table for the ODP? How would procedurally, what would I do?
Let me think a minute. If you want to, you basically don't, your motion would contemplate not approving Amendment 2184 at all, unless Planning Commission has reviewed this third way.
Right.
So my suggestion would be to make that motion prior to consideration of the motion itself, with some very specific direction. And understanding the body that will review that.
Yeah.
And those consequences for timing, I believe, as well, right? And that would, if that happens, then we would continue this public hearing to a date certain. And I don't know what that would be.
July 6th is the next opportunity at Planning Commission.
July 6th for the Planning Commission, and then that would be a public hearing here, continued to a date after that.
After
July 12th.
Second meeting in July.
That's the one that we've canceled. So that's the one that we canceled for another event.
So if that happens, it sounds like the advice staff is giving is that this particular public hearing on Ordinance 2184 would have to be continued to a date certain that would be in August, the first meeting in August.
Can I just offer my comments maybe before
Sure,
I offer a
offer your
motion?
comments.
So I'm not at all convinced that the third way is an actually better way than the measuring single occupancy vehicles. And in part, I'm glad you're working on it. I'm glad you're trying to find the third way, but I'm just not at all sure and convinced that that's a better measure. It seems like the single occupancy vehicle is something that is somebody's pattern and practice, and it's stubborn and it's hard to measure and it's hard to get them to improve. But it seems to me what's being utilized in a parking garage fluctuates from day to day to hour, and I'm not at all convinced that that's actually a better mechanism for trying to measure transportation, the TDM, than SOV. So. And then I really worry that the way we've defined the off-site parking is way too narrow. It seems like we've just picked an area where we just implemented a permit system, and I'm really convinced people will go far and wide to park. So I'm not convinced we're measuring the impacts in the right way with that other system. I'm just not sure that it really gets us to the goal we want. I know Planning Commission said keep working on it, but I kind of want them to weigh in on it. I recognize we've got some new planning commissioners, but we've got some really excellent new planning commissioners that have just joined, and I would love their opinion on it. So I really, boy, the August is killing me, but at the same time, I don't feel confident that with all the changes we've talked about that just happened last week, and we're putting in and we're adding a bunch of other conditions, I just don't feel comfortable that we've nailed the parking solution, and I want a second opinion. But,
okay.
And maybe I'm the only one.
Well, that was a lot. Thank you for sharing the thought. You keep thinking about it. That is the decision point for council. We can choose option 1 or 3. I guess we just skipped over a 2.
That's the original.
Well, no, the original was fun. I think 2 was the
parking.
The director, chooses. But I think what's left on the table is 1 and 3, although someone didn't have to. But I think that's our decision point. And we've heard from one counselor saying he's not ready to make that decision tonight. He'd like more input from Planning Commission. I will provide the opposing. I'm ready to make a decision tonight. I don't need further from Planning Commission, but that's just 2. If you're looking for some feedback to say whether you want to make a motion or not, I think that's what you're hoping for, some other thoughts. Councilor Cameron, then Councilor Fisher.
It has been discussed ad nauseum, which is to say, I almost want to puke. That's what that means. And I don't think any more will get us there. I think that we're letting perfection be the enemy of the good. We've got a TDM proposal that has been vetted up and down, and I don't need to talk about it anymore.
Councilor Fisher, did you?
Thanks. Yeah, it's challenging. I know what's happened in the past when council has done legislation in the middle of a meeting. It hasn't always worked out so well for us. So I'm leery of hearing comments like the third way was thoroughly vetted by the city attorney's office this afternoon in this 2-year process. So we're making decisions on the third way, which was vetted hours ago. That worries me significantly for probably the most significant decision point of the entire program that we're discussing. And so for that reason alone, I'm very comfortable having someone else take a look at it who's not me at 11:45 at night. If we do go forward, I would propose getting rid of that on-street parking utilization and seeing if the applicant would still be comfortable with having it be related based on the director and and I don't care whether it's the SOV, like, they're both random numbers. Like our traffic impact study, I think our consultant said, some of these numbers are kind of fluffy anyways. But I think that on-street utilization makes it, for me, a real kind of no-go. And also having the applicant be in a position to basically decide which measures they make year after year after year, with the city not having a role to play in that partnership, doesn't feel like something I would support.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I know everybody's really tired, but I've been up since 4, so I'm just like I need a little extra time to think. I totally understand where you're coming from. I think my question earlier to staff was along the lines of we need to measure what matters, and why would we pick parking over SOV if our goals are really to get rid of cars and get rid of parking. I'm all for TDM. I think the concept is a great concept. It's been seen throughout the country. We have a Commissioner Vanginello who does this work, and she gave it a gold star. I don't remember hearing her say that, but I'll use that language from tonight. So for me, I was really ready to say yes to TDM with what the Planning Commission had looked at, and I think that's where you're coming from. But then I heard our applicants say that they are willing to do either, right? But they still want to do TDM measures because that's the important piece for them. So if there's, typically you're the one who comes up with a brilliant solution, but if there's a way to really get both for us, I think comfort is really important when we're starting new conversations. Thank you for helping us to start this conversation with TDM. It's very important. It's going to be a huge catalyst in the city of Golden. I know it's going to go far. You've spent a lot of time talking about it. And I know it's very important here. If there's any way to get the comfort that we need for staff or for the city residents, and also help us meet the real goals of TDM, that's what I'd say is what I'd like to kind of move forward tonight and get everybody on the same page and saying yes.
That's done here. Councilor Heisman?
I agree with Councilor Cameron.
You just don't want to talk about it?
I think we should just move ahead, that we've got enough information and that we've discussed it. I think he used a Latin term, but anyway, that's my feeling.
Okay. Does that help you if you wanted to make a motion?
Yeah, I think that helps me.
Okay. I heard that we should somehow discuss 2184 and 2186 simultaneously because they're related?
Yeah, but if we're moving past, right? Okay. Yes.
All right. Should we put one of them on the table first? Or?
Yeah, I think it's at the pleasure of council, and then you could, singular motion or a motion together, but they are interrelated, so you could have 2 motions and deliberate.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see, let me make sure I'm getting the right number. Well, how about this? Can I move to approve ordinance number 2184, including the second way, measuring the single occupancy vehicle as part of the ODP? Is that possible?
So you want an up or down vote on that with that specific?
Well, we are also talking about those other 2 conditions that were on the screen, and then the cash in lieu.
Yeah.
But, and that's why the vote should be together, because that cash in lieu is wrapped up contingent on the vested rights.
I gotta make a motion where somebody knows what I'm making, so that's where I'm looking for some advice here.
I just want to clarify this. The second way is is as it's proposed in the ODP, but staff decides which methods are used rather than the applicant as it's currently
Right.
worded. Okay, I just want to make sure that was
Yeah.
understood. I don't know that the applicant will agree to that, but that's.
Okay, I thought the applicant said you were okay with the SOB or the third way.
That's correct. The first way or the third way. I never heard of a second way until
Okay, all right.
The first way is what is in the ODP.
Yep.
And just to, I don't want to belabor the issue, it's because it's unprecedented and extreme, the mitigation measure potential, that we can't let somebody else decide to do it, and because it doesn't help us meet our target. So what that would be is just a spiraling hole of mitigation that we have no control over and doesn't help us, any of us, get to where we're going.
I got you,
So I
Mr.
can't
Cohen.
agree to the second.
Okay, that's fine. I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance number 2184 with the first way.
Well, what's just 2184 with what's in there?
This is the rezoning, right?
This is the rezoning, and which approves the PUD and the ODP, right, as written. But then we also had some additional conditions that we talked about.
Yeah.
So.
Second.
Well,
I'm comfortable with this. So the motion and the second is what's currently written. I'm comfortable starting there and adding the conditions as an amendment.
All right.
Just so we have an opportunity to review them one more time.
All right.
Because we all have in our packet in front of us, we've reviewed what's currently there. This is new conditions. I'd like the opportunity to consider them separately, just so we have the chance to review them.
That makes sense to me.
Does that work for council? So what's on the table is the ODP as presented. Or the rezoning, all the stuff is presented in 2184.
PUD and ODP is the rezoning.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Now, if we could take a look at the conditions again, and then we can make a motion regarding amending for those new conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, this is.
Because it's late and we're losing focus, I want to make sure everybody knows what we're doing.
So do you want individual motions then?
Well, we can do all the conditions at once if we're agreeable.
We could do
We could do it separately. What?
a package.
We could do a package.
Let's call that the first.
I just,
No,
I didn't want to just say with the conditions.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, okay. All right, it's just not ready yet.
Can't pick the same next one.
I think, yeah, and I think the vesting, we still need to just talk about as part of this as well. Yeah.
Because the answer is, we don't know what any of these are for. So in which case, you're just picking one and, hoping for good intent, right?
I have more faith in the first one than I do in the third.
Okay.
Okay, so the first, no particular order, the first condition is not on your screen, so I need technical assistance.
We might need the applicant. Let's see.
I'm not the educated putter.
Okay. Should work. It's not responding for some reason.
There it is. It was your touch. Yes.
Thank you, John.
Yes, thank you. So, okay, so this is the first, like, again, no particular order. This is the language that clarifies what happens at the expiration of the vesting term.
I'm trying to follow you, but I'm not hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So this
And
is
speak slower, please.
Sure.
And this would go in section 4 of ordinance 2184?
Yep, so this would be added as an additional condition in section 4 of the ordinance. And so, again, this condition is intended to clarify how the workforce housing requirements will be applied after the expiration of the vesting term. So if you have any questions or want me to explain again, let me know.
Any questions? We covered this the first time, but this was the first condition, section 4.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Do we want to move to the next condition?
Sure, sorry.
We can do it as a package deal, but if there's a lot of discussion on the second one, maybe we just go
So
back.
the next condition related to substituting language for the third way, which is not the motion, so I'm going to skip this one.
Skip that one.
Okay. And
For
then,
now, we'll do that separate.
then there was the condition that at first building certificate of occupancy in phase 1, the owner shall pay a fee in lieu of delivery of 9 units, and this isn't written as precisely, that shall equal the fee in lieu adopted by the city not to exceed $3.15 million.
And the performance?
Well,
Oh, they're gonna do that
I'm just
separate.
saying,
Okay.
any questions? So that's, the next one was to require that a performance bond be required to ensure compliance with any workforce housing requirements that are triggered during phase 4 of the development. And again, all of these are in would be added to section 4 of the ordinance.
Okay. So just to clarify that, Lori, that's before CO can issue?
I'm sorry, say it again?
So with respect to that condition, the performance bond has to be posted before the CO for the buildings in phase 4 can be issued, or?
I would think that the performance bond would have to be issued at the, let's see this, so I would say at the time of the triggering event. So,
So
right?
just, yeah.
So if market rate units have been approved via site development plan, or if no site development plan is required by building permit, that would be the triggering event in payment of the, or providing of the performance bond.
Okay. Okay.
And then the next condition discussed was in the district art, section 6 of the ODP, revise the language to require the greater of 1.5 million or 2% of the total hard cost of the first building, I believe is what's provided currently. So it's 1.5 million.
Okay.
And then that's all I have.
Okay, the only clarification, we talked about that first part at first building CO in phase 1 as part of extending the vesting. I'm not sure if that belongs in here or in the other ordinance on vesting. I just want to make sure that's clear, because that's the conversation that we had, that in order to go to the 20 years, that would.
Right, so is that a commitment regardless of the vesting, I guess is a question for the applicant.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I know.
I understand.
There's so much happening.
I did the same thing earlier. So.
My attorney wanted to point out in the art, it's 2%, not to exceed 1.5 million. So, yeah, 2%.
Yep, 2% of the hard cost of the first building.
Yes, not to exceed.
Right, right.
Oh, okay.
Up to 1.5. Up to 1.5.
Right, right, okay.
So it was the greater of 750 or 2% of hard cost that's in there right now.
But he raised it to,
It's 2%.
Yeah, so great, it was the greater of the 750 or 2% of hard cost. I just want to be clear, is it now not to exceed
Or is it the greater?
1.5 or 2% of hard cost?
No, it's fine, mimicking the way it was.
Okay, the greater of, that instead of the 750, it'd be 1.5 or 2% of hard cost.
And may you build an amazing building.
Gold-plated.
So I think we're clear on the district art piece. I want to go back to, because you were talking about district art, I want to go back to my clarification or question on that first piece up there, which is the phase 1 fee in lieu of 9 units, and the shall not to exceed the $350K per unit and all that language. That is, we talked about that in terms of the vesting. Is that the understanding, that this is for the 20?
All of these.
For the 20-year vesting?
With that understanding. Yes.
Okay.
I have a related question, maybe. All of these things go with the property, and are we protected from some weirdness if they decide to sell off bits to other developers? Or will another developer be under the same requirements. Nobody can.
It runs with the land.
It runs with the land.
Yeah.
It's the ODP.
Not with the owners. Yeah, okay, just want to make sure.
Any further clarification or questions on the conditions? So we had 1, 2, 3, and then the original 4 of them. Would someone like to make a motion to amend for these conditions?
Move to amend ordinance 2184 to add the conditions specified by the attorney.
Any further discussion on these? I'm discussed out on it. Yes, go ahead.
I was going to do it with the vesting, but maybe one question that we had started to discuss with Janet was related to that first condition about the acceleration, and I wanted to hear whether you felt that was a significant change compared to the original affordable housing schedule that was proposed in this. Is there a significant benefit to the acceleration of those first 9 units, which then creates a gap right to the second, but just sort of a much longer gap?
Right. I mean, I think we're talking about public benefit here. You guys were interested in having the lower AMI addressed. I think by getting the cash up front very quickly and being able to, in turn, either address that ourselves or distribute it out to nonprofits who can address it quickly, I think you're getting at some of the goals that you were talking about earlier with wanting to serve some of the lower AMIs. So I think that is a benefit to what you were working for.
The new proposed
Correct.
version. Thank you.
Thank you. We can discuss if there's other input or if we're not on the same page. I'm happy to break apart these conditions. But right now, they're all on the same amendment. It is open for council consideration or discussion if you would like to vote on it, if you'd like to change it, if you've got anything further on it.
So we're just going to vote on this amendment?
Just on this amendment, these 4 conditions. Yes?
Okay.
Yes? Are we ready? All right, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilor Reed?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Cameron?
Aye.
Councilor Fisher?
Aye.
Councilor Hazeman?
Aye.
The amendment passes.
All right, thank you. We need the parking. Sorry, I'm like, oh no, we're not done. We still have the parking versus I'm calling it parking versus TDM. But however you want to call it, the conversation we've been having, what is currently on the table is the TDM as written in the ODP. We've talked a lot about this other option, this third way. Would council, we don't need to amend if we like what's currently in there, but if council would like to propose an amendment related to this, now's the opportunity. Councilor Fisher.
Thanks, Mayor. One thing I was thinking of that might get us to this concern that our staff has given us related to the infinite loop problem of them just picking the same solution that wasn't working the last time, would be to potentially, and obviously we'd want their approval from staff, but just I would propose to say that maybe we leave the authority in the applicant's hands, but they would have to choose a different mechanism after it's failed. And they can't keep choosing the same mechanism because there are several mechanisms. And so it gives them more of an opportunity to think long and hard about what happens if it does fail. Potentially they're like, well, maybe we want to make sure this next one really doesn't fail. And so they would have to choose a different alternative. I don't know if that completely gets at my comfort level with leaving it in their hands, but there is a point where I very much trust that it is their goal and their desire to have this be successful for their own enterprises, and so finding a way to get us out of that loop. So I just want to propose before an amendment whether that might be something we might consider.
And Mr. Murphy clearly has a comment on that.
If I could, I just wanted to state that as is currently written in the ODP, the staff would actually choose the TDM method. So we would have already a say in that, unless you wanted to amend that in any way.
It's currently written that staff does it.
The staff gets to choose the TDM method, the way it's written in the ODP currently.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Well, now I'm just confused.
Yeah, ditto.
Not that we're, so, okay, so that, this is a point of confusion along the way. So there's 3 different mitigation measures. They get to choose which mitigation measure is used, but if they do choose TDM, staff chooses which TDM method they use. Not that we're experts on TDM measures, but that's something that is written into the ODP currently. Can I answer?
Sure.
Yeah, very briefly. Just to reiterate, lots of TDM programs have been adopted nationally. None of them have mitigation. None of them require extra parking if you don't meet the TDM, and none of them have the city pick which TDM measures. So this is already a complete departure from national established best practices and precedent. I don't know if that gives you any comfort, but you're doing something, you could argue, better than every other city who's ever adopted a TDM ordinance that we're familiar with has ever done. So we think it's already quite extraordinary in terms of the level of city input and control.
Thank you. Council, I haven't talked much about my opinion on this one because there's been so much happening. But while we're discussing it, I'm very excited to see TDM come to Golden. We have very old parking codes. We've talked about the need, and we have on our radar to update them. And we've talked a lot about future planning, and a project like this is a future, right? It's not parking as it is today, right now in Golden. It's parking as it is 10 years, 20 years future. And I think this is a great opportunity to look at it a different way. So I appreciate Planning Commission going, and asking to consider other options. Really appreciate the work that was put in to come up with this third way and look at it differently. But I think it's still, for me, looking at current and our current concerns about parking on streets and parking in cars. And this is looking at it for the future. Not that parking and cars are going away right now, and there will be some learning. But I really appreciate all the thought that was put in the TDM, and I prefer what's in here over the third way as a much better strategy for the future for Golden.
I really agree. I understand the concerns, but I do like this better than the third way. And part of the reason is I know you were commented that we've discussed this ad nauseum, but in the preceding 94, 95 meetings and many meetings with Planning Commission, they discussed this one, not the third way.
Yeah, and if I confused you, I didn't like the third way.
Okay. Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah. So anyway, this is what's had a lot of discussion. So I do like this one better, and I feel comfortable with this one.
Yeah. Let's move ahead with it.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I
Please go ahead.
mean, just to be really fair to staff, we just moved forward with a zoning code rewrite, and it was brand new to the city, and we said we need a little bit of time and a little bit of bacon to make sure we're all comfortable with this. So I can totally appreciate where this is coming from, and thank you for the time, and also just really excited about moving TDM forward as it is. But thank you again for thinking about it.
All right. Were there any other comments on this parking TDM piece?
There was a monitoring component. Was that something that was going to be internal, or did I miss, better definition around the monitoring component and how, what would be measured and those types of things? So I may have lost track of that.
That was the third.
Yeah.
So in this way, we don't have any monitoring issues. We just do it once a year on the day after Thanksgiving, and we're fine.
It's monitored differently.
Right, the monitoring, we didn't really discuss the monitoring so much. It's already, the monitoring for the TDM that as currently proposed in the ODP is already there. It's the SOV target rate that we monitor. So that's, unless you have any questions about that, or if you.
So that's fairly standardized. It was the third way that was getting wonkier and more interesting, which makes me think that you were right to suggest that we don't necessarily want to be that experimental with this. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so I think we've talked through the issues. We had either through the conditions or now this short discussion on the TDM. We do have the amended motion on the table. We've amended it for these 4 conditions.
You also need to discuss the vesting in 2186.
So that was 2184. Was there anything further?
Can I So there was a motion to approve the ODP with the current TDM, and then there were several amendments. There was a motion to amend the motion, but was there ever
there was a vote on all the amendments,
on the motion,
but not on the main motion.
Okay. We're still on 2184.
And so we're at, she's making sure that Mayor
I'm making sure we haven't missed anything. We got art, we got housing, we got the bond, we got 2184. Was there anything further? Okay. So we need to, while it's not on the table, it is very related to our vote on 2184, and that is the vesting that's in 2186. We didn't put it on the table. Let's talk about it now. We can vote on it when we're done with 2184, if council is comfortable with that. So 2186 is the...
Are we going to vote on 2184?
Nope, we're going to talk about what we're going to do with vesting first, because it's all related. No, I think we can talk about it now and maybe motion after we get 2184 off the table. Or would you recommend we put that one on the table too?
Yes, and we need to have it. So you're saying
yeah.
I don't think that she heard the question.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no, you have to separate orders.
Here's the attorney.
Sorry.
No.
Sidebar.
So
discuss 2186. I think you can, and then
put it.
Then you would have sort of rapid fire motion and a vote, right? Yep.
After we get 2184 voted.
Sorry, we were having a sidebar. So the applicant is very concerned that there's going to be a vote made on the rezoning before it's clear what the council is going to do regarding vesting.
Okay. So the vote should be on 2186
first.
And then we'll go back to 2184. Is that what you're saying?
I think can you do it simultaneously? Can there be 2 motions on the floor? Well, but then you still have
The mayor's way of just...
I'm like, at some point, we got to vote on it.
One, because they were not moved together. So,
but 86 needs to be first.
We could also do a condition.
You could do a conditional, that's where I'm going.
ODP has to be approved.
Yes, I think that's what I think would be most sound procedurally, is that there be a motion and a discussion and vote on 2186, but that motion should be, if it so is worded, to approve 2186 contingent upon approval of 2184 as amended. Does that make sense to everybody? Does that make sense?
So 2184 is on the table. Can we amend it to say it's conditioned on approval of 2186?
Yes, you can do that too.
So moved.
This is kind of like the bond, the tax question. It has to be interrelated.
Mayor, can we ask the applicant if that discussion that you recommended would give us enough clarity that we don't have to backtrack everything?
I think we're getting clarity.
So I want to be sure that we address the concerns of the applicant.
I think the better approach would be to vote on the vesting ordinance first. Subject to
Contingent upon approval of 2184 as amended.
Right.
Yes.
I believe Mayor Pro Tem Trout already made that motion. I seconded it. While you guys were talking, we were doing
Well, we need to make sure that that is on the record.
Yes.
So what is the motion?
So the motion, as I understand it, was to amend 2184.
No.
conditioned on the approval.
Move to approve 2186 contingent upon approval of 2184 as amended.
Motion back.
Yes.
Can we do that in the middle of the motion?
Is that it? Okay. So do we have to withdraw the other one?
Can you
No.
table it, or no? You
No.
just-
So 2184 is still open.
What you're doing is enveloping your decision on 2184 as a condition in your 2186. So that 2186, if you pass it, will only pass if you go back and vote yes on 2184 as amended. It's really late, but this is really pretty
All the attorneys.
dialed in.
I think JJ had this motion. JJ, you got it.
Are we getting nodding heads?
All right, so my current understanding is 2184 is still out there. We are considering 2186. We will
If
vote.
there's a motion made, yes, which
I don't have the wherewithal to be able to repeat what you said.
Okay. Move to approve ordinance 2186, conditioned upon approval of ordinance 2184.
Seconded.
All right.
Who's my second?
Did you say
The second-
as amended?
Counselor Hazeman, and it's 2184 as amended, correct?
Yes.
All right, vesting. 2186.
Can I just make clear the conditions that are in 2186 so everybody knows?
Yes, please.
So right now, 2186, which is the vesting rights agreement, which is on the floor, currently includes conditions that were recommended by Planning Commission and staff, and that's reducing the term from 20 to 10 years. And it also includes language providing the director with the authority to decide the compliance measure in the TDM. So if you look at the language in Ordinance 2186, there are a couple conditions. Again, the applicant is requesting 20 years.
So Section 2A, Romanet 2, includes the condition of revise the term of the vested property rights from 20 to 10, which some of the conditions voted on, right, are contingent on the 20. And then the TDM specified, that's in Romanet 4.1 of Section 2, correct, Lori? Okay. But would that need to be removed?
Well, what's on the floor for the ODP is the first way. This is the second way.
Right.
But that's kind of,
So this would need to be stricken
that would need to be stricken.
to comport with the amended 2184 motion.
I'm trying to pull
That was clear as mud.
Yeah, no, I got, wait, where's 20, I keep going to 2184. 2186, all right, I got the right,
You're looking
right
at
ordinance.
Section 2.
Can you restate
Section
language
2.
for the proposed amendment to 2186, Kathy?
Pardon me?
Can you restate proposed language for an amendment to 2186?
So here's, 2186.
So we have a motion and a second
Yes.
to approve it as without anything.
Right.
So we need to amend.
You can amend that, yes. Or you can vote that one down and then have a new motion. Oh, what's the amendment?
Can you just restate the proposed amendment?
Can I I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't hear. Thank you. So you want to, if you choose, if the desire is to amend the vesting period to 20 years, it would be to remove the condition in Section 2A, Romanet 2. And 3, yes. And also to remove Romanet 4, number 1. Romanet 4 altogether, yes. Lori, just a quick question, because there's Romanet 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's a Roman numerals 1, 2, 3, and then a little tiny Romanet 3.
Can you tell me where you're reading? What page are we on? Is there something you can put on the screen so I can see what you're talking about?
45-page packet.
Do you have the ordinance?
Yeah, the ordinance in our packet is page Well, the ordinance starts on page 27 of 45. We're talking about page 28, which is page 2.
So it's just all Romanet 4 because that's all that's in the ODP? Yeah, okay. So I made it too complicated, but maybe it's helpful to get it on the screen. So to remove section 2A, Romanet 2, 3, and 4.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're just left with 1, 2A.
Which is updating the legal descriptions.
Can I just make sure I understand 4? 4 is because that is already in the ODP. We don't need this in the vesting agreement?
It is the first way.
That's the second.
It's the second.
That's the second way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this is 2186 I'm looking at, right?
2186.
And I'm looking at section 2.
Section 2, A, the only thing remaining would be that first one.
Okay.
To amend for the legal description. And the rest of those would, if someone makes that amendment, would go away.
I have a question. So I'm in favor of us accepting the early, getting the vesting if we're going to get some early action on affordable housing. Is that what this says?
2184.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, if that's what this says, I'm happy. Thank you.
So move to amend ordinance 2186 to remove section 2, sub A, Romanets 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
Thank you. Can someone describe what the language will read if we remove Romanettes? I love it. Like, how did I go this long without having...
We like our words.
Yeah. Using your words.
Bill, it's late.
Let's go.
I'm used to bow-legged.
I mean, for me, Wordle is complicated enough. So what the language would read, like I was looking at one of the ODP pages, was it page 4 of 12 of the ODP? What would it read if we do strike that?
It would read as is. So it's the first way. So the first way is where it is the owner's determination in the event of a second event of noncompliance to choose the one of 3 options. And the first one is a TDM strategy that's selected by director. I forget if the second one is the payment of a fee, and the third is providing parking spaces. So this language, which is the second option, the second way, which hasn't been discussed, is to say that the director gets to make that decision.
So this way still, as written, allows the director to basically require compliance with the mitigation effort.
It's as submitted by the applicant, right? The ODP as submitted by the applicant, right?
Right. The applicant chooses the mitigation, and if they choose TDM, which they will, it will be the director's choice which TDM measures they will choose so that they don't repeat.
And that is the motion that you have on the floor with respect to the ODP. What's written in the ODP, which is in the event of a second noncompliance, it is the applicant that selects the compliance measure. That's what's on the floor with respect to the rezoning.
So let's move this forward. 2186 was amending. We now have an amendment to remove the amending, which then would revert it to what's in there right now. I know, clear as mud. But we do have a motion to amend 2186 on the table. It will take out the amendments other than the legal description piece.
And it was seconded.
Are we ready? I'm just looking for any more hands. Roll call vote, please, on the amendment. Oh, Councilor Fisher, you are still?
Yeah, so this does leave in the fact that they'll just continue to cycle. Can someone tell me, is there some other thing other than simply going back to the same thing year over year?
But they're saying that they get to choose the mitigation strategy, but the director gets to choose which TDM they do. So there is a way to break out of the cycle, right?
Well, I mean, I think it'll inevitably always be TDM.
Yeah.
But the director will still be able to have a hand in what that TDM measure is, but not choose if we absolutely need more parking. That will be their decisions. Or, I mean, it's just, the 3 mitigation measures are for them to choose in this version. And then we get to choose, the city gets to choose which TDM measure of those.
But if I could, if they keep wanting to choose the same TDM measure that's proven unsuccessful, the director could say, it's time to pick some new TDM measures.
Right. So if they choose scooters 4 times in a row, we could say,
yes.
No, we don't want scooters anymore.
That's a lot of scooters.
Scooter town isn't coming to fruition. We need to, right.
All right, roll call vote on the amendment first.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Aye.
Councilor Reed?
Aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Aye.
Councilor Hazeman?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Fisher?
Aye.
Councilor Cameron?
Aye.
All in favor, the amendment passes.
All right, so we have the amended ordinance 2186. Let's call that for vote unless anybody has a hand. All right, roll call vote on the amended 2186, please.
Okay, Mayor Weinberg?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Aye.
Councilor Cameron?
Aye.
Councilor Reed?
Aye.
Councilor Fisher?
Aye.
Councilor Hazeman?
Aye.
2186 passes as amended.
Thank you. So we've got to go back to our amended 2184 for a final vote at this point. Anyone? Oh, see, that's why I checked for hands.
Wait, would the attorneys in the room just like us to break for 5 minutes to know? I mean, I see a lot of furrowed brows, but I just don't know if that's because there's any concerns or confusion or everyone's good. Okay, all right, very good.
All right.
Okay, we all look like that at 12:30 at night.
Okay, that was the only, there was another hand, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the public and to the applicant and to staff that I appreciate how hard this has been, and I'm glad we're at the end of this road. And for people in the public who think, well, how could they make a decision that's so consequential in, the 5 hours or whatever we've been meeting? That's not the way this decision has been made. It has been very well thought through, and I'm glad that our process, got us to this point that we could in 5 hours do this monumental task. And it's only testimony to the hard work put in by everybody. So that's my pre-vote comment.
Well said.
I have a pre-vote comment as well. I think that the public effort you made to involve the public again and again and again, and the resounding support you received tonight from the public, from notable people in the city, I'd like to say good on you, and I attribute a lot of that to Kim Mangle Consulting, who has worked so hard to work with you to make contacts in the city. So I just want to say thank you for the effort you've made and the people you've had that have helped you.
So we shouldn't text after midnight, but legislating.
It's totally okay.
But you can do Wordle.
But no more jokes, please. No more.
We're ready for a vote. I see no more hands. I'm ready for a vote. We're calling the vote.
Councilor Hazeman?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Cameron?
Aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Aye.
Councilor Reed?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Aye.
Councilor Fisher?
Aye.
2184 passes as amended.
All right, congratulations.
Is there any clapping to be done here?
Thank you for your patience.
Just on behalf of our entire team and the Coors family, really appreciate, I want to reiterate the comments you just made. I mean, staff has been so diligent, working with us over 18 months. at nights and weekends. They've done incredible work. There's been an enormous amount of rigor for Planning Commission. Hearings with a 6-week break with 5 public meetings in between, and then all the reading and analysis and thoughtful comments from you. Greatly appreciate it. We're going to build an incredible new district for this downtown. It's going to be wonderful, and I really appreciate your support.
Thank you. All right, council, can we skip? Would anybody like to make a comment or new business? Seeing no hands. All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Councilor Brown, Councilor Reed, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, we stand adjourned.